The night was moonless, and a cold drizzle fell steadily, pattering on soil and stone. The rain washed away bloodstains from the riverbank, but the metallic tang of death still clung to the air. This was the bottom of a deep gorge. A raging river cut through the valley, its waters thundering against the cliffs. On one side, a sheer rock wall rose into darkness, on the other, a steep, crumbling slope bore patches of stubborn trees clawing at the stones. Near the base, where the slope leveled into a slanted floodplain, a grim tableau unfolded. Scattered across the rain-soaked bank were shattered wagons, bloodied corpses of men, women, and horses lying still in grotesque poses. Blood mixed with mud, seeping toward the river, while broken wheels spun slowly in the gloom. Lanterns from the wrecked convoy flickered weakly, throwing a trembling light over the scene. Silence reigned thick, heavy, absolute, as if even the river itself mourned. Yet amid the lifeless ruin, something stirred. Near the river's edge, an overturned carriage teetered precariously, tangled in its own reins. Beneath it, a girl slumped against an upturned seat, silent and unmoving. She looked no older than 13, clothed in a simple brown and white dress, plain shoes clinging to her small feet. Blood matted her clothing and hair, and a gash hidden under her silver bangs trickled crimson across her pale face. She could have been mistaken for another corpse until her brows twitched ever so slightly. Time passed how long, it was impossible to say before her faint breathing resumed, shaky and shallow. Her chest rose and fell. Life returned. Ugh. The girl grimaced, lifting a trembling hand to her aching temple. Her thoughts drifted in confusion. Asterisk, it hurts. It's cold. Was I dreaming? Did I fall out of bed? Asterisk. The rain's relentless whisper reached her ears. Asterisk, why do I hear a river? There's no river near my house. Did someone leave the tap running? Asterisk. With great effort, she opened her eyes. Crimson irises reflected the dim, stuttering light. For a moment, the overturned carriage's cramped interior disoriented her. Then, she saw it and froze. Opposite her, a woman slumped against a broken seat, shards of glass protruding from her throat. Blood soaked her torn dress, her lifeless eyes locked in an expression of frozen terror. Gah! The girl recoiled, gasping. Panic seized her chest. She scrambled upward, only to bang her head against the carriage roof with a painful thud. Tears welled in her eyes as she cradled her bruised forehead, terror pounding against her skull. Asterisk, I have to get out. I have to get out. Asterisk. Her fingers found the door above her. With desperate strength, she shoved it open and clambered onto the rain-slicked riverbank, gasping for breath. And then she saw the full extent of the massacre. Bodies lay strewn like discarded dolls. Horses twitched in death throes. Blood turned the earth to muck. Broken wagons leaned drunkenly in the mud, their lanterns casting ghastly shadows. The girl stood in the drizzle, drenched and trembling. Asterisk, this isn't a prank. This is real. Asterisk. Her mind reeled. She clutched her arms, trying to suppress her shivers. Stay calm, she whispered hoarsely to herself. Stay calm. I need to figure this out. Just as she began to steady her breathing, agony tore through her mind. She dropped to her knees, clutching her head as a torrent of foreign memories surged into her brain, images, sounds, emotions overwhelming her in a violent tide. When it finally subsided, she lay gasping, cold rain splattering against her upturned face. Through the haze, one truth emerged. This isn't a dream. It's reincarnation. She wasn't who she had been. The body she now inhabited belonged to a girl named Dorothy, a simple village girl with striking silver hair and crimson eyes, an ordinary, beautiful child who had lived a quiet life under the care of her Aunt Hannah after her parents' deaths. Dorothy had left her village filled with hope, traveling to the city where her brother awaited her. But her journey ended in slaughter. The girl Dorothy now lowered her gaze to her small hands, slick with rain and mud. She whispered bitterly, "Poor thing. She only wanted a better life." Then, a dreadful realization struck her like lightning. "Wait, girl." She patted her body frantically. Her heart sank. "It's gone. My old body's gone. I'm Dorothy now, a girl." For a long moment, she simply stood there, letting the rain soak through her thin dress. She was still frozen in disbelief when voices carried down the gorge. "Boss, we found them. Over here?" The carriages rolled down. Torchlights bobbed in the distance, growing nearer. Dorothy's heart leapt into her throat. She ducked behind a shattered carriage, mind racing. Asterisk, the bandits? They're coming back to scavenge. If they find me, I'm dead. Asterisk. Frantically, she scanned the terrain. The river was too wild to cross, and the muddy slope too steep to climb. Her only escape route was blocked by the very murderers she was trying to evade. Asterisk, damn it. I'm trapped. Asterisk. Her fists clenched in helpless fury. And then, a voice spoke inside her mind. Cold, mechanical, genderless, like the whisper of 1,000 voices layered atop one another. Soul integration complete. Link established. Sacrifice knowledge. Bestow knowledge. Dorothy stiffened. Her breath caught in her throat. Asterisk, what the hell? It's inside my head? Could this be a system? Asterisk. Confused but unwilling to waste precious seconds, Dorothy forced herself to calm down. No matter what it is, if it gives me even a sliver of a chance to survive, I'll use it. The bandits' footsteps drew closer, splashing in the mud. And so, in the rain and blood and darkness, the girl called Dorothy prepared herself for the first step into a world where knowledge wasn't just survival. It was power. The river roared through the narrow gorge, its relentless surge echoing against stone walls. Along the rain-slicked riverbank, Faint lantern lights wavered, advancing through the darkness. 4 men trudged through the mud, their coarse clothing clinging wetly to their muscled frames. Knives and clubs glinted beneath their rolled sleeves, tattoos crawling over their rain-drenched skin. They moved like wolves scenting blood. Trailing behind them, dry beneath a crimson umbrella, walked a man of another breed entirely. He wore a dark red suit over black trousers, the fine fabric clinging to his gaunt frame. His deep-set eyes, hooked nose, and pale complexion gave him the air of a vulture dressed for a funeral. Damp brown hair stuck to his forehead, but he strode forward with cold purpose. At his sides loped 2 unnatural creatures hunting dogs, if they could still be called that. Hairless, earless, their crimson flesh exposed like flayed corpses, they slunk forward on twisted limbs, grotesque parodies of life. This was Edric, known as Mad Dog Ed, the iron-fisted ruler of Vulcan's criminal underworld. His name alone was enough to silence taverns. He didn't often dirty his hands with crude ambushes. But tonight was different. Tonight, he hunted a prize worth far more than gold. "Boss, up ahead," called one of his men, squinting into the gloom. "The wagons there overturned just ahead." Edric nodded, his voice cutting through the rain. "Move. And pray the river hasn't swallowed the target." They pressed onward until they reached the broken convoy. Wrecked carriages littered the riverbank. The dead sprawled like broken dolls, their blood pooling in the mud, diluted by rain. Edric surveyed the carnage with clinical indifference. Then he barked his order. "Find a white-haired girl. 13 years old. Dead or alive, but I want her breathing." The gang spread out eagerly, rifling through corpses and overturned wagons, greedy fingers plucking valuables as they searched. Edric's sharp gaze caught the looters. His voice cracked like a whip. "Forget the loot? Find the girl? Or you'll be feeding the dogs." The men cursed under their breath but obeyed, eyeing the unnatural hounds with fear. No one crossed Mad Dog Ed and lived. Near the river's edge, 2 gang members stumbled upon an overturned carriage. Coins and jewelry glittered temptingly inside. They hesitated, then glanced back at Edric. Seeing him distracted, they slipped into the wreckage, reaching greedily for the treasures. They never saw the crimson eyes watching them from the shadows. Silently, Dorothy moved. She slashed the rope anchoring the carriage with a knife she had scavenged earlier. The frayed cord snapped and the carriage lurched. "Ah!" The men inside shrieked as the wagon plunged into the raging river, sweeping them away along with their ill-gotten prize. From her hiding spot, Dorothy watched grimly. Humans die for greed, she thought. One bandit remained nearby, peering over the riverbank in horror. Before he could react, Dorothy charged from behind, ramming into him with every ounce of strength she could muster. AHH. Flailing, the man pitched forward into the torrent and vanished beneath the churning waters. 3 down. Dorothy panted, trembling, but there was no time to pause. Her crimson eyes locked on the figure standing further down the bank, Edric, glaring at her with a murderous glint. "Where did this little brat come from?" he growled. With a snarl, Edric drew a revolver and leveled it at her. Then he hesitated. The lamplight caught her silver-white hair. Recognition flashed in his eyes. A white-haired girl. A slow smile curled his thin lips. Lowering the gun slightly, he barked a new order. "Subdue her." Alive. At once, the 2 monstrous hounds sprang forward, rain streaming from their grotesque bodies, jaws gaping wide. Dorothy stood firm. She took a deep breath, her mind focusing like the tip of a blade. Slowly, she spoke, uttering a word older than memory, a fragment of an ancient, forgotten tongue. "Fuss." The air itself shuddered. The single syllable boomed like a war drum, reverberating through the rain and wind. An invisible force exploded outward. The charging beasts were flung back like rag dolls. Edric, caught off guard, stumbled, lost his footing, and crashed into the mud. His revolver spun from his grasp. Without thinking, Dorothy lunged. She seized the weapon, turned and aimed it squarely at the fallen gang leader. Edric's cold mask cracked into terror. He raised a hand in desperate appeal. "Wait, I..." Bang! The revolver barked. At point-blank range, the bullet slammed into his chest. Edric jerked once, then collapsed lifelessly into the mud. For a moment, all was silent save the rain and the river's roar. Dorothy fell to her knees, the gun slipping from her trembling hands. Her heart thundered painfully against her ribs. Her stomach twisted. Her first kill. They killed Dorothy. They killed them all. This is justice. She forced herself to stand, clenching her teeth against the rising nausea. Touching her throat, she whispered the word she had spoken, the word of power. She understood now. The ancient language was real. It was the Thursday the dragon's voice. A magic born from pure meaning and force, drawn from the world of Skyrim. A single word, fuss, had shattered the battlefield. But power had its price. To summon that word, she had paid dearly, all the knowledge of her former world's common language, exchanged for this fragment of a dragon's tongue. It was now clear to her. The strange ability she had awakened was not free. It was a pact. Sacrifice knowledge of this world, in exchange for the powers of another. And tonight, by blood and will, Dorothy had taken her first step into a much darker destiny.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In the depths of the canyon, the chilling rain gradually subsided. At the site of the massacre, Dorothy sat on the ground, gasping for air as she faced Edric's corpse. It took her quite some time to calm herself. When she finally stood, albeit shakily, a critical thought suddenly struck her. Wait, what about his dogs? Remembering Edric's 2 hunting dogs, Dorothy tightened her grip on the revolver and scanned her surroundings warily. From what she recalled, the grotesque creatures had only been thrown aside earlier and were unlikely to have died. If they got up to avenge their master, it would be disastrous. Earlier, overwhelmed by the emotions of firing a gun and killing someone for the first time, she had neglected to consider this. Peering into the dim light, Dorothy located the 2 hunting dogs. They lay motionless on the riverbank, not far away. There wasn't even the sound of breathing. They appeared as lifeless as corpses, leaving Dorothy momentarily stunned. Dead? That can't be. Could just being thrown aside kill them? Could a single word of unrelenting force shout really be this powerful? Although the sight of the dead dogs puzzled her, their grotesque and terrifying appearance deterred her from checking further. The lingering question, however, stayed in her mind. Forget it for now. I need to figure out what to do next. Relieved that the dogs posed no threat, Dorothy exhaled deeply and sat back down. She picked up the fallen black umbrella beside her, opening it to shield herself from the drizzle. Thoughts of how to navigate this unfamiliar world began to crowd her mind. Having only just crossed over into what seemed like a foreign world reminiscent of the 19th century, and reborn into the body of a girl who should have died in a carriage accident, Dorothy was utterly lost. The new world and new body left her bewildered and unsure of her next steps. After much deliberation, she decided to continue following the original Dorothy's plan. I should go to the city to find Dorothy's brother. He's the closest blood relative I have in this world. Family can always be trusted and relied upon. This was also the girl's final wish. Propping her chin on her hand as she sat on the cold, damp stone, Dorothy mulled over her situation. In the original Dorothy's memories, her long-absent brother had been a doting figure during their childhood. Seeking his help seemed like the best course of action. After all, finding a home was the first step to stability, no matter where one was. My clothes are soaked, and I'm freezing. I need to find a place to change. According to the coachman's words in Dorothy's memories, there should be a town nearby. It was called Vulcan, and following the path the carriage had been traveling would lead there. Surely, if the bandits could find a way to the riverbank, there must be a route back to the main road ahead. With this thought, Dorothy rested briefly before preparing to move. However, another pressing issue dawned on her: money. I'll need money for food and lodging, but I don't have any. Dorothy's trip to the city had been arranged by Aunt Hannah, who entrusted the journey to a familiar coach service. The money her brother had sent for the fare and her expenses had already been handed over to the coachman to take care of her. But now, after the tragedy, the other passengers and coachman's belongings had been gathered as bait to lure the bandits and were now lost in the river along with the carriage. Realizing this, Dorothy paused. She rubbed her chin and surveyed the scene before finally turning her gaze to Edric's lifeless body. As the bandit leader, he must have some money on him. With this in mind, Dorothy grabbed a gas lamp from the ground and ran to the corpse without hesitation. Having already searched the bodies of the other bandits earlier, she was now somewhat accustomed to it and didn't feel as frightened. Slowly, she began pulling items from Edric's body: a dagger, a deck of cards, some banknotes, and a keyring. Dorothy pocketed the useful items, then, feeling she hadn't been thorough enough, meticulously searched him again. This yielded a few coins, some rolled cigarettes, and a matchbox. Just as she thought she was done and considered stripping Edric's decent-looking suit jacket to sell later, she noticed something unusual. In the lining of his jacket, her fingers brushed against something. From the feel of it, it seemed to be a stiff paper-like object. Something hidden in the lining? If it's hidden like this, it must be valuable. Judging by the feel, could it be a stash of money? Dorothy's eyes lit up. She immediately drew her knife and slit open Edric's clothing, retrieving the object concealed within the lining. Upon examination, she discovered it was not money but 2 envelopes. Envelopes? Are these letters? What kind of letters are so important they need to be carried hidden in the lining of clothing? Disappointed that it wasn't money, Dorothy curiously opened one of the envelopes and pulled out a piece of paper. She brought it closer to the gas lamp and examined it under its dim glow. The paper was filled with neatly written letters, and to her surprise, she realized she could read them. Wait a minute. Didn't I sacrifice the original Dorothy's language knowledge in exchange for dragon shouts? How can I still understand this? Dorothy pondered in astonishment. In her understanding, the knowledge she had sacrificed should have been permanently gone. Why, then, did she still retain it? Perhaps, it's because knowledge is fundamentally information, not a physical object. Information can be duplicated, whereas objects cannot. Sacrificing knowledge doesn't mean losing it. Teaching someone else doesn't make you forget it. Maybe I didn't exchange my language for dragon language but rather shared it. This realization brought her a sense of relief. At least she didn't have to worry about becoming illiterate in this new world. Feeling much lighter in spirit, Dorothy focused on the letter again. It was written in Pritish, the common language of the Prit Kingdom where Dorothy now resided. The script was a typical phonetic alphabet. The letter's contents, however, took her by surprise. Underscore 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 underscore. To the esteemed Mr. Edric. We are honored to have received your correspondence. Based on the description in your letter, we can confirm that the mystic artifact you discovered is known as the corpse marionette ring. It grants the ability to manipulate freshly deceased bodies. Using it to control animal corpses is indeed a wise choice, and we hope it will enable you to carve out even greater influence in Vulcan Town. Of course, we advise you to remain discreet to avoid drawing the attention of the Serenity Bureau or the Church. Regarding your expressed desire to join our society, we are delighted. As a street leader in possession of a mystic artifact, you are certainly qualified to join us. We believe that your standing in Vulcan Town will allow our group's influence to expand further. We welcome your inclusion, but before formally admitting you, we have a small task for you to complete a test of sorts, one that is quite unique. On the evening of April 8th, a convoy traveling from Purple Hill to Vulcan will pass by. Among the passengers is a girl, approximately 13 years old, with white hair. Capture her. Please do not misunderstand. Normally, we do not involve newcomers in such abduction tasks. However, this is a special case. The girl is of particular importance to us. While we would typically handle this ourselves, the recent increase in Serenity Bureau activity and the presence of hunter squads in Vulcan makes it unwise for us to act directly. For the sake of caution, we have decided to remain uninvolved, leaving the matter in your capable hands. As long as you handle this task like any ordinary kidnapping, it will remain outside the Bureau's purview. We trust that, with your professionalism and skill, you can execute this operation flawlessly. Naturally, we would not ask you to undertake this test without proper compensation. For this special assignment, we have prepared a reward that is exceptionally generous. It will allow you to make significant strides in the realm of beyond you aspire to and secure a prominent position within our society. If you accept this task, please reply promptly. We believe you will not refuse such a rare opportunity. We look forward to the day when you join us at the same table, sharing the feast and experiencing the marvels granted by the great chalice of blood. At the bottom of the dark valley, amidst the gruesome crime scene by the riverside, Dorothy sat on a cold, damp stone, carefully reading the letter in her hand. Her brows furrowed slightly as she analyzed its contents. Truth be told, the letter's revelations astonished her. From the letter, Dorothy discerned that the man she had just shot, a bandit leader, by the looks of him, was named Edric. He seemed to be the head of some criminal organization in a place called Vulcan. It appeared Edric had been trying to join a certain organization and had even written an application. The letter in Dorothy's hand was their reply. This mysterious organization had set a special initiation test for Edric, requiring him to abduct a 13-year-old white-haired girl at a specific time and place. Clearly, that girl was Dorothy herself. So these bandits' primary goal in attacking the carriage wasn't money but Dorothy, a seemingly ordinary farm girl? What on earth was going on? Dorothy pressed her fingers against her temple, once again sifting through the memories of this body's original owner. She found nothing unusual. Dorothy had always been obedient, intelligent, diligent, and earnest. She had no wealth, no special abilities, no strange patterns in her eyes, nor was anything bizarre sealed inside her. Her hair and eye colors were just slightly uncommon. So why had a mysterious organization set its sights on her? For a while, Dorothy couldn't make sense of it. Unable to reach a conclusion, she shook her head and turned her attention to analyzing other details in the letter. There was little concrete information about this mysterious organization, but it was clear they were up to no good. Collaborating with someone like Edric, tasking him with kidnapping, and avoiding entities like the Serenity Bureau and the Church, nothing about them spelled innocence. The Church aside, the Serenity Bureau sounded like a government agency. If they were evading the authorities, this was probably a criminal organization. Otherwise, why would a bandit like Edric want to join them? The letter also mentioned the realm of beyond and mystic artifact. At this, Dorothy turned her gaze to the pile of loot she had just scavenged from Edric's corpse. She rummaged through the pile and pulled out a ring, which she had removed from Edric's finger earlier. Initially, she'd thought it might fetch a good price. Holding the ring under the lamplight, she examined it carefully. It was made of bronze, with intricate designs faintly etched around its circumference. Upon closer inspection, the designs resembled tiny, eerie figures holding hands and dancing. According to the letter, Edric had possessed a mystic artifact called the corpse marionette ring, capable of manipulating corpses. Could this be it? With this thought, Dorothy slid the ring onto her index finger. As soon as the ring settled on her hand, she felt something unusual. In that moment, Dorothy sensed her mind extending outward, forming two threads that reached into the distance. The threads ended at the two strange, motionless hunting dogs lying on the ground. Seeing this, Dorothy took a deep breath. With a mental command, the two supposedly dead hunting dogs began to twitch. They stood up and slowly approached her. However, both dogs had sustained severe fractures from being thrown to the ground during the dragon shout. Their movements were sluggish and halting. So, these dogs had been corpses all along? Edric must have been using the ring's power to animate them. No wonder they had ceased moving after Edric's death. This bandit leader had actually possessed such a mystic artifact. Watching the two reanimated hunting dogs stumble toward her, Dorothy felt a wave of surprise. In her original memories, there had been no phenomena like this. This mystical occurrence was entirely beyond her previous experience. It seems this world is not as simple as it appears, Dorothy murmured to herself, touching the peculiar ring on her hand. Then her gaze shifted to another envelope in her possession. Opening the second envelope, she began to read the letter within. Compared to the first, this one was much shorter. Underscore 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 underscore. Dear Mr. Edric, we have received your reply and knew you wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. We have already dispatched someone carrying your reward to Vulcan. They will arrive soon. Once you succeed, simply photograph the target and drop the picture into the mailbox at 24 North Street, Vulcan. Our personnel will verify your success through the photo. Upon confirmation, they will meet you at midnight the following day in the central woods west of Vulcan. At that time, you will hand over the target, and we will present you with your generous reward. Our agents will remain in Vulcan for 3 days, awaiting your response. Best wishes for a successful operation. Underscore 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 underscore. After reading, Dorothy stored both letters back into their envelopes. This was clearly a follow-up response from the mysterious organization to Edric's application. Dorothy had gleaned quite a bit of information from these letters. It seemed the organization already had members in Vulcan, the very town Dorothy was headed to. She would need to be cautious when entering the town later. Though she didn't know why this group was interested in her, nothing good could come from a criminal gang's interest. With this in mind, Dorothy used a knife to cut a piece of curtain fabric from the overturned carriage. She divided it in two, using one piece to wrap up her loot and the other as a headscarf to cover her hair when entering the town. With everything prepared, Dorothy set out. For extra safety, she used the corpse marionette ring to animate the 2 zombie dogs as bodyguards. Unfortunately, their fractures were so severe that they could barely walk. So the dragon shouts was that powerful. These dogs can still move, but they're no longer combat capable, Dorothy mused, watching the 2 dogs struggle to stay upright. After some thought, she decided to release their control. The dogs collapsed once more, and Dorothy turned her attention to Edric's corpse. Experimenting further, she managed to extend the ring's mental threads to Edric's body, animating him. The bandit leader staggered to his feet, his eyes vacant and face pale. For now, you'll do, Dorothy muttered. At her command, Edric's corpse silently picked up the gas lamp and unfurled a black umbrella, shielding Dorothy from the drizzling rain like a servant attending a noble lady. After packing her belongings, Dorothy departed from the scene of the massacre, accompanied by her silent servant. Dorothy trudged through the rainy river valley, accompanied by her undead servant. Her journey was anything but smooth. The persistent drizzle and the slippery, uneven terrain made progress difficult. The old gas lamp provided limited illumination in the dim environment, leading to several challenges along the way. The greatest challenge came when she needed to climb a steep and slippery slope to return to the main carriage road from the muddy trail. The incline was treacherous, and Dorothy nearly tumbled down multiple times during her attempts. Luckily, she spotted the bodies of the bandits she had earlier driven into the river. Using the power of the corpse marionette ring, she animated a second corpse. With the assistance of the 2 reanimated bodies, Dorothy finally managed to reach the main road. This experience also helped her realize that the ring's limit was controlling 2 corpses at a time. Once on the road, the journey became much easier. Dorothy pressed on for about an hour before the distant glow of lights appeared in the darkness. Exhausted but relieved, she knew she had finally reached her temporary destination, Vulcan Town. At the outskirts of the town, Dorothy hid her 2 corpse servants and donned a headscarf to conceal her distinctive features. She then opened her umbrella and stepped onto the streets of Vulcan. The rain and the late hour left the streets sparsely populated. Wooden buildings, 2 or 3 stories high, lined either side of the road. The structures were modestly adorned, with only a few windows illuminated. Street lamps were spaced far apart, their dim and flickering light casting faint glows over the muddy streets marked with footprints and carriage tracks. Occasionally, a carriage would rumble by. It's a bit desolate, Dorothy murmured to herself before quickening her pace. She needed to find a place to rest. Near the town's center, close to a church, she found an inn that seemed decent enough. Entering the inn, Dorothy was almost dismissed by the plump proprietress, who initially mistook her for a scruffy beggar child. However, the clinking sound of several coins slapped onto the counter quickly transformed the woman's disdain into a warm, welcoming smile. Without asking for any identification, she promptly directed one of the staff to lead Dorothy to the best room in the inn. Dorothy had found approximately £5 in cash on Edric's body. Based on the memories of her body's original owner, Dorothy knew that the standard currency of the Prit Kingdom was pound, with £1 equal to 1 gold coin or 100 iron pennies. In her rural village, Aunt Hannah earned only about £9 a year, and Dorothy herself rarely possessed more than 5 coins at a time. By comparison, the money Edric carried was equivalent to half a year's income for a typical farmer. Paying for a nice room at the inn was a trivial expense. Dorothy's room was on the upper floor, furnished with a lamp, carpet, and modest paintings. Most importantly, it was clean and included a private washroom with a bathtub for bathing. Once inside, Dorothy shut the door and let out a deep sigh of relief. She nearly collapsed onto the carpet in exhaustion. After resting briefly, she quickly stripped off her clothes and took a long, soothing bath. The bathing process wasn't straightforward for Dorothy. As she faced her youthful body for the first time, a mixture of shyness and curiosity filled her. In the bath, she alternated between bashful hesitance and bold exploration, the splashing water echoing her inner turmoil. Her curiosity extended the bathing time significantly. By the time she finished, her face was flushed a deep red. After her bath, Dorothy climbed into bed, turned off the light, and prepared to sleep. But in the complete darkness of the room, she noticed something unusual. Her finger emitted a faint silvery glow. At first, she thought the corpse marionette ring might have a luminescent feature, but upon closer inspection, she realized the glow came from a different ring. This ring, unlike the corpse marionette ring, had been on her left index finger all along. It was a simple design, adorned with a crescent moon pattern on top, and it emitted a soft silver glow in the darkness. Dorothy was not unfamiliar with this ring. In her memories, it had been with her since she was very young. Aunt Hannah once told her that this ring was the only possession left by her mother, who had cruelly abandoned Dorothy and her brother. The original Dorothy had treasured it, wearing it constantly. What a pitiful child, Dorothy murmured as she gazed at the glowing ring on her finger. Without overthinking, she sighed, lay back, and drifted into sleep. A dreamless night passed. When Dorothy sat up in bed, yawning and rubbing her eyes, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains. After stretching and letting out a deep yawn, she quickly got up, washed, and dressed in her still damp clothes before heading downstairs. Breakfast consisted of the inn's simple offering of bread and milk. Once done, she stepped out into the town. Morning in Vulcan was far livelier than the previous night when Dorothy had arrived. The rain had stopped, though the ground remained damp. The streets bustled with people coming and going, and the number of carriages had noticeably increased. Along the roadside, beggars in tattered clothing could be seen pleading for alms, while in the distance, smoke rose intermittently from chimneys. The activity in Vulcan surprised Dorothy somewhat, particularly the numerous carriages transporting goods and passengers. From her memories, Dorothy recalled the now-dead coachman once mentioning that, despite its small size, Vulcan served as an important transportation hub. Many caravans traveling from the kingdom's western coastline to Igwent passed through this town. Igwent was a key city in the southwestern region of the Prit Kingdom and the place where Dorothy's brother resided. Now, Dorothy could simply find a carriage heading to Igwent to resume her original journey. But she didn't. The contents of the 2 letters she had found on Edric's body still lingered in her mind. Under the seemingly ordinary surface of this world, there exists hidden realm of beyond. And within that hidden realm, someone has already set their sights on me. Although don't know the reason, I can't just sit idly by. As she walked through the bustling streets, Dorothy pondered this. After the events of last night, she couldn't bring herself to just board a carriage and leave, ignoring the shadowy threat looming over her. Pretending nothing was wrong felt like burying her head in the sand. If she didn't uncover the identity of the mysterious organization targeting her, she doubted she'd ever sleep peacefully again. I can't just wait for them to come after me again, I need to come up with a plan, Dorothy thought to herself. Being passive would only put her at a disadvantage. Though she didn't know how they had obtained her travel details, if they could do so once, they could likely do so again. The next encounter might be even more perilous. After all, the original Dorothy had lost her life because of them, and she wasn't eager to repeat that fate. Rather than waiting for them to strike again, she decided it was better to take the initiative even if only to gather some basic intelligence about them. Knowing something was better than knowing nothing. Fortunately, according to the letters found on Edric, some members of that group were currently in Vulcan. For Dorothy, this presented an opportunity. But how can I take the initiative now? I'm just a 13-year-old girl. Dorothy frowned. A mysterious organization, possibly wielding mystical powers, was beyond what a mere teenager like her could confront. Even her limited knowledge of dragon shouts wouldn't suffice. Direct confrontation was out of the question. As their target, merely approaching them would be incredibly dangerous, let alone trying to gather information. I can't just report this to the authorities, can I? Would the police even handle something like this? If the group really has mystical powers, the police might end up being overpowered themselves. As she walked, Dorothy wrestled with possible ways to deal with the mysterious organization. The vast disparity in power made it hard to come up with a viable plan. Just as she was considering giving up on this opportunity and simply fleeing the town, her eyes caught sight of a shop by the street. She paused, her eyes lighting up. The shop had a glass display window showcasing various black and white photographs. Looking up at the sign, she read the words, Henry's Photography Studio. On the bustling morning streets of Vulcan, Dorothy stood by the roadside, her gaze fixed on the sign of a nearby shop. She appeared deeply engrossed in thought. A photography studio? Oh, right. In a world resembling the late modern era of my previous life, this era would still rely on dedicated studios for photography, Dorothy mused to herself. In her original world, taking a photo was a casual act, but here, it was still a luxury. Dorothy had never had her picture taken in her entire life. Now, as she looked at the studio before her, recalling the contents of the 2 letters she had seen, an idea began to take shape in her mind. With this thought, Dorothy approached a nearby stall selling black bread and asked the owner, "Excuse me, how long has the photo studio next door been in business? Are their skills any good?" Henry's? It's been here nearly 10 years. His skills are top-notch. If you've got spare cash, it's worth it to have a photo taken there, the bread vendor replied. Dorothy nodded thoughtfully. It seems I'll need to have one taken, she murmured to herself before stepping into the studio. The light inside was dim. Behind a long table sat a balding man with glasses, intently tinkering with a large camera amidst an array of scattered parts. When Dorothy entered, a flicker of doubt crossed the man's face. Before he could decide whether the girl was a street urchin begging for alms, Dorothy confidently placed a few coins on the table before him. Mr. Henry, is it? The studio is open for photos now, right? Dorothy smiled at the man, whose eyes gleamed as he responded with equal enthusiasm. Of course, young lady. We're ready anytime. Good. May I ask, do you have any props for photoshoots here? Dorothy continued. Certainly, we have various costumes and backdrops to choose from. With your features and bearing, dressed in our outfits, you'd look just like the daughter of a count, no, a duke. Henry said confidently. Dorothy waved her hand dismissively and smiled. No need for costumes. Do you have ropes and cloth strips? Ropes and cloth strips. Henry's gaze filled with confusion as he stared at the smiling girl before him. Unlike in Dorothy's previous life, taking a photograph in this world was a cumbersome process. The exposure time was lengthy, and developing the photo could take days. However, thanks to Dorothy's application of a pay-more strategy, the timeline was significantly expedited. After the photo session, Dorothy strolled around the town, had lunch, and bought herself a change of clothes. By afternoon, she returned to the studio. Under Henry's slightly peculiar gaze, she retrieved the photos taken that morning. Walking along the street, Dorothy opened the envelope containing the photos and took one out. It depicted a girl tied to a chair with ropes, her mouth gagged with cloth strips. She stared at the camera with a face full of anger and frustration. The girl's long hair was an extremely pale white, a color discernible even in the black and white photograph. This was the photo Dorothy had taken that morning, where she pretended to bind herself with ropes and gag her mouth before sitting in the chair for the shot. Henry had watched the entire process with a bewildered expression. Placing the photo back in the envelope, Dorothy continued walking through the town. After asking for directions multiple times, she wandered through Vulcan until she arrived at its outskirts, in a district known as North Street. At a street corner by a crossroads, she silently observed a charred and dilapidated house, its blackened remains suggesting it had been damaged by fire. Based on its position in the row of houses, it was precisely number 24. Looking around, Dorothy spotted a beggar sitting by the roadside. Smiling, she approached him and tossed 2 coins into his battered bowl. Ah, hee. May the Holy Mother bless you, kind young lady, the scruffy beggar said with a gap-toothed grin as he looked up at Dorothy. Dorothy smiled faintly and then took out 2 more coins, waving them in front of the beggar. His eyes lit up. Dorothy then handed him the envelope containing the photo. Take this and put it in the mailbox in front of house number 24. These coins will be yours afterward. The beggar eagerly nodded, grabbed the envelope, and sprinted toward the charred house. After slipping the envelope into the mailbox, he quickly ran back, only to find that the young girl had disappeared. His battered bowl now held 2 additional coins. After leaving North Street, Dorothy wandered through town again. She eventually found a general store where she purchased a bottle of ink, a pen, several sheets of stationery, and an envelope. By the time she finished shopping, dusk had begun to fall. Carrying her purchases, Dorothy walked through the sunset-lit streets. She entered a decent-looking restaurant, ordered a large steak dinner, and sat in a quiet corner. As she waited for her meal, she placed the paper and pen on the table. Dipping the pen in ink, she began writing. Dissatisfied with her first attempt, she crumpled the sheet and started again, deliberately making her handwriting messy to deviate from her usual style. After several drafts, Dorothy finally produced a version she was satisfied with. Holding the letter up to her eyes, she scrutinized it carefully. Underscore. Dear Mr. Edric, there has been a change in plans. However, the deal remains on. The time and location need to be adjusted. The new meeting point is the central area of the Western Forest in Vulcan. The time is set for April 10th, tomorrow night at around midnight. We will bring the promised reward to you there, one that will allow you to take a significant leap into the realm of beyond. A word of caution, it seems we are being watched. It is not the Serenity Bureau nor the Church. The origins and intentions of the party are unclear for now, but their methods are highly peculiar and extremely dangerous. This is the reason for our sudden change in plans. Therefore, please be vigilant when you come. Lastly, may we one day sit together at the same table to enjoy the feast and share the wondrous blessings of the great chalice of blood. Dorothy read through the concise letter before her and nodded in satisfaction. She then sealed it in an envelope. At that moment, her ordered steak arrived. After an awkward meal with a knife and fork, Dorothy left the restaurant with her belongings and headed straight for the outskirts of Vulcan. In a secluded area, Dorothy first burned the drafts she had taken with her, using the matches she carried. She then made her way to the place where she had hidden the corpse marionette the previous night. Looking at a cluster of overgrown weeds, Dorothy extended her hand. With the power of the corpse marionette ring, a figure emerged from the weeds. Dressed in damp, dark clothes, pale-faced, and with lifeless eyes, it was the body of one of Edric's subordinates that Dorothy had reanimated the night before. Standing before the corpse, Dorothy handed it the envelope. The corpse marionette reached out and took it. As the sun set and the moon rose, night fell over Vulcan once again. The streets grew quiet and desolate. Due to limited lighting resources, not all houses in the town were illuminated. Only a few places remained lit throughout the night, one of them being the police station near the center of Vulcan. The police station was located at an intersection on the eastern side of the town center. Outside its entrance, a police officer wearing a helmet, dressed in a black uniform, and armed with a baton, stood guard under an electric lamp, scanning the deserted street and occasionally yawning. "What time is it?" "It's about time for a shift change," the officer muttered, rubbing his tired eyes. As he did, he noticed a figure appearing on the dimly lit street in the distance. At first, the officer didn't think much of it, assuming it was a stray or a late-night worker heading home. But soon, he realized the figure was approaching him, faster and more deliberately. The officer grew cautious. As the figure closed in, he gripped his baton tightly. "Hey, stop right there. Who are you? What do you want?" Drawing his baton, the officer pointed it at the approaching figure, who was now close enough for him to see clearly. It was a man dressed in dark trousers and a shirt, robust and muscular, with tattoos on his hands. His face was pale, and his eyes were vacant. Recognizing the man, the officer froze and blurted out in alarm. "You're Wood, the enforcer for Mad Dog Ed? What are you doing here? Did that mad dog send you?" Wood did not respond. His lifeless eyes stared blankly at the officer. Just as the officer began to sense something was wrong, Wood's lips twitched into a stiff, unnatural smile. Then, like a rigid plank, Wood collapsed face first to the ground. The bizarre sight startled the officer, making him jump back in fear. Gathering his wits, he thought the man might have passed out drunk. Swallowing hard, the officer leaned down and reached out to check for signs of life, only to recoil in horror. "Dead. He's dead." The officer's legs gave out, and he fell to the ground, scrambling to distance himself from the eerie corpse. After catching his breath, he propped himself up with his baton and pushed open the door to the station behind him. The night-shrouded Vulcan. At the police station entrance, a group of officers stood in a circle around the corpse lying on the ground. Their faces showed unease as they listened to the earlier sentry recounting the horrifying event in vivid detail. A faint sense of fear rippled through the gathered crowd. From a corner some distance away on another street, Dorothy watched the scene at the police station from afar. Once satisfied, she quietly turned and left. Everything was in place. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for all parties involved to make their respective moves. From the letters found on Edric, Dorothy had learned the contact method used by the mysterious organization's operatives stationed in Vulcan. According to their agreement detailed in the letters, Edric only needed to place a photograph of Dorothy into the mailbox at 24 North Street in Vulcan after completing his task. The organization's operative would then wait for Edric the following night in the western forest of Vulcan to finalize the exchange. The plan was straightforward. The mysterious organization would hand over their reward to Edric, allowing him to step into the so-called realm of beyond, while they would take possession of Dorothy. But now, Edric was dead, a fact known only to Dorothy. The locals of Vulcan had yet to realize that their local overlord had met his demise, let alone the operatives sent by the mysterious organization. Using this to her advantage, Dorothy, originally the intended victim, took a photograph of herself and sent it to the designated address. Receiving the photograph would signal the mysterious operatives that Edric had succeeded. They would then head to the agreed-upon location in the forest the next night to carry out the trade. To ensure her actions went unnoticed, Dorothy spent most of the day wandering around Vulcan, casually inquiring about Edric and confirming that no one knew of his untimely fate. She also took precautions to avoid walking into a trap. Knowing the photo studio had been operating in Vulcan for nearly a decade, Dorothy deduced it was unlikely to be connected to the mysterious organization, which had no influence in the area before its dealings with Edric. To be extra cautious, she even had someone else deliver the letter for her. At this stage, Dorothy had executed every step with great care. Once the photo was retrieved from the mailbox, the mysterious operatives lurking in Vulcan would be drawn out and head to the forest's exchange site the following evening. Of course, this didn't mean Dorothy intended to confront them head-on. She had no idea how many there were or what mystical abilities they might possess. Facing them alone as a 13-year-old girl, even with 2 corpse marionettes and some traps, was far too risky. Her solution was simple: let professionals handle it. Dorothy's plan was to exploit the information about Edric and the mysterious organization's correspondence, which repeatedly mentioned 2 other groups, the Serenity Bureau and the Church. From the letters, it was clear the mysterious organization was wary of both entities, possibly even outright enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. If the mysterious organization feared the Serenity Bureau and the Church, Dorothy could leak critical information to one of them and let them fight it out. Between the two, she chose the Serenity Bureau. The decision was based on mentions in the letters of hunter squads from the Bureau being active near Vulcan. The next challenge was finding a way to contact this so-called Serenity Bureau. Dorothy had no prior knowledge of such an organization, let alone its contact information. From its name, Dorothy deduced the Bureau was likely a government agency tasked with handling mystic-related incidents. If it was part of the government, she reasoned, there must be ways to reach them indirectly through other government departments. To that end, Dorothy forged a reply from the mysterious organization to Edric, detailing all the critical information. She then had a corpse marionette deliver the letter and die at the police station's entrance. Now, all Dorothy needed to do was wait for the Vulcan police to contact the Serenity Bureau and for the so-called hunter squad to find the letter on the corpse marionette. What is left is to wait for tomorrow night. Dorothy murmured to herself as she walked down the deserted street, glancing up at the bright moon in the sky. So next, there are just a few more preparations needed. Dorothy quickened her pace and disappeared into the darkness. For tomorrow's grand show, she had no intention of remaining a mere spectator. The night grew deeper. The lights in Vulcan gradually dimmed, and soon, apart from the scattered street lights, there was almost no other flickering illumination. The dense darkness engulfed Vulcan's streets. At the police station, the lights still shone brightly. But unlike earlier, there were no longer any officers at the entrance. A lifeless corpse lay cold on the ground, a strange, stiff smile frozen on its face. Standing beside the body were two figures, neither of whom were police officers. In the cold night breeze, the uniformed figures stood upright at the station's entrance. They were all dressed in pitch black, double-breasted, formal frock-style suits. Their upper bodies were tightly fitted, collars raised, and the coat tails extended to their knees. They all wore gloves and black bowler hats. Beneath the hats, their faces were covered with lifeless, expressionless iron masks. These dark-clad individuals surrounded the corpse, carefully inspecting it. Meanwhile, inside the police station, no officers were to be found. In the police chief's office, a figure sat in the chair originally belonging to the chief. This figure wore the same uniform as the individuals at the entrance. His feet were propped up on the chief's desk, his mask set aside atop a cabinet, and his hat covered his face, giving the impression that he was napping. On the other side of the office, another figure stood before a map of Vulcan. She, too, wore the same black uniform, her fitted outfit emphasizing her curves at the chest and waist, making it clear she was a woman. The female officer scanned the map, occasionally flipping through the station's files, as though searching or pondering something. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something and turned to her colleague sitting in the chief's chair. "Hey, Gregor, I found something here." Seeing the man's relaxed posture, the female officer paused, then raised her voice sharply in reproach. "Captain Gregorius? This is work time." Startled by the sudden volume, the man jolted awake, his entire body shaking, causing his hat to fall to the floor. "Ugh. I say, Elena, keep your voice down, we're working here." The man quickly lowered his feet from the desk and bent down to pick up the fallen hat, promptly putting it back on. Now fully visible, the man seated in the chief's chair, Gregor, was a young man with short chestnut hair, brown eyes, and sharp features. Despite the lingering fatigue in his expression, his determined aura was unmistakable. "You know we're working, do you? It looked like you were about to fall asleep. That's no way for a captain to behave." Standing before the desk, still wearing her mask, Elena spoke with a hint of exasperation. Gregor scratched his head sheepishly in response. It couldn't be helped. We were supposed to head back to Igwent tomorrow, but then this case came up, forcing us to work overtime. I'm not exactly thrilled about it. I've got important matters to attend to back home." Gregor grumbled, his tone filled with complaint. Hearing this, Elena paused briefly before replying. Right. I almost forgot. Captain Gregor's sister is on her way, isn't she? She's supposed to arrive in Igwent soon. If you're not there to meet her, no one else will." Hearing Elena's words, Gregor let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair as he spoke. "Phew. Let's just hope her convoy runs into some delays on the road and is held back for 2 days. Otherwise, if she arrives in Igwent and doesn't see me, she's going to hate me to death." Gregor rubbed his temples with some exasperation, and after pondering for a moment, Elena responded. "It seems like you and your sister have a good relationship." "Pretty much. Our parents passed away when we were very young, so she's my only family. Now that I've managed to make a little name for myself in the city, I want to bring her here to enjoy a better life. Most importantly, I want her to go to school and get an education. Staying in the village for her whole life would lead nowhere." Leaning in his chair with a hint of reminiscence in his expression, Gregor spoke. Elena then added, "Making a little name for yourself, you say? Captain, you're the youngest squad leader in the history of Igwent's Hunters Division and the youngest at the apprentice rank. Even the bureau chief says you have a promising future. How could that be considered just a little name?" "Oh, Elena, cut it out. Sure, I've done well in the bureau, but this profession of ours can't be made public. To most people, I'm just an ordinary person." Still leaning back, Gregor crossed his legs and reached into the police chief's desk drawer to pull out a cigarette. He lit it with a match from the desk and began exhaling puffs of smoke moments later. Hey, smoking in front of a lady is quite rude, you know," Elena said with some annoyance as she looked at Gregor. He glanced at her and retorted, Yes, I'm just smoking a little because I'm in a bad mood. Besides, didn't you say you'd consider yourself one of the guys when you're in the squad? I just hope this case is nothing more than those officers losing their minds. Hopefully, we can go back tomorrow." Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Gregor muttered. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed outside. A Hunter Squad member dressed in black pushed open the door and entered the office. "Captain, we found this on the body." The hunter quickly stepped to the desk and handed an envelope to Gregor. Seeing this, Gregor frowned slightly. He immediately stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, took the envelope, and opened it. Elena moved behind Gregor to read the letter over his shoulder. As Gregor read, his frown deepened, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. Meanwhile, Elena's gaze, sharp even through her mask, locked onto the last 2 lines of the letter. "Blood chalice," Gregor murmured as he read the contents. Elena, after a brief smile, calmly spoke. "Looks like we won't be heading back tomorrow." The night faded, and daylight arrived. Time flowed on, day giving way to night once more. Vulcan, after a bustling day, was again enveloped in the silence of evening. To the west of Vulcan lay a sparse woodland. Once part of a larger forest, it had been significantly reduced due to the growing demand for timber caused by urban expansion. Now it was little more than a shrub-filled grove with scattered trees. Though the woods were not dense or deep, rumors claimed it was a secret burial ground for Vulcan's gangs, deterring most townsfolk from venturing near. At this moment, deep within the grove, a small clearing held 3 or 4 figures standing in silence, seemingly waiting for something. These individuals were dressed in varying styles. Some looked like workers, others like gentlemen. Their numbers were small, fewer than 5. Despite their disparate appearances, they formed a loose circle, standing apart and gazing in different directions as though keeping watch. At the center of the group stood a middle-aged man in a trench coat, wearing a bowler hat and glasses, with a small mustache. He held a briefcase in one hand and raised the other to check his watch. His eyes were fixed intently on the watch's face, where the hands had just aligned at 12. Seeing the appointed time had arrived, the man lifted his head and scanned his surroundings as if searching for something. But after looking around, he saw nothing, causing his brows to furrow in frustration. "Sir, there's still no sign of those guys." "Were we stood up?" A burly man dressed as a worker approached the man's side and muttered in a low, angry tone. The bespectacled man responded slowly. "A local thug, nothing more. He shouldn't have the guts. Something must have gone wrong. Withdraw immediately, there's no need to wait any longer." "Understood." Just as this group was preparing to retreat, several pairs of eyes hidden in the dense shrubs around them were fixed intently on their every move. "They're leaving. Don't wait for the other group, act now." From within the thick underbrush, a low voice issued a command. A hand tightened around the stock of a rifle, and the trigger was pulled. Fiery muzzle flashes burst forth. Bang! A bullet shot out from the concealed shrubs, aiming straight for the bespectacled man's head from behind. At the critical moment, as if sensing danger, the man narrowly dodged, avoiding a direct headshot. Instead, the bullet grazed a piece of his skull, shattering it and sending his hat flying high into the air. An ambush. Blood streaming from his forehead, the man shouted with bloodshot eyes and a wide-open mouth. But before his subordinates could react, several masked figures rose from the surrounding shrubs, rifles in hand, targeting the stunned group in the clearing. Gunfire erupted in the woods, and the men in the clearing were shot down one after another. Within moments, only the bespectacled man remained standing in the clearing. The man, in addition to the graze on his head, had also taken a bullet to his abdomen, yet he showed no sign of falling. "Those damned dogs from the Serenity Bureau." Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth as the man roared, his eyes wide with fury. He threw the briefcase in his hand aside and freed his arms before sprinting with incredible speed toward one of the attackers. His injuries seemed to have no effect on his movements. Seeing that the target was still on his feet and now charging at him, the hunter being attacked chose not to reload. Instead, he discarded his rifle and drew a revolver from his waist, firing rapidly at the oncoming man. 2 more bullets struck the man, but he still didn't collapse, closing the distance and reaching the hunter. "Feed my hunger." At that moment, the man's mouth opened unnaturally wide, like a ravenous beast ready to bite off half the hunter's neck in a single chomp. The man lunged at the hunter, bearing his bloodthirsty maw, but instead of flesh, his teeth sank into cold steel. Ugh. No matter how many times I see it, it's still disgusting. Craver from Blood Chalice. Unbeknownst to anyone, Gregor, clad in his uniform and wearing an iron mask, appeared at the man's side. The blade in Gregor's hand had been thrust vertically into the man's mouth. The man's teeth scraped against the blade, spilling fresh blood. The man glared sideways at Gregor, his expression one of utter shock. It was clear he hadn't noticed Gregor's approach or presence until now. Shatter. Blood poured from his mouth as he mumbled the word, struggling to speak with the blade lodged inside. While Gregor confronted the grotesque man, drawing everyone's attention, a shadow darted out from the underbrush into the clearing unnoticed. It was a large black dog. The dog moved with agility, yet its lifelessness was unmistakable. Its body bore clear signs of fatal wounds. Ignoring the chaos and tension on the scene, the undead hound seized the briefcase the man had discarded earlier and darted back into the shrubs without hesitation. Night fell over Vulcan town, and the western woods were steeped in bloodshed. The stench of blood permeated the air as the ambushed attendees of the rendezvous fell one by one, riddled with bullets. The sole survivor, their leader, had sustained multiple gunshot wounds and, in a futile attempt to counterattack, was intercepted by the hunter captain, Gregor, whose short blade was now lodged in the man's mouth. The man's bloodshot eyes and grotesque face contorted with rage as he struggled to retaliate against Gregor. Yet Gregor moved faster. With a swift pull and slash of his blade, the man's lower jaw was severed entirely. Blood gushed from his exposed neck as he emitted an unnatural gurgling noise before collapsing, trembling violently. Watching the man fall, Gregor shook the blood off his blade with a flick and cast a disdainful glance at the still-twitching body. Just as he prepared to sheath his weapon, a faint disturbance in the nearby bushes caught his attention. "Who's there?" Without hesitation, Gregor hurled his bloodied blade toward the source of the movement. The short sword disappeared into the foliage, but no cry of pain followed. Did I miss? Or was there nothing there to begin with? As Gregor pondered this, the man at his feet began to rise. Slowly, unnaturally, he lifted his terrifying face toward Gregor. The man's lower jaw was gone, leaving a grotesque tongue dangling from the upper palate, and his severed windpipe was disturbingly visible. Blood continued to spurt from his exposed neck vessels, yet he remained alive or something close to it. Instead of dying, he issued guttural moans and reached a hand toward Gregor's head. What the? In the split second it took for Gregor to realize the danger, the man lunged. Though Gregor managed to sidestep, the man's hand still caught his face, sending Gregor's iron mask flying. RRRGH. A guttural, inhuman sound erupted from the man's damaged throat as he raised his other hand to strike Gregor's now exposed face. But at that moment, a thunderous gunshot rang out. Bang! The man's mangled head exploded, spraying its contents in every direction, splattering even Gregor. Finally, the man's mutilated body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, unmoving. Not far away, a female hunter stood with a smoking rifle, the barrel still trailing faint wisps of smoke. You're far too careless, Gregor. Cravers don't die so easily if you don't hit a vital spot. Ugh. My bad, Elena, Gregor said, exhaling deeply and glancing distastefully at the gore that had splattered onto him. I wanted to take him alive for questioning, but I got distracted for just a moment, gave him an opening. Distracted. Elena tilted her head slightly, curious. Yeah, Gregor muttered as he made his way toward the bush where he'd noticed the earlier movement. Pulling the foliage aside, he found only his short sword stuck in the ground and nothing else. Was it just my imagination? Still unsure, Gregor retrieved his blade, the blood on its edge glinting in the dim light. Sliding the short sword back into its sheath, Gregor turned to face the hunters scattered throughout the forest and issued his command. Clean up the site and prepare to head back to Igwent. At the edge of the western woods outside Vulcan Town, a white-haired girl sat on a stone, her eyes closed in deep thought. Her expression was focused, as if immersed in serious contemplation or meditation. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the woods behind her. Emerging from the dense underbrush was a large black dog, its body scarred and battered. It carried a briefcase firmly in its mouth. The black dog approached and crouched by the stone. Dorothy, seated atop it, opened her eyes and gracefully leapt down. You've done well. Good boy, Dorothy said with a soft smile as she gently stroked the dog's head. The black dog obediently released the briefcase, dropping it at Dorothy's feet. Now, rest in peace. Gazing at the heavily scarred dog before her, Dorothy touched a ring on her finger and whispered softly. The dog instantly lost all vitality, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Indeed, the dog was a corpse puppet under Dorothy's control, originally sourced from Edric's residence in Vulcan Town. Earlier that day, Dorothy had located Edric's house, using keys taken from his body to gain entry. Inside, she discovered an assortment of animal and even human corpses. It was clear that Edric, the former owner of the corpse marionette ring, had conducted extensive experiments on it. His home was not only filled with numerous spare corpse marionettes but also contained detailed research notes about the ring's capabilities. According to the notes, Edric had stumbled upon the ring at a flea market and, through a series of coincidences, discovered its unique properties. He had since used it for various experiments to test its potential. Dorothy learned from the notes that the corpse marionette ring could simultaneously control up to 2 bodies within a 3-kilometer radius. If the sensory organs of a controlled corpse remained intact, the controller could share its senses, allowing them to see and hear through the puppet. Furthermore, the ring provided some degree of preservation for the corpses under its control. As long as the ring frequently influenced the corpse, it could prevent decomposition over long periods. The black dog before Dorothy was one of Edric's collections. She had used it during the recent clash between the mysterious organization and the Serenity Bureau to reap her own benefits. Yes, since Dorothy had orchestrated this performance, she had no intention of being merely a spectator. She had long set her sights on what she wanted. The reward that the mysterious organization had promised Edric for his success, a prize that, according to their letter, would allow Edric to formally step into the so-called realm of beyond and qualify to join their ranks. And now, that reward was within Dorothy's grasp. However, the gains from this orchestrated chaos went beyond her initial expectations. Lifting the briefcase, Dorothy's gaze fell on the lifeless body of the black dog. Her attention focused on a wound on the dog's lower back. Unlike the other scars on its body, this wound was fresh, inflicted just moments ago. The injury was caused by a short sword that had flown into the bushes as the dog escaped. Well, it seems you've been doing quite well for yourself these past few years in the city, haven't you, Brother Gregor? Dorothy murmured with a faint sigh. During the previous battle in the woods, Dorothy took advantage of the ambush by the hunter squad on the personnel sent by the mysterious organization. She manipulated the corpse marionette black dog to snatch away the briefcase containing the reward. However, in the process, the leader of the hunter squad noticed her actions and hurled a short sword, injuring the black dog and causing it to collapse. Just as Dorothy thought her stealthy operation had failed, the hunter squad leader was attacked by the resilient squad leader of the mysterious organization, who had not yet succumbed to his injuries. The leader's strike knocked off the hunter's mask, a scene Dorothy witnessed through the vision of the black dog marionette hidden in the bushes. The face of the hunter squad leader was one Dorothy recognized instantly, or rather, someone the original Dorothy would have recognized. It was none other than her older brother, Gregor, who had left for the city years ago to find work. Although he had grown taller and more mature, Dorothy could still identify him at a glance due to her deeply ingrained memories. Dorothy never would have imagined that her brother Gregor had joined the Serenity Bureau and even risen to become the leader of a squad. So this was what he meant in his letters when he said he was doing well? Sigh, well, I guess you've officially made it into the system. Aunt Hannah would definitely be overjoyed to hear about this, Dorothy muttered with a wry smile and a shake of her head. In her memories, Gregor had always been a troublemaker in his youth. He loved to get into fights and stir up trouble, in stark contrast to the quiet, gentle, and well-behaved Dorothy. Aunt Hannah had spent countless hours worrying over him. Gregor's personality had been impulsive, and although no one in the village dared provoke him due to his fighting prowess, he was not fond of studying. Even basic literacy was a struggle for him. Aunt Hannah had assumed he would end up working in a factory if he went to the city, perhaps lucky enough to eventually land a foreman's job. Who would have thought he'd become a government official with a respectable position? I guess his job mostly involves fighting anyway, which suits him just fine. Shaking her head again, Dorothy dismissed her thoughts about Gregor. She shifted her focus to the wooden briefcase before her, the matter at hand being far more pressing. Let's see what they call a generous reward. With that, Dorothy picked up the briefcase and walked away, her figure gradually vanishing into the night. Carrying the spoils of the night, Dorothy returned to Vulcan Town and made her way to the inn where she was staying. Once inside her room, she locked the door securely behind her. Sitting at the desk, Dorothy placed the briefcase on the table. After carefully examining it for any traps or surprises, she opened it. She had already instructed the corpse marionette to test it earlier, just to be safe, but now she began to thoroughly inspect its contents. The briefcase was small and held only a few items, a folder containing documents, a small booklet, and a rectangular wooden box. After surveying the contents briefly, Dorothy first picked up the folder and opened it to examine its contents. The folder held nothing extraordinary: some ink, blank writing paper, and a map of Iguint County. Iguint County was an administrative region of the Prit Kingdom, roughly equivalent to a province. Dorothy's current location was within this county. In addition to the map, the folder contained a few letters written by Edric to the organization. None of the letters held particularly meaningful information. Dorothy also found the photograph she had sent earlier in the folder. At least I managed to retrieve this. Relieved, Dorothy pocketed the photograph, thinking about the trouble it could have caused if it had fallen into the hands of her brother, the Hunter Squad captain. After reviewing the contents of the folder, Dorothy turned her attention to the small booklet in the briefcase. The booklet appeared to be thin, with a dark red cover. On its surface was an indistinct, shallow imprint that barely resembled a simple cup. Examining the booklet briefly, Dorothy picked it up. The moment she did, her brow furrowed slightly. All of a sudden, she felt a strange sensation emanating from the seemingly ordinary booklet. It was as though she could sense something unusual contained within it. The odd feeling only made Dorothy pause for a moment before she opened the booklet. The first page revealed a foreword, written specifically for Edric, who was meant to receive this booklet. Underscore 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 underscore. Congratulations on passing the test, Mr. Edric. We will not forget your contributions to the organization. As promised, we present you with the reward we agreed upon. While the contents of this booklet may appear simple, they represent precious knowledge from the realm of beyond, secrets inaccessible to the average person. It will guide you into the beyond. First, you must understand the origin of the beyond. It stems from spirituality. The concentration of spirituality gives rise to the beyond. If you ask where spirituality resides, the answer is that it is everywhere. Everything in this world, including yourself, possesses spirituality. The difference lies only in its abundance or scarcity, richness or poverty. Next, you need to know that spirituality has attributes. Different spiritual attributes give rise to different forms of the beyond. The so-called path of the beyonder is the process of gathering specific types of spirituality within oneself and elevating one's existence. There are 6 attributes of spirituality, each with unique properties and symbolic meanings. I will provide a brief introduction to each. Keep in mind, however, that their true essence is profoundly complex, beyond even our complete understanding. What follows is only a cursory explanation. The first is the lantern of order, also referred to as light or staff. Call it what you will, the name isn't fixed. This spirituality symbolizes the positive aspect of things. It is upward, active, orderly, and serves as a guide. The second is the shadow, also known as moth or sword, among other names. In contrast to the lantern, it represents the negative aspect of things. It is downward, passive, chaotic, and hidden. The third is the stone, which may also be called coin or other such names. It symbolizes inanimate matter, mountains, water, minerals. It is the most materialistic and mundane of attributes, often considered the most boring. The fourth is the great chalice, the spirituality of blood, the spirituality of flesh, the spirituality of desire. It represents the vitality of life and the pursuit of sensory and carnal pleasures. It is the greatest spirituality and is tied to the greatest true God. This is also the path you are destined to take. Praise the blood chalice. Under this great spirituality, let us follow the instincts of life. Underscore 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 underscore. Dorothy skipped over the subsequent paragraphs filled with lengthy praises and moved directly to the 5th attribute. Inside the guest room of the inn, Dorothy sat in a chair, earnestly reading the booklet in her hands, her thoughts churning as she processed the information written within. 6 types of spirituality, is that it? Light, shadow, stone, chalice, silence, revelation. According to the booklet, all things in this world possess spirituality, and that spirituality is divided into these 6 attributes. The concepts represented by these 6 types of spirituality are somewhat abstract, and their names lack consistency. The booklet only provided a brief introduction to each. Based on what the booklet said, embarking on the Beyonder path requires the accumulation of spirituality. Since there are 6 types of spirituality, does that mean there are 6 corresponding paths? The booklet contained a great deal of praise for the spirituality of the chalice. Could this mean that the organization it referred to had chosen the chalice path? In fact, Dorothy had already encountered terms like blood chalice and chalice in Edric's letters before, though she hadn't understood their significance at the time. She had assumed they were some unique slogans of the organization. Thus, when forging the letter to the Serenity Bureau, Dorothy had deliberately included references to the chalice, hoping to draw the Bureau's attention. Now, it seemed that the so-called chalice was of paramount importance to the organization, perhaps even the source of their mystical powers. With this in mind, Dorothy continued reading the booklet on the table. After the explanation of spirituality, she pressed on. To embark on the realm of beyond, one must first choose from the 6 types of spirituality. Absorbing a single type of spirituality is the first step for anyone seeking ascension. Of course, don't assume that the Beyonder paths in the realm of beyond are limited to just 6. It's simply that, at the beginning, there are only 6 options. What comes after is not something for you to consider at this stage. Without a doubt, our society is rooted in the chalice. By joining us, you too must absorb the spirituality of the chalice. You may wonder, where can the spirituality of the chalice be found? But as I mentioned earlier, spirituality exists in all things, everything visible and invisible. Every object and even every event contains spirituality, differing only in abundance. The spirituality of the chalice is no exception. The chalice resides in life itself, in you and me, in birds, beasts, and fish. It is in the blood, it is in the flesh. Behold, the chalice is everywhere. It is all around you. At this point, you might think the spirituality of the chalice is easy to obtain, abundant and readily available. But I must warn you, the spirituality of the chalice in ordinary animal blood and flesh is sparse, crude, and difficult to digest. Its absorption is extremely inefficient. Only we, the apex of all living creatures, human beings, possess rich, pure, and refined spirituality of the chalice in our blood and flesh. That is a taste both unforgettable and unparalleled. At this passage, Dorothy abruptly closed the booklet in her hands, her breathing slightly labored. Her gaze fell on the faint chalice-shaped imprint on the book's cover, her expression extremely grave. Dorothy was still processing what she had just read. After a moment, she reopened the booklet and examined it again. The booklet didn't contain any detailed methods for achieving the beyond. Every page was filled with slanted, scribbled words repeating the phrase "praise the blood chalice." Dorothy couldn't make sense of it. After scrutinizing it for a long while, she finally discerned the true meaning hidden between the lines. The entire booklet was about eating people. Yes, in the most biological sense, cannibalism. After the preface, the remaining content of the booklet detailed how to extract the spirituality of the chalice from human blood and flesh. To put it simply, it was a guide to cannibalism. How to kill, how to prepare the body, how to eat, how to drain the blood, how to carve the flesh, how to debone, which parts of the body are richest in spirituality, which parts are spiritually deficient. It even included supplementary materials for preparation. Despite its small size, the booklet was packed with information. It even contained numerous illustrations, which made Dorothy feel utterly nauseated as she read. This was, without a doubt, a cannibalistic cult. At this point, Dorothy finally had a rough understanding of the mysterious organization and the so-called spirituality of the chalice. She couldn't help but feel an immense sense of relief that she hadn't been captured by Edric back then. Although she still didn't know what purpose the organization had in mind for her, it was clear that falling into the hands of such a cannibalistic cult would have guaranteed a grim fate. Phew, it seems this world is far more dangerous than I had previously imagined, Dorothy murmured with a sigh. She was beginning to understand why the government of this world needed an agency like the Serenity Bureau. Such cannibalistic cults were outright anti-human terrorist organizations. The so-called spirituality of the chalice was indeed bloody and horrifying. Dorothy wondered if there were other groups pursuing the chalice in this world, and if so, whether they also resorted to cannibalism. Were there people or organizations pursuing the other types of spirituality as well? Suppressing her revulsion, Dorothy began skimming through the cannibalistic booklet in her hands. Near the end, she came across a few passages written specifically for Edric. By now, you should have a general understanding of our great path, right? You must already be eager to join us, but don't rush. For someone like you, who possesses mystic artifact, holds a certain social status, and has successfully completed an important trial for the organization, we have an additional reward for you, as promised earlier. Open the small box inside the chest, the reward is in there. Underscore 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 underscore. Dorothy froze for a moment upon reading this, then turned her gaze to the wooden box still sitting inside the chest. After some deliberation, she brought the box in front of her and opened it. What she saw inside made Dorothy take a sharp breath. Inside the box was a sealed glass vial, small in size. The vial was filled with a dark red liquid, and within the liquid floated 3 severed adult human fingers, neatly cut. Scourge. Dorothy whispered softly, her gaze shifting to a note lying beside the glass vial. She picked it up and began to read. The note contained an explanation of the contents of the vial. Staring at the 3 ghastly pale fingers preserved in the glass vial, Dorothy remained silent. She neither opened the vial nor looked away. Instead, she sat still on her chair, gazing at it like a statue. According to the note, these 3 fingers contained the equivalent of the chalice spirituality of 9 adults. By consuming them, she could instantly amass sufficient spirituality, needing only one ritual to step into the realm of beyond. Once she entered the realm of beyond, she would possess greater power. It was impossible for Dorothy not to be tempted. Having accidentally transmigrated into this unfamiliar world and being targeted by a dangerous cannibalistic organization, Dorothy deeply lacked a sense of security. The fear she experienced during her death was vividly etched into her memories. The panic of being hunted and the despair of falling into the valley still haunted her. Coupled with the bizarre nature of this world, an unshakable unease lingered in her heart. This kind of unease could only be eradicated by power. Humans inherently desire the power to control their own destinies. This desire becomes even more intense after experiencing death. Dorothy, who remembered dying once, now found herself in this uncanny world and under the watchful eyes of a perilous organization. Desperate for power that could grant her security, she couldn't ignore the allure of the 3 fingers in the vial. After all, wasn't her entire effort to acquire Edric's so-called reward motivated by the mystic power mentioned in that letter? And now, that power lay before her, within reach. All she had to do was open the vial and consume its contents. It was as simple as eating takeout. As Dorothy stared at the vial, her breathing quickened slightly. Her hand slowly lifted, inching toward the glass vial within the box. Then, with a sudden snap, she shut the box's lid. Ugh, it's still revolting. Eating something like this would only make me experience nightmares. I'd better find another way to step into the realm of beyond. Letting out a long sigh, Dorothy made up her mind. She resisted the temptation before her and decided against consuming the so-called chalice spirituality. After all, humans need to hold on to some bottom line. Sure, the power within reach was tempting, but the method of obtaining it was utterly abhorrent. As someone from a modern, civilized society, Dorothy could never bring herself to eat human body parts. It was just fingers from a corpse now, but what about later? If she wanted to climb higher in this pathway, would she have to eat living humans? That was absolutely unacceptable. While she sought power, the means to acquire it mattered as well. The so-called chalice pathway violated Dorothy's moral principles far too much, leaving her no choice but to abandon it. What a shame. I guess I'll have to find another way later. Sighing in resignation, Dorothy shook her head with some regret and flipped over the note in her hand. To her surprise, there was more written on the back. Underscore 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 underscore. Oh, one last reminder, Mr. Edric. Many mystic artifacts come with side effects or require a price. The corpse marionette ring you obtained is no exception. Once activated, the ring must be offered sacrifices every 6 lunar cycles to satiate its hunger for chalice spirituality. Based on your description of the ring's current state, we've calculated that its next sacrifice is due this month, specifically very soon. We estimate it to be at 3 a.m. on the 11th. You must place the ring on the chosen sacrifice's hand by this time. Otherwise, you yourself will become the sacrifice. Lastly, we sincerely welcome you to join the Crimson Eucharist. We await you in Igwent. Underscore 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 underscore. Reading the note's contents, Dorothy was startled. She immediately turned to the calendar and clock on the wall. The calendar showed April 11th, and the clock read 2:50 a.m. Wasn't it almost time? Dorothy was startled. She hastily removed the corpse marionette ring from her finger, encountering some difficulty in the process. Once it was off, she noticed that the inside of the ring had grown a circle of fine, sharp teeth. Just as the note had described, the ring's time to demand a sacrifice was fast approaching. A sacrifice? It needed a sacrifice, but where could she find a suitable one at this moment? In that instant, inspiration struck Dorothy, and her gaze shifted to the box she had just closed. According to the note, the ring essentially craved chalice spirituality, didn't it? Quickly, Dorothy reopened the box, retrieved the glass vial inside, unscrewed its cap, and used the tongs provided within the box to pick out one of the fingers. Holding the severed finger with the tongs, Dorothy slid the corpse marionette ring onto the wet, severed digit. Then she silently waited for the clock's hands on the wall to align with 3 a.m. Finally, as the hands overlapped, the teeth inside the ring suddenly elongated into sharp spikes, piercing deeply into the flesh. The ring's exterior became tinged with a crimson hue, and the engraved figures of holding hands began to move. They formed a circle and started a macabre dance around the ring. As the eerie movements of the engraved figures continued, the impaled severed finger visibly shriveled. It withered slightly before finally stopping, at which point the figures ceased their dance. Seeing this, Dorothy removed the ring. The severed finger now bore a neatly pierced bloodied hole where the ring had been. She tossed the finger back into the glass vial and exhaled in relief as she looked at the corpse marionette ring. Based on the note's explanation, the ring's usual sacrifices required at least one person or the chalice spirituality of one person. Since each finger contained the equivalent of 3 people's chalice spirituality, one finger could sustain the ring for 3 uses. These fingers might not be something I'd eat, but at least they work as a power bank. Dorothy muttered, feeling a mix of resignation and relief. With these fingers in her possession, she wouldn't need to worry about sacrifices for the ring for quite some time. If she ever came across other items that required chalice spirituality, these fingers could serve as a convenient battery. At least they had some utility. This incident also helped Dorothy understand that the source of power for mystic artifacts was spirituality. Spirituality was the essence of the beyond in this world. However, what unsettled Dorothy even more than the corpse marionette ring was the organization called the Crimson Eucharist. Damn it! They didn't disclose the ring's need for sacrifices beforehand and only revealed it as part of the reward after everything was done. It's obvious they were setting Edric up to fail if he didn't cooperate. The Crimson Eucharist had known about the ring's side effects but deliberately withheld the information during their earlier interactions with Edric. This meant that if Edric had refused to cooperate or failed the test, the ring in his possession would have consumed him. In such a case, the Crimson Eucharist could effortlessly reclaim the corpse marionette ring without lifting a finger. What a sinister group of people. I almost got caught in their trap too. Staring at the corpse marionette ring on the table, Dorothy felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then returned the glass vial to the box and glanced through the grotesque contents of the booklet a few more times. Just as she was about to pack everything away and go to sleep, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. High spirituality knowledge confirmed, fragment of the art of sacred anatomy. Recommended for study. The voice was devoid of emotion, resembling countless whispers speaking in unison. Dorothy recognized it immediately. It was the system that had mysteriously appeared after her transmigration. She had almost forgotten about the system since it had been silent for so long. Now, it had suddenly spoken again, seemingly triggered by her reading the morbid booklet. According to the system, the booklet's contents were fragments of the art of sacred anatomy, a source of high spirituality knowledge. So not only flesh but knowledge could also contain spirituality? Listening to the so-called system in her mind, Dorothy found herself lost in thought. According to the system, the booklet she was holding, which detailed ways to extract chalice spirituality through murder and cannibalism, was a fragment of a book called The Art of Sacred Anatomy. Furthermore, the fragment contained high spirituality knowledge and was recommended for study. Right, the system's function revolved around knowledge exchange, trading knowledge from this world for that of another. Did this mean that the contents of The Art of Sacred Anatomy could serve as bargaining chips? At this thought, Dorothy became somewhat excited. Previously, she had been able to trade ordinary language for dragon tongue. What might she be able to exchange with this knowledge? Hey, system, after I study this high spirituality knowledge, can I use it to exchange for knowledge from another world? Dorothy directly inquired of the system. Through her tests, she had discovered that the system was mostly silent, only occasionally responding when questions directly concerned itself. It didn't seem to possess true intelligence. Confirmed. Any knowledge containing corresponding spirituality can be exchanged. The amount of spirituality within the knowledge determines the strength of the acquired otherworldly knowledge. Hearing the system's response, Dorothy froze. So, the more spirituality the knowledge possessed, the more powerful the exchanged knowledge would be? Previously, she had used over 3,000 words of British to exchange for 3 characters of dragon tongue. In other words, the spirituality of over 1,000 British words was equivalent to a single character of dragon tongue. Then, system, after studying this fragment of the art of sacred anatomy, can I immediately use it for exchange? Yes, but at present, your soul strength is insufficient to imprint new otherworldly knowledge. The pages of the Soul Codex are full. You must elevate your life state, strengthen your soul, and expand the Soul Codex. The system's response left Dorothy stunned. What? My soul strength isn't enough to imprint new knowledge? I need to strengthen my soul? So, those otherworldly pieces of knowledge have to be engraved onto the soul? The stronger the soul, the more that can be engraved? And my soul is already full? It's like trying to write on a sheet of paper that's already filled unless the paper itself is enlarged. No way, just 3 characters of dragon tongue, and my soul is maxed out? Are ordinary people's souls really this weak? Hey, what's the current usage state of my soul? Dorothy urgently asked the system. Its response remained as indifferent as ever. The current writing capacity of the Soul Codex is at 100%. It has recorded the dragon tongue characters FUS and RO. The character DA is in an unrecorded storage state and will be recorded once soul strength is enhanced and the Soul Codex expanded. After listening to the system's reply, Dorothy paused for a moment to sort out her thoughts. Only 2 characters? So, I can only use 2 dragon tongue characters right now? It seems I can only fully master otherworldly knowledge once it's recorded in the Soul Codex. Even if I acquire the knowledge, it's useless until then. The Soul Codex has limited capacity, and I need to raise its limits to learn more. How am I supposed to increase those limits? As she pondered, Dorothy suddenly recalled the system mentioning that raising the limits required elevating her life state and strengthening her soul. This life state elevation, wasn't it essentially the ascension described in the booklet? So, if I want to acquire more otherworldly knowledge, I'll need to absorb enough spirituality to complete an ascension? It seems that in the end, I'll have to find a way to absorb spirituality and seek ascension. But how should I go about obtaining spirituality? Dorothy wondered, until a sudden thought struck her. Hey, system, can the spirituality derived from knowledge be used for other purposes? Yes. The spirituality in studied knowledge can be directly extracted and accumulated within the body. However, knowledge stripped of its spirituality can no longer be used for exchange. Hearing the system's reply, Dorothy furrowed her brows slightly. After some contemplation, she picked up a pen and wrote down her conclusions about the system, knowledge, and spirituality. Knowledge contains spirituality. However, the spirituality within a piece of knowledge can either be used to exchange for otherworldly knowledge or extracted for personal accumulation to seek ascension. The two options are incompatible, and a choice must be made. Looking at it this way, the essence of the system's exchange lies in consuming the spirituality within knowledge. Spirituality is an important resource, and Dorothy must decide how to use it either for accumulation to ascend or for exchanging otherworldly knowledge. Having reached this conclusion, Dorothy felt her thoughts clear up considerably. At this stage, however, there wasn't much choice to make. With her soul codex already full, she could only choose to accumulate spirituality for now. Once she made up her mind, Dorothy felt a surge of motivation. Although it was already late at night, she decided to stay up and finish reading the fragment of the Art of Sacred Anatomy she had in hand. The booklet was thin and didn't contain much material. It took Dorothy just over an hour to finish it. The content was so shocking and thrilling that the more she read, the more awake she became. By the time the clock struck 4:30 a.m., Dorothy had finished all the grotesque contents recorded in the booklet. She closed it with a long sigh and leaned back in her chair. "Whew, I never worked this hard even when I was in school," she muttered. As she was reflecting on her effort, the familiar voice of the system suddenly echoed in her mind. Fragment of the Art of Sacred Anatomy mastered. Exchange or spirituality extraction now available. Extract. Dorothy said decisively without even thinking, and the system responded immediately. Spirituality of the fragment of the Art of Sacred Anatomy fully extracted. Accumulated, 4 points of chalice spirituality, 2 points of revelation spirituality. Hearing this, Dorothy was startled and shot upright in her seat. Revelation spirituality? How did I accumulate revelation spirituality? The contents of the Art of Sacred Anatomy clearly pertain to the chalice. Why is there revelation spirituality as well? Revelation exists within all knowledge. Hearing this response, Dorothy froze. At that moment, she recalled the descriptions of revelation spirituality in the booklet. It was a type of spirituality related to the soul, connected to profound mental states, insights, awakening, and knowledge itself. Based on the booklet's explanation and the system's reply, Dorothy started making connections. If chalice spirituality is deeply tied to flesh and blood, then revelation spirituality is linked to knowledge. Just as devouring flesh can grant chalice spirituality, learning knowledge can yield revelation spirituality even if the knowledge primarily focuses on another type of spirituality. This is because the fundamental nature of knowledge is revelation. Reaching this conclusion, Dorothy couldn't help but smile knowingly. Finally, she had identified the path she needed to take and the spirituality she should primarily focus on accumulating. Compared to chalice, which requires consuming flesh and blood, revelation, gained simply through learning, was a much better choice for her. It seemed her future path would be that of a scholar. With this thought, Dorothy shook her head. Glancing at the clock, which was nearing 5 a.m., she quickly tidied up and prepared for bed. Edric's reward had been fully studied and understood. Dorothy's affairs in Vulcan were nearly wrapped up. After a good sleep, it would be time to bid farewell to this place. According to her planned itinerary, the next destination was a major city in the Prit Kingdom, her original goal, Igwent. A big city, huh, she murmured to herself as she turned over, pulled up her blanket, and drifted off to sleep. The night recedes, and daylight arrives. By noon, the town of Vulcan, a bustling transportation hub, comes alive. On the wide, compacted dirt streets, carriages of all kinds race by, some carrying goods, others passengers, filling the town with an unrelenting energy. The spinning wheels kick up clouds of dust that hang thick in the air, while long-distance carriages stop to rest and resupply in the town. In a private room by the window on the top floor of a 3-story restaurant at the crossroads, Gregor is enjoying a meal. He is dressed in a white shirt, gray-black jacket, and matching trousers, a modest outfit that gives him the appearance of an ordinary young man from a well-off family. No one would suspect that he is the leader of a hunter squad from the Serenity Bureau. Using a knife and fork to cut into his steak, Gregor glances through the window at the busy crossroads below. Several robust laborers are loading wooden crates of various sizes onto a carriage, directed by a short, hooded man who appears to be their boss. "Hey, Gregor, news from the Bureau. That guy we took down last night was Albert Mill, a butcher from Oil Channel Alley. According to the report, the second squad raided his house this morning and found 3 human skeletons in a hidden room, one of which hadn't even been fully consumed. People closely associated with him have already been detained," said a woman sitting across from him. She is dressed in a gray dress with lace trim on the sleeves, her light blonde hair falling in soft curls to her shoulders. As she spoke, she was chewing on a piece of bread while holding a long strip of telegraph code, translating it as she went along. Her words brought Gregor's attention back into the room. They only found a few skeletons. Gregor asked. Yep, at least that's what the telegram says. They also discovered an altar linked to the chalice concept, but it had already been destroyed. The house was ransacked, and any useful clues might have been wiped out beforehand, she replied, setting the telegraph strip aside and focusing on her bread. Gregor rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Crimson Eucharist people sure move fast. She mumbled through a mouthful of bread. They're always quick to act. Just when we manage to catch someone more significant than a pawn, a so-called apprentice, the trail goes cold again. It's really something. Gregor fell silent at her words, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke again. So, all we've achieved in this operation is taking out a chalice apprentice? Nothing else. Not just nothing else. This whole thing has become even murkier, Captain. The woman, Elena, replied bluntly. Indeed, murkier, especially because of that letter, Gregor muttered, frowning. Elena set her bread aside and donned a pair of white gloves from her bag. She then pulled out an envelope, carefully opened it, and began reading portions of the letter. A word of caution, it seems we are being watched. It is not the Serenity Bureau nor the Church. The origins and intentions of the party are unclear for now, but their methods are highly peculiar and extremely dangerous. This is the reason for our sudden change in plans. After reading, Elena looked up, her gaze sharp as she turned toward Gregor. So, who's been watching Albert and the others? No idea, Gregor admitted. But based on the letter, whoever is targeting them is incredibly dangerous. I suspect the corpse that delivered the letter to the police station was killed by this mysterious party. Gregor sipped his wine as he spoke, analyzing the situation. Elena nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We examined the body earlier, and there were indeed traces of spiritual energy left behind. It's clear the individual was affected by mystical forces. However, because of that, determining the time and cause of death has become nearly impossible. In any case, it's likely that he died due to some supernatural power. He might have been targeted by this mysterious entity while delivering the letter, tried to seek refuge at the police station, but was killed in a bizarre manner, Gregor concluded. Or, Elena interjected with a raised brow, it's also possible that the mysterious party manipulated the letter carrier and deliberately made him die at the station. Deliberately made him die there. Why? Gregor asked, perplexed. To ensure the police would notify us and have us deal with Albert and his associates, Elena explained. Us, Gregor frowned, pondering her words. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. This mysterious party wants us to clash with the Crimson Eucharist. But for what purpose? It's not entirely clear yet. The most plausible assumption is that the mysterious party may be at odds with the Crimson Eucharist. By providing us with clues, they likely intended for us to use Albert as a starting point to target the Eucharist. Of course, there could also be other reasons. For now, we have far too little information on this mysterious party to draw any reliable conclusions, Elena analyzed. After taking a sip of tea, she continued. And then there's the letter's recipient, Edric. We've already investigated him. That guy's a local thug here in Vulcan. When we went to his house this morning, we found a pile of specially treated corpses. It's confirmed that he had contact with the realm of beyond and with the Crimson Eucharist. Indeed, Edric himself is currently missing. Based on past experience, he's probably already dead, and it's highly likely that the mysterious party was behind it, Gregor added, exhaling deeply before speaking again. Hidden actions, bizarre methods, brutal tendencies, and motives shrouded in mystery. It seems we're dealing with another individual or perhaps a group that we must take seriously. Elena paused upon hearing Gregor's words, then added, perhaps it's not an individual, but a group. In Gwent County, without any backing, no single person would dare provoke the Crimson Eucharist. Gregor was momentarily startled by her analysis. With a hint of disbelief, he asked, a group? Are you saying? Yes, Elena replied. Perhaps a new clandestine society has emerged in Gwent, whether they're outsiders or a homegrown group doesn't matter. A new clandestine society. If that's true, then this is a serious matter. We'll need to report the details to the director immediately, Gregor said, his expression turning solemn. Elena nodded in agreement. I've already prepared the report. We can hand it directly to the director when we return. A report? I have to hand it to you, Elena. You're far more meticulous and sharp-minded than I am. Without you, it seems I'd be a terrible captain, Gregor remarked with self-deprecating humor. Elena smiled and replied, it's just a matter of division of duties. In our team, your role, Captain Gregor, is to ensure we have sufficient firepower. Firepower? I can provide them as much as you need, Gregor said with a grin. After taking another sip of wine, he glanced back out the window. The wooden crates by the roadside had all been loaded onto the carriage, and the short, hooded figure seemed to be giving the carriage driver final instructions. Such a short person, perhaps they're disabled? And still out here working, it's not an easy life, Gregor mused silently. He then drew the curtains and focused on finishing his lunch, choosing to ignore the scene outside. All right, the goods are fully loaded, and the payment has been settled. I'll leave it in your hands, said Dorothy, a hooded and cloaked figure, as she gave instructions to the carriage driver at the bustling crossroads. The dark-skinned carriage driver smiled and responded, understood, ma'am. I'll make sure all your goods are safely delivered to the city. With that, the driver began to steer the carriage forward. Watching her cargo being transported away, Dorothy's lips curled into a faint smile. Well then, time to find myself a nice, comfortable passenger carriage to hit the road. The Prit Kingdom is an island nation separated from the continental countries by a relatively narrow strait. Composed of one large island and two smaller ones, Igwent lies on a peninsula jutting out from the southwestern edge of the main island, Prit Island. As a significant city in the kingdom's southwest, Igwent has thrived thanks to the mineral wealth of the southwestern peninsula's mountainous terrain and the fisheries along its western coast. In terms of overall development, while Igwent may not rank among the very top cities in the kingdom, it still holds a respectable position. The sky was clear, and sunlight poured down on Igwent's streets. 8 or 9-story stone buildings lined both sides of the road, their grayish-white facades adorned with decorative reliefs. Some windowsills were even embellished with sculptures. The ground floors of these buildings were all put to use, their storefronts displaying rows of colorful signs. Behind glass windows, a variety of goods were showcased, everything from the wide, luxurious dresses of noble women to the finely crafted toys of children. These displays piqued the curiosity of passing gentlemen and stirred longing in the hearts of street urchins. The main thoroughfare was paved with stone slabs. Though many were damaged, they were sufficient to prevent dust clouds when carriages rolled by. Pedestrian walkways were neatly tiled, and street lamps stood at regular intervals along the road. Compared to the town of Vulcan, the distant skyline featured many more chimneys spewing black smoke. Standing at a street corner in Igwent, a silver-haired girl wearing a plain gray dress, a plaid blouse with rolled-up sleeves, and black leather shoes held a suitcase in her hand and curiously observed her surroundings. So this is Igwent, Dorothy muttered, marveling at the unfamiliar city before her. In her memories, she had longed to visit this city since childhood. For many young people in her village, Igwent was a place where dreams converged. Whether by choice or necessity, many youths left for this city to seek their fortunes, their connection to home often reduced to the meager money they sent back each month. Few dared to claim great success in this city. Most became mere cogs in its ever-expanding machinery, toiling day and night in dangerous factories. People like Gregor were rare exceptions among exceptions. So, when is my dear brother arriving? Muttering to herself, Dorothy glanced around again. This time, at the far end of the pedestrian walkway, she spotted a familiar figure. Amidst the crowd stood a young man with chestnut short hair, wearing a jacket, shirt, and black trousers. He looked around with a slightly bewildered expression. When his gaze finally landed in her direction, the confusion on his face was instantly replaced with joy. Oh, holy sun above. Dorothy, you're here. With a bright smile, Gregor opened his arms wide and strode toward Dorothy, his little sister. On Igwent's main street, a black carriage briskly moved forward under the driver's guidance. Inside the carriage, Dorothy and Gregor sat facing each other. Ah, you know, Dorothy, when I read in yesterday's paper about a carriage attacked by bandits on the road from Purple Hill to Vulcan, I was absolutely terrified. Based on your departure time, you would have been on that road then, Gregor said, his face still wearing a relieved smile. Dorothy replied with a gentle smile. I read that report too. It was indeed frightening. Thankfully, I delayed my trip in Purple Hill to buy some clothes. Perhaps that's why I missed the bandits. Truly, the Holy Mother blessed me. She placed a hand on her chest, her face expressing sincere gratitude and relief. In this world, the most widespread religion was the Radiance Church, also known as the Church of Radiant Redemption or the Church of the Radiant Sunday across the continent. Save for a few Eastern nations with different beliefs, the Radiance Church was the dominant faith. The Radiance Church worshipped a deity called the Radiant Savior. According to legend, this god banished numerous demonic entities and evil deities that plagued humanity, bringing light to a world akin to a dark purgatory and offering salvation to mankind. After fulfilling the mission of saving the world, the Radiant Savior returned to a divine abode, the Solar Sanctuary. To continue protecting the mortal realm, the god divided into 3 manifestations, each residing in the heavens to guard against the resurgence of demons and evil gods. Although the Radiant Savior was the supreme deity of the Radiance Church, the church primarily focused on worshipping the 3 manifestations. The Holy Father, representing judgment and authority, symbolizing order. The Holy Mother, representing compassion and mercy, symbolizing benevolence. The Holy Son, representing conquest and expansion, symbolizing victory. The Holy Father was depicted as a stern monarch, the Holy Mother as a kind matron, and the Holy Son as a young warrior. Among the faithful, few directly worshipped the Radiant Savior. Most revered one of the 3 manifestations. Nobles and officials often worshipped the Holy Father. Soldiers, officers, mercenaries, gang members, and anyone in violent professions, along with ambitious individuals and adventurers, tended to follow the Holy Son. The majority of commoners, the downtrodden and vulnerable, found solace in the Holy Mother. For instance, Dorothy and her village's Aunt Hannah, as simple folk hoping for a peaceful life, were devout followers of the Holy Mother. Gregor, with his childhood penchant for fighting, ambition, and desire to succeed in the big city, was clearly inclined toward the Holy Son. Clothes? Ah, I almost didn't recognize you. Dorothy, you look wonderful. So different from your usual dusty appearance back in the village. Is this a new outfit? Gregor exclaimed, scanning her attire in astonishment. Yes, Dorothy nodded. I earned some money teaching literacy and writing letters in the town. I thought it would be good to dress nicely since I'd be living in the city, but I didn't expect to spend so much time shopping and miss my carriage. It's a good thing you did, Gregor said with a chuckle. Otherwise, if your caravan had encountered those bandits, it would have been terrible. And I only just got back from an unplanned business trip this morning. If you'd arrived on time, I wouldn't have been here to pick you up." Scratching his head, Gregor laughed awkwardly. Dorothy, however, smiled knowingly, fully aware of why Gregor had been sent on his unexpected trip. "By the way, brother," Dorothy asked, her eyes feigning curiosity, "what kind of job did you find in Igwent that lets you rent such a large apartment and bring me here to live with you?" The three brothers from Jack's family have been in Igwent for 4 years and still can't afford to bring their family over. Inside the moving carriage, upon hearing his sister's question, Gregor immediately perked up and began explaining with a well-rehearsed story. "I'm currently working for a security agency. You know me, your brother might not be the brightest, but I've always had a strong pair of fists. Whether in the village or here in the city, not many people dare mess with me. Thanks to my fighting skills, I got noticed by a security agency. Now I'm employed by them to work as a bodyguard for wealthy clients. You know how those rich folks are, the more money they have, the more they fear something going wrong. So, when it comes to paying for their safety, they spare no expense." Gregor smiled confidently as he spoke, his demeanor relaxed and tone light. It was clear he had practiced this speech for some time. Seeing him act this way, Dorothy tilted her head and replied, "That's impressive. But if so many wealthy people trust you, your security agency must be quite reputable. What's its name, and where is it located?" "Ah, the name, right." Caught off guard by Dorothy's question, Gregor hesitated briefly. After a moment of darting glances, he quickly came up with a response. "It's called Heavy Fist Security, yeah, the Igwent Heavy Fist Security Agency. How about that, Dorothy? Doesn't it sound formidable?" "It certainly does. You came up with something so bold and yet so corny," Dorothy thought to herself, her lips curving into a faint smile. Meanwhile, Gregor, after a moment's pause, hastily added, "Listen, Dorothy, the agency I work for primarily serves wealthy clients. Since many of them demand confidentiality for their security services, there are certain regulations that prevent me from disclosing specific details about the agency." "Oh, I see. In that case, I won't ask further. I was just a little curious." Hearing Gregor's explanation, Dorothy nodded, though inwardly she mused, "Well, for someone who's just a step away from being a hot-headed youth, working in a secretive field must be quite the stretch for you. But I must say, I didn't expect being good at fighting to lead to such an impressive career. That's quite something. Isn't it a bit dangerous, though? You must encounter lots of risky situations in your line of work, don't you?" Changing the subject, Dorothy refrained from pressing Gregor further and instead spoke with a tone of genuine concern. "Haha, well, there are some tricky situations from time to time, but they're nothing to worry about. Don't fret, Dorothy, your brother's thriving in this field," Gregor replied with a hearty laugh. "Is that so? Even so, you should always remember that your safety comes first. Don't worry about it, I know my limits." The carriage carrying Dorothy and Gregor continued along its route and soon arrived at their destination, a small apartment building. The building had 6 stories, not particularly tall. Its exterior was made of red bricks, with white window frames. Each floor featured small balconies, some adorned with potted plants, others hung with drying clothes. In front of the ground floor, there was a flower bed, where climbing ivy stretched high up the red walls, adding a touch of greenery to the structure. The apartment was situated on a quiet street with few passers-by. Tall roadside trees lined the area, making it a tranquil and pleasant place to live. Not bad, right? Southern Sunflower Street is a prime location. Walk north, and you'll reach Riverside Park. A little further east, and there's the church. Whether for a stroll or for prayers, it's really convenient. The only downside is that it's a bit far from the commercial district, so shopping can be troublesome at times," Gregor said proudly as he stood in front of the building, enthusiastically introducing the area to Dorothy. Dorothy, looking around curiously, seemed genuinely impressed. "Wow, this kind of apartment isn't meant for ordinary people, is it? Are you sure your salary can handle it, brother?" "Of course, no problem. I'm even thinking about saving up enough money to buy a standalone house in the suburbs someday." "All right, come on, let's head up. Our place is on the 5th floor. Picking up Dorothy's suitcase, Gregor led the way along the stone path through the flower bed and into the apartment building. Dorothy followed him closely up to the 5th floor, stopping in front of their suite. When Gregor opened the door, Dorothy was greeted by a spacious and well-lit living room. To be honest, even with her modern sensibilities, the quality of the apartment exceeded Dorothy's expectations. A large living room was complemented by 2 bedrooms, a dedicated bathroom, a kitchen, a balcony, and a laundry room. The furnishings were quite decent too, with a sofa, a fireplace, a gramophone, running water, and gas. The apartment had excellent natural light and ventilation. Standing on the balcony, Dorothy could see the distant Riverside Park and the spire of the church. Compared to the drafty little wooden house she had lived in back in the village, this was practically paradise. "Well, what do you think? Your big brother has pretty good taste, huh?" Seeing Dorothy's eyes light up at the sight of the place, Gregor crossed his arms proudly. Dorothy nodded in response without hesitation. "This is beyond my expectations. Thank you, brother. No need to thank me. We're family, aren't we? Once I've saved up more money, I'll bring Aunt Hannah's family over too." Gregor's tone was filled with determination, while Dorothy, after taking another look around, shifted her gaze to the ashtray on the coffee table in the living room, which was filled with cigarette ash. Brother Gregor, do you smoke? Dorothy asked curiously. Her question startled Gregor, who quickly replied, No, not at all. It's just that my colleagues sometimes smoke when they come over. Is that so? Haha, yeah, you know how it is working in security, most of my colleagues are rough types who enjoy smoking. Anyway, Dorothy, you must be tired from the journey. Get some rest. In a couple of days, I'll take you to register at the grammar school. Even though the term has already started, I'm sure you'll have no problem joining midterm given your abilities. Alright, I'll leave it to you. After putting away her luggage, Dorothy familiarized herself with her new home. Later, she and Gregor went out to buy some essential household items. By the time they returned after having dinner outside, Dorothy claimed to be exhausted from the trip and retired to her room early. Once inside her room, Dorothy locked the door behind her. Contrary to what she had said earlier, she didn't change into her sleepwear or go to bed. Instead, she placed her suitcase on the table and opened it. Inside the suitcase, apart from a few pieces of clothing, were several boxes, a notebook, and a jar containing a pale, severed finger suspended in liquid. At this very moment, while the captain of the Igwin's Serenity Bureau's hunter squad was resting in his room nearby, Dorothy had already taken out a collection of obscure mysticism items. Taking a corpse marionette ring from one of the boxes, she put it on her finger. She then opened another box, revealing the preserved body of a large gecko. This gecko had been one of Edric's test subjects for his experiments with the corpse marionette ring. His home had been filled with various experimental specimens, both controllable and uncontrollable. Most creatures with a certain body size could be controlled, but those as small as insects were beyond the ring's capabilities. Using the experimental notes Edric had left behind, Dorothy had carefully selected several test specimens. The larger ones had been shipped via freight, while the smaller ones had been packed in her suitcase. Under the control of the corpse marionette ring, the gecko's body twitched twice before starting to move. It climbed out of the box and scurried across the table toward the window. Guiding it carefully, Dorothy directed the gecko to climb along the outer wall of the apartment. From her room's window, it crept toward Gregor's room. Well then, as a member of Serenity Bureau, will you share any secrets about the realm of beyond with me, brother? In the dimly lit room, Dorothy sat at the table, muttering softly to herself as she meticulously maneuvered her corpse marionette closer to Gregor's window. Night fell on Igwint. On the southern Sunflower Street, the moon hung high, and the late night breeze whistled softly. The chilly wind rustled the lush roadside trees, their leaves swishing in the silence of the deep night. Most windows along the street were dark, with only a few faint lights still visible. In an apartment building with red brick exterior walls, one window remained open. Gregor leaned against his room's windowsill, smoking a rolled cigarette as he gazed toward the distant park. The ash fell into the floor bead below, and the smoke he exhaled was swiftly carried away by the wind. After suppressing his craving all day, Gregor was indulging in the pleasure of tobacco. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes fixed on him from a nearby wall betrayed a hint of impatience. You're really going to smoke this much? How many cigarettes is that already? Are you trying to kill yourself? In her own room, Dorothy sat at her desk, using the vision of a gecko corpse marionette to observe Gregor chain-smoking by the window. Ever since she had begun her surveillance, he hadn't stopped smoking. One cigarette after another, Dorothy found herself both astonished and uneasy. Looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to subtly educate him on the dangers of smoking, Dorothy thought to herself. Finally, Gregor finished his last cigarette and silently returned to his room. Seizing the moment, Dorothy quickly directed the gecko corpse marionette to crawl to the edge of his window and observe the room's interior from above. Ever since witnessing Gregor's sharp perception in the Vulcan forest, Dorothy hadn't dared to let the marionette enter his room directly. Inside, Gregor sat at his desk. He lit the gas lamp, unlocked a drawer with a key, and took out a small package. From it, he retrieved a stack of reports densely filled with text. Facing the heap of words on the paper, Gregor furrowed his brow and scratched his head. After a deep breath, he began reading, occasionally jotting something down with his pen. Gregor's expression was tinged with irritation, but outside the window, the gecko's eyes glimmered. Through its vision, Dorothy could clearly see the contents of some of the documents on Gregor's desk. The reports included details about the corpse marionette ring. Unlike the undead spirits Dorothy had encountered in games, the resurrected bodies animated by the ring were a type of living corpse. The principle involved using the spirituality of the chalice to reanimate recently deceased flesh, enabling the corpse to act almost as it had in life. If the corpse marionette process was performed promptly, many bodily functions could remain operational. Dorothy had even experimented with controlling a corpse marionette to speak, as the tongue and vocal cords remained intact. In essence, these corpses fed on the spirituality of the chalice, acting as a kind of zombie rather than traditional undead. This matched the nature of the chalice perfectly. Thanks to these properties, Dorothy could utilize the advanced senses of animals, such as the exceptional night vision of the gecko. A gecko's vision was remarkably acute, especially in the dark. It could dilate its pupils fourfold, greatly enhancing its sight. This allowed Dorothy to clearly read every word on Gregor's desk from a distance. Through this, Dorothy eagerly spied on classified documents from the Serenity Bureau. A report on the Crimson Eucharist member, the Thirster Albert. So the contact person in Vulcan was named Albert? According to this report, the Bureau raided his residence and found only a few human bones but no significant evidence. They suspect key clues were destroyed. This isn't the first time this has happened. Could this be a leak? As Dorothy continued reading, she grew increasingly concerned about the Crimson Eucharist's apparent ability to predict the Bureau's actions. While pondering, she kept observing Gregor's documents. Dorothy's reading speed was far faster than Gregor's, who frequently paused to consult a dictionary. This inefficiency irritated Dorothy. You're a civil servant, yet you work like this? No wonder the Bureau is so desperate for talent to hire someone like you. Despite her grumbling, Dorothy could only follow Gregor's slow pace, waiting for him to turn the pages. Notice of Captain's meeting cancellation. Squad 5 can't return due to their mission? Igwint has this many hunter squads? 5 squads already? And why would Gregor have a notice about the captain's meeting being cancelled? Could he be? As Gregor flipped through the documents, Dorothy caught glimpses of scattered notes, further fueling her suspicions. She found it hard to believe that Gregor held any significant position. Gregor continued sorting through the reports while Dorothy randomly pieced together fragmented bits of information. The incomplete details made it difficult to form a coherent picture. Just as Dorothy's mind began to feel cluttered by the scattered intel, Gregor's pen suddenly fell to the floor and rolled under the desk. Seizing the moment while he bent down to pick it up, Dorothy caught a glimpse of a relatively complete report. Underscore 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 underscore. Regarding Greyhill hosting another secret gathering. Although he were advised not to hold gatherings recently, Greyhill remains as stubborn as ever and ignored the warnings. He threatened to cut off our supply of suppressive bullets unless we relented. Mr. James had no choice but to agree, although he requested a smaller gathering. As usual, Greyhill does not allow us to attend his meetings. Squad 4 will remain on standby nearby to handle any emergencies, with Squad 3 providing support. This gathering involves the trade of mystic items and materials. Greyhill promised to record all transactions and provide us with details afterward, giving us the right to confiscate any dangerous items. The Crimson Eucharist will also attend the gathering due to the materials being traded, though their identities remain uncertain. The gathering is scheduled for 3 p.m. on April 16 at 27 Darkwater Alley in the Lower City. Assigned teams should remain ready. In recent days, Dorothy had been preoccupied with figuring out where to gather spirituality. The essence of the chalice could be drawn from flesh, but that wasn't what she desired. What she truly sought was the accumulation of revelation, which resided in knowledge. Dorothy had already conducted an experiment at the bookstore in the town of Vulcan. She discovered that mundane knowledge contained very little revelation. The revelation in ordinary books from a typical bookstore was almost negligible compared to what she had accumulated from the fragment of the anatomy of sacred flesh. Dorothy suspected that even if she read through the entire bookstore, the revelation gained would barely amount to the 2 points contained in the fragment of the anatomy of sacred flesh. However, reading the entire bookstore was an unrealistic task. From this experiment, Dorothy concluded that to quickly accumulate the spiritual essence of revelation, she would need to obtain knowledge as arcane and profound as what was in the art of sacred anatomy. But where to find such books remained a significant problem. Dorothy often fantasized about stumbling upon a street-side shop selling a trove of forbidden books. For the price of a single coin, she could buy a book guaranteed to hold hidden knowledge. If such a shop existed, she'd waste no time clearing it out entirely. But such a scenario was nothing more than a pipe dream. Realistically, Dorothy thought it unlikely. However, now there was a secret gathering happening, and she had a chance to join the fray. She could see if there was anything worthwhile to be found, hopefully some forbidden books. As she mulled over her plans, Dorothy glanced at the calendar on her desk. It showed the date as April 14th, meaning the gathering was tomorrow. She had to prepare. With her mind made up, Dorothy focused her attention back on the Gecko Corpse marionette she used for surveillance. She wanted to see if she could gather more useful information. When Dorothy resumed observing Gregor, she noticed he was tidying up the documents on his desk. After organizing them, he put them back in his bag. Is that it? Seeing this scene, Dorothy wondered. But to her surprise, Gregor didn't turn off the light to rest. Instead, after looking around cautiously, he crouched down on the floor. This left Dorothy confused. Just as Dorothy was trying to figure out what he was doing, she saw Gregor pull out several large books with thick covers from under his bed. At this, Dorothy's eyes lit up. Oh, books. Hidden so well are these classified documents from the Serenity Bureau? Or perhaps some esoteric texts on mysticism? As Gregor pulled out the books, Dorothy felt her spirit rise with excitement. She stared intently as he placed the mysterious books on the desk and slowly opened one. Then, Dorothy's expression froze on her face. The books on Gregor's desk contained hardly any text, mostly illustrations. The images depicted curvaceous, scantily clad mature women in provocative poses. As Gregor flipped through the pages, the content became increasingly indescribable. Gregor was engrossed, absorbed in his reading. Meanwhile, Dorothy, who was seeing the same content through the gecko's eyes, remained seated calmly in her room. Her face betrayed no emotion, no blush, no quickened breath. She quietly waited for Gregor to finish flipping through the pages. After a few pages, Dorothy shook her head slightly in disappointment. She leaned back in her chair, took a sip of water from the glass on her desk, and sighed. Is that it? Not impressive, my guy. Honestly, Dorothy found it entirely normal for a young man of Gregor's age to hide some risque books at home. However, due to the era's limitations, the quality of such material was lackluster. The artwork was outdated and unattractive, with little variety in poses or themes. Compared to the wealth of study material available in the internet era, this was underwhelming. In short, Dorothy had seen far more provocative content in her past life, making Gregor's cherished stash utterly unremarkable to her. Not wanting to disrupt the young man's late-night studies, Dorothy controlled the Gecko Corpse marionette to return to her room. She carefully stored it back in its box, secured it in her suitcase, and locked it. After tidying up her suitcase full of contraband, Dorothy turned off the lights, climbed into bed, and ended her first day in Igwent. The next morning, Dorothy, still in her pajamas and rubbing her eyes, stepped into the sunlight-filled living room. She was greeted by the sight of Gregor sitting on the sofa, eating bread, with 2 plates of breakfast laid out on the coffee table. "Good morning, Dorothy. Come have breakfast," Gregor greeted her warmly. Dorothy nodded in response. "Good morning. Did you make all this, Gregor?" "Not really. It's Mrs. Harker downstairs who prepared it. I'm usually too busy to cook, so I pay her a little to help with my meals." "Well, now it's for both of us." Gregor finished the last bite of his fried egg and continued, "You go ahead and eat. I need to head to the office soon. I've got tasks to handle today. Feel free to explore the area over the next 2 days. I'll take you to the school the day after tomorrow. Enjoy yourself." As he spoke, Gregor grabbed a piece of bread, put on his coat, and headed for the door. Dorothy, now seated on the sofa, watched him leave. "Take care, I'll make sure to enjoy myself." Dorothy said this as she picked up a newspaper from the sofa. She began reading while eating her breakfast. After finishing her meal, Dorothy changed into her outdoor clothes. She examined herself in the mirror, turning slightly to check her appearance. Satisfied, she picked up a suitcase and left the house. Downstairs, she hailed a carriage and hopped on. Riding through the city, she zigzagged through the streets, switching carriages several times. Eventually, she arrived at a dock along the riverside. The dock bustled with activity ships unloading cargo, sailors shouting as they moved about, goods piled high, and numerous large warehouses used for storage. From her suitcase, Dorothy retrieved a hooded cloak she had purchased in Vulcan. After donning it and pulling up the hood, she stepped off the carriage. With her face concealed, she walked through the fishy-smelling dock, heading toward a warehouse. After presenting a voucher to the warehouse manager, she was handed a key and a gas lamp. Dorothy entered the warehouse, where rows of locked iron doors marked the large storage compartments. This was the dock's storage warehouse. Many goods delayed for various reasons were stored here. As long as you paid enough, you could store them for as long as you wanted. Similarly, with enough money, no one would question what you stored, who stored it, or even bother to inspect the declared type or value of the goods. In an era with such a lack of regulation, money could accomplish many things. Holding the key, Dorothy walked deeper into the warehouse. After a few turns, she arrived at one of the storage compartments. Unlocking the iron door, she entered to find a collection of wooden crates of various sizes, each locked securely. These were all items Dorothy had transported from Vulcan. After surveying the area, Dorothy stepped into the storage room. Approaching a long, rectangular wooden crate, she retrieved a small set of keys from her suitcase. After carefully selecting one, she unlocked the crate. Then, she slipped on the corpse marionette ring. As Dorothy channeled the spirituality of the chalice through the corpse marionette ring, the long wooden crate began to stir. The lid creaked open like a coffin, revealing a figure slowly rising from within. The figure was tall and lean, clad in a dark red suit with black trousers. His complexion was pale, his face gaunt, with deep-set eyes, a hooked nose, and a cruel gaze. His short black hair completed his ominous appearance. This was Edric Grandy, the first person Dorothy had personally killed after arriving in this world. He was the original owner of the corpse marionette ring and the former leader of a gang in Vulcan. On a rooftop at lower city of Igwent, a light breeze swept over the city during the day, carrying the acrid scent of distant black smoke. Carriages and pedestrians moved back and forth on the long streets, while several pairs of eyes surveyed them from above. "Ugh, another one of these boring assignments," Gregor muttered, leaning against the rooftop wall. Clad in a black uniform, he sighed in frustration as he glanced at the squad members stationed around the rooftop, keeping watch. Keeping an eye on Grey Hills gathering from a distance. 1 or 2 squads would have been enough for this. "Why do we need to stand by for support? I really don't get why so many of us are needed," Gregor complained. Not far from him, Elena responded, "Given the current circumstances, with the Eucharist's frequent activities, it's normal for the director to be cautious and assign more people. The Eucharist. They must have someone at that gathering. But all we can do is monitor it remotely and be prepared for emergencies. We can't go in, search, or arrest anyone. It's so frustrating," Gregor grumbled further. Elena sighed and explained, "We don't have a choice. We have an agreement with Grey Hill. He's willing to provide dangerous intel from his gatherings, but we can't interfere openly. He doesn't want anyone to think he's a lackey of the authorities. You know, if Grey Hill's gatherings were to end, Igwent would just be flooded with even more uncontrollable small groups. We'd lose a key point of surveillance over Igwent's underground world, and if Grey Hill gets angry, we'd also face equipment shortages." Hearing Elena's explanation, Gregor gave a bitter laugh. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and said, "What's that saying? Never offend an artisan." Darkwater Alley, lower city of Igwent. Darkwater Alley was a remote, winding lane far removed from the bustling city streets. To reach it, one had to make numerous turns through smaller alleys, a hidden, forgotten corner of the city that outsiders would struggle to find. In this shadowy, deserted alley, a figure in a grey cloak and hood moved quickly between the towering walls. The passageway, barely 3 meters wide, was flanked by crumbling, weathered walls. Clotheslines crisscrossed the narrow strip of sky above, while the dim light and damp air filled the space with a pervasive stench of sewage. The faint sound of running water echoed from beneath the cobblestones. The grey-cloaked figure continued forward, stopping before a small, round wooden door. After a cautious glance around, the figure knocked 3 times at the top, 4 at the bottom, paused, and then knocked twice more at the top. The door creaked open, and the figure stepped inside. The door shut tightly behind them. Meanwhile, perched on a clothesline above the alley, a crow fixed its gaze on the door, silently observing everything. 3 at the top, 4 at the bottom, pause, 2 at the top. On a nearby rooftop, Dorothy, cloaked in black, murmured to herself, summarizing the information her crow marionette had relayed. This was the 7th person she had observed entering the door. Their knocking patterns were identical. That should be enough to confirm the code. Muttering under her breath, Dorothy adjusted the black fabric covering her neck and pulled it over her face. She descended from the rooftop and soon appeared at the entrance of Darkwater Alley. Wearing her cloak and mask, Dorothy walked directly into the alley. She proceeded to the wooden door, paused briefly, and knocked just as she had observed earlier. 3 at the top, 4 at the bottom, pause, 2 at the top. Taking a step back, she held her breath. After a moment, the wooden door creaked open. Without hesitation, Dorothy stepped inside. A tall, masked doorman looked her over with a hint of surprise but said nothing as he shut the door behind her. Inside, instead of a spacious room, a staircase led downward. Dorothy descended without hesitation, eventually arriving in a large underground chamber. The dimly lit space was illuminated by a few gas lamps hanging from the ceiling. The rough stone walls were unadorned, and the room exuded an oppressive atmosphere. At the center was a round table, surrounded by 20 or so individuals. Each wore similar attire, cloaks and masks, though in different colors. Some simply wore masks over ordinary clothes. It was clear that no one here wanted to reveal their identity. Well, everyone's fashion sense is pretty consistent. I blend in perfectly, Dorothy thought as she approached the table and took an empty seat. The people on either side of her gave her a brief glance but showed no further reaction. This looks like a loosely organized gathering. No membership system. Anyone who figures out the code can join. It's not really an organization, more like a marketplace. Satisfied with her observations, Dorothy waited silently for the gathering to begin. The atmosphere around the round table was tense, with only a few whispered conversations between adjacent participants. After some time, 2 or 3 more people joined, and the gathering showed signs of beginning. A door in the underground chamber opened with a creak, and 4 knights clad in full grey-white plate armor marched out. Helmets on, swords at their sides, they moved with synchronized precision. The rhythmic clanking of their armor reverberated through the confined space, creating a palpable sense of pressure. The knights positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points around the table, standing guard with their hands on their swords. Following them, a figure in a grey-white robe and a stone-carved mask entered. The figure walked slowly to a high-backed chair at the north end of the table and sat down. As the figure took their seat, everyone around the table rose, placing their hands over their chests and bowing slightly. Sir Greyhill. Seeing the others' actions, Dorothy quickly stood and mimicked the gesture, thinking to herself, so this is Greyhill. Seems like even the Bureau has to show respect to him. The masked figure surveyed the room, the expressionless stone mask giving away nothing. With a wave of their hand, they signaled for everyone to sit. A deep, resonant voice emerged from beneath the mask. Let's begin. In the dimly lit underground chamber, the gathering officially began following the words of its host, Mr. Greyhill. Each participant spoke in turn, proceeding clockwise from his right-hand side. The first to speak was a woman in a dark purple cloak. Her withered hands emerged from her robe, placing a box on the table. She opened it to reveal some dried yellowish fragments. As usual, ladies and gentlemen, this is the nightshade grass I've prepared for this meeting. It's been processed into powdered dry medicine. This time, I've brought 100 grams. Whether for crafting serenity incense to enhance meditation or brewing calming tea to counteract cognitive poison, it's remarkably effective, she said in a raspy voice. Then, she surveyed the room and raised 3 fingers. As always, 5 grams for 1 pound, minimum purchase of 10 grams. If anyone wishes to barter, feel free to present your items. Mr. Greyhill will evaluate their worth, and I'll accept trades of equivalent value. Dorothy was startled by the woman's declaration. 5 grams for 1 pound? Isn't that exorbitant? In this world, a farmer's annual income was only about 8 or 9 pounds, while a laborer might earn 13 or 14 pounds a year. Starting at 10 grams per sale was practically robbery. Dorothy shook her head, thinking no one would accept such a high price. To her surprise, someone quickly raised their hand. I'll take 80 grams, Ms. Willow, said a man in a suit, wearing a mask and top hat. The old woman chuckled. Of course, Mr. Shepherd, the large portion is naturally yours. She carefully measured out most of the powder with a small brass scale, wrapped it in yellow paper tied with strawstring, and slid the package across the table to the masked gentleman. Only 20 grams left. Any other takers? The woman called out. Responses came swiftly. I'll take 5 grams. Please give me 10 grams, Ms. Willow. Me. To Dorothy's astonishment, the exorbitantly priced powder was quickly sold out, with many attendees unable to secure any. This gave her a clearer understanding of how valuable mystic items were in this world. The meeting continued. After the old woman, other attendees took their turns. Some sold goods, some sought items, and others shared information. Trading was the centerpiece of the meeting, involving cash transactions and bartering. In the latter case, participants often asked Greyhill to appraise the item's values, showcasing his extensive knowledge. The goods on offer were consistently expensive, ranging from a few pounds to dozens. One golden ornament containing traces of lantern essence even fetched a staggering 100 pounds. Compared to that, the old woman's initial pricing seemed almost modest. Dorothy could only watch in shock. Wow, even a small piece of a mystic item costs this much? Just 2 or 3 pieces could buy me a house in the city. As the attendees confidently placed their bids, Dorothy silently reflected. She now understood that delving into the realm of beyond was an expensive pursuit, one reserved for the well-resourced. Most of these people must be influential figures in society, Dorothy mused as she watched the trades being finalized. Many of the items intrigued her, like potions granting temporary night vision or incense to keep one alert at night. However, their prices were far beyond her reach, leaving her with no choice but to remain a spectator. Dorothy's funds came from what she had scavenged from Edric's body and house, a total of 35 pounds. After paying 15 pounds for corpse marionette transportation and storage fees, she had only 20 pounds left. While sufficient for a comfortable life in mundane society, it was entirely inadequate for this secretive marketplace. You only realize how little money you have when you need it. Remaining silent throughout the gathering, Dorothy watched as the event drew to a close. The final speaker completed their transactions, and she still hadn't found anything she truly needed. Just as Dorothy was resigned to leaving empty-handed, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to one spot, the head of the round table, where Greyhill sat. What's this? Waiting for the leader to dismiss us. Greyhill cleared his throat, and a masked servant stepped forward, carrying a box. Since everyone has finished, it's my turn to conclude. This time, I'm offering a mystic book, Greyhill announced calmly. Dorothy perked up instantly, sitting upright. Greyhill participates in trades too? And he's selling a mystic book this time. Her eyes fixed on Greyhill as his servant placed the box before him. Greyhill opened it and took out a thin, old book. This mystic book is called the Dream Seeker's Chronicles. It's a guide to mastering control over dream, learning to enter your dreams while awake consciously. Greyhill's words didn't elicit much reaction from the audience. Dorothy wasn't particularly impressed either. Lucid dreaming was something she had heard of before. After scanning the room, Greyhill continued. In addition to dream control, this book details methods to access the dreamscape through one's dreams. For those unfamiliar, the dreamscape is a shared dream realm of all sentient beings. It's one of the inner realms, full of unimaginable wonders, hidden knowledge, and countless beyonder spirit. Even gods have left their marks there. It's a realm fraught with peril, yet brimming with opportunity. Placing the book back in the box, Greyhill leaned back in his chair, meeting the eager gazes of the audience as he spoke. For even the most experienced beyonder, exploring the dreamscape is vital. As for you all, well, the price for this book is 500 pounds. As Greyhill's words fell, the room sank into silence. The attendees' gazes all locked onto the box before him. Among these glances were eagerness, desire, doubt, and anxiety. A mystic book that teaches one how to control dreams and step into the dreamscape. A chance to obtain hidden knowledge within the dreamscape. To be honest, Greyhill's Dream Seeker's Chronicles tempted most of those present. Nearly all of them were seekers of the beyond, individuals connected to the realm of beyond, yearning for greater mystic knowledge and a path to true transcendence. But 500 pounds was an exorbitant price. To put it into perspective, a detached house in the outskirts of Igwent cost only about 300 pounds. For 500 pounds, one could purchase a house with a garden, fully furnished. So this is the price of knowledge. Greyhill's asking price immediately stumped the majority of attendees. While they were economically capable, not all of them were aristocrats or wealthy magnates. Most of the trades conducted earlier in the gathering ranged below 100 pounds. Now, with Greyhill asking for 500 pounds outright, many couldn't afford it. Even those who could had to seriously weigh whether this sum was worth exchanging for a book that merely taught one how to enter the dreamscape, a realm fraught with uncertainties. This was an investment with no guaranteed returns. Even the wealthier attendees hesitated. This sort of thing, only the truly rich could afford it. At that moment, most eyes in the room turned to a gentleman in a mask. His codename was Shepherd Dog, and he had made numerous purchases earlier. Regular attendees of the gathering knew him as a major spender. Feeling the attention directed his way, the gentleman clasped his cane and slowly spoke. My apologies, Mr. Greyhill. While this manual is indeed fascinating, it also poses additional risks of contamination. I've yet to complete the mystic book I previously acquired. If I were to forcefully study a new one without resolving my current contamination, I might lose control due to the accumulation of poison. Looking at Greyhill seated at the head of the table, the gentleman offered a polite yet apologetic explanation. Hearing this, Greyhill silently nodded. He swept his gaze around the room, and when no one else placed a bid, he raised his hand. In that case, today's gathering shall wait, please, wait. Suddenly, a high-pitched, youthful voice broke the silence. Hearing it, the attendees all turned toward the source. Their eyes landed on a small figure seated at the table, hand raised. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned. What on earth? That physique, that voice, was this a child? How did a child end up in this gathering? Mr. Greyhill, I wish to trade for your mystic book. The voice was sharp and deliberately naive, clearly belonging to Dorothy, who raised her voice to sound even younger. Where did this brat come from? How did you sneak in here? Get out, now, one of Greyhill's masked attendants shouted, pointing at Dorothy. Initially, they assumed she was just a particularly short adult, but it was clear now she was a minor. As the attendant prepared to act, Greyhill raised his hand, signaling them to stop. Amidst the confusion, Greyhill's voice calmly echoed. It doesn't matter who it is. As long as they sit at this table, they are a member of this gathering and entitled to participate in transactions. Hearing his words, the attendants backed down. Greyhill then shifted his gaze to Dorothy, his stony expression hidden behind his mask. Very well, young lady. You say you wish to trade for my book. But do you have 500 pounds? I'm sorry, Mr. Greyhill. I don't have that much money. But I do have something to trade. We can barter. Dorothy spoke in a deliberately childish tone, working hard to make herself appear younger. Something, you say? An item of equal value to this book? Yes? Look at this. Dorothy reached into her robe, pulling out a small cloth pouch and placing it on the table. Opening the pouch revealed a glass vial filled with dark red liquid, containing 2 ghastly pale severed fingers. When Dorothy presented the vial, the atmosphere in the room froze. Even Greyhill leaned forward slightly, and those who had been ready to mock Dorothy now held their breath. It became clear that this child was not joking. This is, let me see. After taking out the glass vial, Dorothy acted as though she wanted to say something but couldn't recall the details. She scratched her head and pulled out a slip of paper from her cloak, reading it aloud. This contains spiritual fingers created through a ritual. These 2 fingers are imbued with abundant chalice spirituality. Consuming both will greatly advance one's path toward transcendence. With a bit more chalice spirituality, it's enough to fulfill the requirements for becoming a thirster. Dorothy finished reading the note in her hand and looked around. The room was utterly silent, and countless eyes were fixed on the glass vial before her, brimming with ravenous greed. This hunger was even more intense than when they had looked at the mystic book earlier. Spirituality? A spirituality-rich mystic item. Unlike other random items, this could be consumed directly, offering immediate improvement and significantly narrowing the gap to becoming true beyonder. Desire permeated the gathering. If not for Greyhill's presence, someone might already have attempted to snatch the vial from Dorothy. Amid the sea of covetous gazes, however, 2 were filled not with greed for the item, but with malice directed at Dorothy herself. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With Dorothy presenting her offering, an unspoken unease hung over everyone. Seated at the head of the table, Greyhill stared at the contents of the vial for a long moment before speaking slowly. Young lady, do you know what it means to openly sell something that originally belonged to the Crimson Eucharist in this city? Are you sure you dare to sell this? The Crimson Eucharist. At Greyhill's words, a collective gasp rippled through the gathering. Those greedy glances vanished instantly. Upon learning the item's origin, no one dared entertain further ill thoughts. In fact, once they realized Dorothy's item was associated with the Crimson Eucharist, the attendees seated beside her instinctively shifted their chairs to put more distance between themselves and her. Dorothy, however, continued in a tone of feigned innocence. Huh? The Crimson Eucharist? What's that? I don't know, but... She paused, pretended to think, and glanced theatrically at the note in her hand before adding, but even though I don't know what the Crimson Eucharist is, I'm sure it's something Mr. Greyhill wouldn't care about. So, as long as Mr. Greyhill dares to take it, I dare to sell it. The room fell silent at her words. After a few moments, Greyhill suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, if I dare to take it, you dare to sell it? Well said, young lady. Tell me, who taught you to say that? At this, Dorothy quickly feigned fright. She hid the note behind her back and hastily replied, and no one taught me? I came up with it myself. Ha, fine, you came up with it yourself, Amused, Greyhill chuckled softly. He motioned to his attendant, who immediately brought the box before Greyhill and placed it in front of Dorothy, taking the vial from her in exchange. The deal is done. Young lady, you may take your item and leave. But let me offer you some advice, don't come to places like this again. No amount of money is worth risking your life. With that, Greyhill stood and waved dismissively. Meeting adjourned? As Greyhill announced the end of the meeting, the attendees rose, bowed to him, and began filing out. Dorothy, clutching the box containing the book, ascended the stairs and left the basement. In the dispersing crowd, however, 2 pairs of eyes never left her figure. Exiting through a wooden door, Dorothy stepped into the dim streets of Darkwater Alley. Glancing around, she quickly started running in one direction. Behind her, 2 figures followed at a distance. Still cloaked, Dorothy weaved through the city's narrow streets, turning corner after corner, while the 2 shadows remained close on her trail. As she ran, a sly smile played at the corners of her lips beneath her mask. They've taken the bait, haven't they? Crimson Eucharist lackeys. While thinking this, Dorothy discreetly removed the book from the box and hid it within her cloak. Then, after making another sharp turn, she darted into a dark, narrow alley where a figure stood with their back to her. Dorothy paused slightly in front of the figure, waiting until her pursuers arrived. Holding up the now empty box, she loudly proclaimed in a childish voice, "Sir, I've completed the task you gave me. Here's the item I purchased, please take a look." As her voice echoed, the figure slowly turned around, revealing their face. Sunken eyes, a hooked nose, a pale and gaunt complexion. Dressed in a dark red suit, with a bowler hat and a cane, his gaze was chilling. This was Edric Grandy, Dorothy's corpse marionette. In the slums of Igwint's lower city, far from the bustling districts, within the chaotic alleys where countless underprivileged city dwellers resided, two figures dressed in plain clothes and wearing masks were lurking at the entrance of a dark alley. Hidden around the corner of a wall, they were quietly observing the events unfolding inside the alley. There, they saw the target they had been tracking, a little girl in a black cloak standing deep within the alley, holding up a box high like she was presenting her accomplishments. In front of her stood a tall, pale man dressed as an elegant gentleman. So it's true. The girl was sent to the secret gathering by someone. That person is trying to sell the Eucharist's goods without revealing their identity. Watching this scene, the two men thought to themselves and smirked coldly. Cautious indeed. But still too naive. They underestimate the Eucharist's influence in Igwint. Greyhill's gathering, how could the Eucharist's members not attend? Now we've caught their tail. While thinking this, the corners of their lips curled into faint smiles. They continued their surveillance as the little girl holding the box spoke again. "Mister, the follow-up payment you promised." When the girl finished speaking, the pale-faced gentleman smiled, gently patted the girl's head, and then pulled out a banknote from his pocket, handing it to her. He then took the box from her hands. "Thank you, kind sir. May the Holy Mother bless you." Overjoyed, the girl accepted the note, bowed deeply with genuine gratitude, and ran off gleefully. Meanwhile, the gentleman holding the box walked silently toward another path. Seeing this, the two hidden men exchanged glances and quickly began following him. The two men continued to trail the gentleman, stealthily maintaining their distance. They had a clear goal in mind: follow this mysterious figure who dared to sell the Eucharist's goods, locate his hideout, and gather as much intel as possible before reporting back to the Eucharist. Then, the Eucharist would deal with him, capture him, interrogate him about the origin of the goods, and make him pay a heavy price. As the allure of reward spurred them on, the men kept up their pursuit. However, they were unaware that a pair of eyes high above were watching their every move. The gentleman, with his cane in hand, strolled leisurely forward. His pace was unhurried, as though he were enjoying a post-meal walk. Occasionally, he would stop to look up at the sky or offer alms to a nearby beggar child. Though he was walking through filthy alleys, his demeanor remained impeccably composed. He truly seemed like a refined gentleman. However, his calm and unhurried attitude only made the two men following him more anxious. They wished their target would hurry up and lead them to his hideout. Despite his slow pace, the gentleman steadily moved forward. Gradually, he exited the alley and entered a bustling street. The pursuers followed closely, blending more easily with the crowd. After some time, the two men realized the gentleman had reached the riverside plaza. Here, many citizens were strolling about, enjoying the cool river breeze. It was a rare day when the factories upstream weren't operating, so the air was free of the acrid stench of industrial fumes. Among the strolling citizens, the two men found it easier to remain hidden. They edged closer to the gentleman, who stood by the riverside railing, staring motionlessly at the ferries crossing the river. Is this guy seriously here to admire the view? Impatience churned within the pursuers as they watched. While they speculated how long their target might linger there, the gentleman suddenly turned around. Facing the crowd, Edric's lips curled into a faint smile. He removed his hat with his right hand, held it over his chest, and placed his cane behind his back with his left hand. Then, bowing deeply, he performed a flawless gentleman's salute directed at the crowd and the pursuers hidden within it. Straightening his posture, Edric maintained his smile, spread his arms wide, and fell backward into the river. The sudden act startled the two pursuers. They rushed out of the crowd and to the riverbank, peering down into the waters below. But all they could see was the endless flow of the river. There was no trace of anyone. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions growing grim. "We need to report this to the Eucharist immediately." Nodding in agreement, the two hurried off, ignoring the startled screams of nearby citizens who had witnessed the scene. They blended back into the crowd and made their way through the streets. Their steps quickened as they crossed 2 blocks and turned into another alley. After heading further in, they stopped before a red wooden door with stairs. They knocked rhythmically, exchanged some coded phrases, and the door opened. Both men entered. Unbeknownst to them, atop a nearby building, a black crow perched silently on the edge of the rooftop railing, watching everything below. It had been there the entire time, never leaving its vantage point, recording every detail of their movements. Not far away, on a bustling street, the second floor of a cafe housed a modestly dressed white-haired girl. She wore a white blouse and a gray skirt and had just received a cup of coffee from a waiter. With a gentle smile, she thanked him. After adding 8 sugar cubes to the coffee in one go, Dorothy stirred the drink slowly with a spoon. Once the sugar dissolved, she blew on the steaming coffee and took a sip, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Setting the cup back on the table, she briefly recalled the information seen through her distant vision. In a soft murmur, she spoke. Western Elmwood Street. Number 22. A faint smile appeared on her lips. She knew that this time, her counter-surveillance efforts had been a success. Today had been a fruitful day. After deciding to attend the secret gathering, Dorothy found herself facing a dilemma: what kind of bargaining chip she could use to exchange for a coveted mystic knowledge if she encountered one. Although she considered herself to have some money, she wasn't sure if it would suffice in such a clandestine setting. Upon reflection, Dorothy concluded that it would be more appropriate to trade mystic items for other mystic items. The only surplus mystic items in her possession were a few spiritual fingers. She figured she could keep one for recharging her corpse ring, sell the remaining two, and still have enough spirituality to keep the ring operational for a long time. However, using spiritual fingers to barter at the secret gathering posed another issue. The Crimson Eucharist was known to be present at such events, and openly trading their items would undoubtedly attract attention. If they tracked her down after the gathering, it would spell trouble. Thus, dealing with potential Crimson Eucharist pursuers became another problem to solve. Dorothy's solution? Take full advantage of her current appearance as a child. She planned to act as though she was merely a naive participant sent by someone else. After all, few would believe a seemingly innocent child attended such gatherings on her own initiative. Dorothy and her corpse marionette would then stage a performance, misleading Crimson Eucharist pursuers into thinking the marionette was the mastermind behind her actions. This would divert their attention and allow Dorothy to escape. By leveraging the corpse marionette's abilities, she could make it jump into a river to evade pursuit. Meanwhile, her surveillance crow would monitor the pursuers' movements, enabling her to track them back to their base. Now, all Dorothy needed to do was subtly pass along some information to her older brother, prompting the Serenity Bureau to investigate. With their resources, she could topple the Crimson Eucharist's base. But Dorothy decided against taking immediate action. This isn't likely their headquarters at most, it's just a contact point. If destroying it only costs them a small hub, it's not worth the effort for now. Sipping her overly sweetened coffee, Dorothy murmured softly. To her, targeting this contact point wouldn't yield much benefit and might even alert the Eucharist prematurely. What she needed was to wait for the right moment, a chance to deliver a more devastating blow to the Eucharist. Taking another sip of coffee, Dorothy pulled out an old, thin book from her small bag. This book, The Dream Seeker's Chronicles, was a mystic book she had acquired from Greyhill. According to Greyhill, it supposedly taught one how to master dreams and enter the dreamscape. A book on dream entry, interesting. I wonder how much spirituality it contains. As Dorothy prepared to start reading, another thought crossed her mind. At the gathering, she had repeatedly heard the term cognitive poison. Many of the items being traded were claimed to protect against this so-called poison. For instance, the medicinal powder sold by the old woman at the beginning was for this very purpose. Dorothy was curious, what exactly was this cognitive poison? Why did the attendees value it so highly? Was it a type of toxin? And why were they so concerned about exposure to it? The wealthy individual with the codename Shepherd Dog had provided some clues. He had declined to buy a mystic book from Greyhill, stating that he hadn't yet finished studying the last one he had purchased. He feared that studying a new knowledge might accumulate cognitive poison, leading to contamination and eventual loss of control. In other words, practicing mysticism could expose one to this cognitive poison? This revelation startled Dorothy. She had already completed studying a mystic book, the partial manuscript of the Art of Sacred Anatomy. If that was the case, she must already be contaminated by this cognitive poison. But the problem was she hadn't noticed any effects. To her, the Art of Sacred Anatomy was little more than a curious anatomical knowledge. It was a bit eerie but not enough to be mentally overwhelming. If this minimal exposure counted as contamination, what about the rigorous dissections medical students conducted in her previous life? Would surgeons even exist under such rules? This discrepancy puzzled Dorothy. The attendees at the gathering seemed convinced that studying mysticism caused cognitive poison and sought methods to resist it. Yet she had experienced none of these issues. Was it a matter of exposure quantity? Or had she already been subtly contaminated without realizing it? Could her consciousness have been rewritten without her knowing? Shaking her head, Dorothy dismissed the idea that she had been contaminated without noticing. If that were the case, someone around her, especially her brother, Gregor, a bureau squad leader, should have noticed something amiss. Moreover, if cognitive poison was insidious and undetectable, there would be no way to resist or prevent it. The fact that so many people sought remedies at the gathering suggested its effects were noticeable to one's conscious mind. Thus, it seemed to be a matter of degree. With this thought, Dorothy decided to conduct a small experiment. After finishing her coffee, she took a carriage to a secluded riverside area on the outskirts of town. In the afternoon sunlight, Dorothy sat on the grassy riverbank, the breeze rustling through the reeds. She retrieved the Dream Seeker's Chronicles and prepared to read it, page by page. As she read, she carefully monitored her mental state to observe any changes that might indicate the effects of cognitive poison. If she felt any discomfort, she was prepared to stop immediately. The reason Dorothy chose such a remote place to read the book was that, in case the worst happened, if she unexpectedly lost control, she wouldn't harm anyone nearby. At the very least, she could throw herself into the river to cool off and regain her composure. In short, Dorothy's experiment officially began. She sat beneath a tree, carefully opened the old book, and began reading earnestly. 1 page down, nothing happened. 2 pages down, still nothing. 3 pages down, everything remained normal. And so, Dorothy continued reading, page after page. By the quiet riverside, under the lush canopy of trees, the serene and beautiful young girl was fully absorbed in her book. The grass and her hair swayed gently in the river breeze, fallen leaves drifted lazily, and the soft sounds of wind and water harmonized in the background. At that moment, if the book in her hands were a classic literary masterpiece instead of a forbidden knowledge, the scene could have been the perfect opening for a romantic school drama featuring a bookish heroine. Unfortunately, the book couldn't be swapped. At 22 Western Elmwood Street, inside a meticulously decorated study, a middle-aged man of average build, dressed in sleepwear, with a bald head and sagging skin, sat in an armchair. He held a cigarette in his hand, his expression grave. Kneeling on one knee before him on the carpet were two men. So you're saying, a finger of the chalice appeared at Grey Hill's gathering? And it was clearly something made by the organization, the middle-aged man asked sternly, smoke swirling around him. The two men responded immediately. Yes, Mr. Burton. Even Grey Hill himself confirmed it was something from the organization. There's no doubt about it. The seller didn't dare appear in person and sent a kid to the gathering to handle the transaction. In the end, they used the organization's treasure to exchange for a mystic book from Grey Hill. We tracked them, but they jumped into the Ironclay River midway. Listening to their report, the man named Burton fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. After taking another puff of his cigarette, he spoke. Did you get a good look at the seller's appearance? Yes, sir. He seemed to be in his 20s, well-dressed, a bit tall and thin, with pale skin like he was sick. The two men described the figure in detail, having gotten close enough during the pursuit to recall his features clearly. Burton's brow furrowed deeper as he listened. Finally, after exhaling a long stream of smoke, he stubbed out his cigarette in an ashtray and rose slowly from his armchair. Walking to his desk, he rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a photograph. He then returned to the kneeling men and handed them the photo. Was it this person? Burton asked. The men looked up immediately to examine the photo. It depicted a man identical to the one they had pursued. Yes, that's him, Mr. Burton, they confirmed emphatically. Burton paused, then let out a cold snort. Humph. He walked back to the desk, picked up a teapot, and poured a cup of thick, dark red liquid with a rancid stench. Holding the cup, he approached the two men and offered it to them. Split it between yourselves, he ordered. Thank you for your generosity, sir, the men exclaimed with excitement, carefully taking the cup before retreating with grateful bows. Left alone in the study, Burton turned his gaze back to the photograph in his hand, flipping it over. Written on the back in red ink was a single name, Edric. Burton moved to the bookshelf, reached for a nearby candelabra on the wall, and twisted it. The bookshelf creaked and shifted, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside the chamber stood a small altar built from bloodied human bones, about waist high. 4 candles surrounded the altar, their flames illuminating the fresh blood glistening on the skeletal structure. Scattered around the altar were bones, some still bearing scraps of unchanged hued flesh. Atop the altar rested a bloodied skull, still attached to remnants of flesh. Embedded in the top of the skull was a human ear, grotesquely connected to the cranium by veins and roots that burrowed into the bone and twisted deep within. Burton gently stroked the ear, watching as it twitched slightly. Then, he spoke in a low voice. Gentlemen, there is progress on the Albert case. I've identified who leaked information to the Serenity Bureau. Edric, that insolent, treacherous rat? Not only is he alive, but he hasn't been secretly detained by the Bureau either. It was him he betrayed us? He caused Albert's death in Vulcan? And now he struts around this city, alive and well, with the treasures he stole from us. Night fell over Igwent, in an apartment building on the southern Sunflower Street. Hey, Dorothy, did you have a good time in the city today? Gregor asked from the living room, leaning back on the sofa after finishing dinner. It felt great. Igwent is much larger than I imagined. It's nothing like our village, not even close to Purple Hill Town. I walked around the lower city today, and I'll explore other areas when I have the chance, Dorothy replied from the balcony while sipping a cup of hot milk. Hearing this, Gregor's brow furrowed slightly. The lower city. The security there isn't the best, Dorothy. You didn't run into any trouble, did you? Gregor warned. Dorothy smiled and replied plainly, not at all. I just bought some things, played hide-and-seek with 2 dogs, and then read by the river for a while. Nothing to worry about. Playing hide-and-seek with 2 dogs, and reading by the river. Gregor was momentarily stunned by her words. After a brief pause, he chuckled and said, Ha, Dorothy, you haven't changed at all, still love animals and books. Pretty much. They're good habits, aren't they? Dorothy said as she rinsed her empty glass in the kitchen. Waving goodbye to Gregor, she added, Good night, Gregor. See you tomorrow. Yeah, sleep well, Dorothy. I'm heading to bed too. Entering her room, Dorothy immediately locked the door behind her. She sat at her desk, took out an old book from her bag, and placed it in front of her. It was none other than the mystic book, The Dream Seeker's Chronicles. During the day, Dorothy had read through the entire book. It wasn't much thicker than the fragmented manuscript of Art of Sacred Anatomy, so she had finished it in an afternoon. While reading, Dorothy was very cautious of her mental state, worried about contamination from the cognitive poison she had learned about at the gathering. Yet, she felt no abnormality even after finishing the book. That so-called poison seemed non-existent for Dorothy. Is it because my exposure is still too limited? Or is it that not every mystic knowledge contains this poison? Maybe the ones I've encountered just happen to lack it? Or perhaps, A myriad of thoughts surged through her mind, but since they couldn't be verified for now, she pushed them aside and focused on a more immediate concern. First of all, by studying the Dream Seeker's Chronicles, I've gained 3 points of revelation spirituality and 2 points of shadow spirituality. Staring at the old book on her desk, Dorothy reflected. Indeed, as her soul codex was already filled, she couldn't exchange knowledge from the Dream Seeker's Chronicles for knowledge from another world. Instead, she extracted the spirituality from it, much like before, aiming for advancement. The spirituality extracted included 3 points of revelation and 2 points of shadow. What did this signify? Dorothy had already observed that every piece of knowledge inherently contained revelation, but it would never dominate the knowledge's primary theme. For instance, studying the fragmented art of sacred anatomy gave her 5 points of chalice and 2 points of revelation. This was because the theme of art of sacred anatomy was chalice. It primarily conveyed knowledge of chalice, so it contributed more to that aspect. The revelation points were intrinsic to knowledge itself, present in all mystical knowledge regardless of their theme, but always less significant than the primary focus. As for the Dream Seeker's Chronicles, the fact that it yielded 3 points of revelation and 2 points of shadow suggested its theme revolved around both revelation and shadow. Could this imply that dreams were closely tied to these two spiritualities? Just as flesh was associated with the chalice, Dorothy speculated that dreams carried dual attributes of revelation and shadow. After all, everything in the world had spirituality, even dreams were no exception. Shaking her head, Dorothy set aside these profound musings about the world's essence and refocused on her immediate priorities. Currently, she had accumulated 5 points of revelation, 5 points of chalice, and 2 points of shadow spirituality. Based on subsequent inquiries with her system, she learned that her spirituality cap for all types was 10 points. This meant that once she accumulated 5 more points of revelation, reaching a total of 10, she'd qualify for advancement to a revelation beyond her pathway. While the exact ritual requirements were unclear, she now had a goal to work toward gathering enough points first, with time to figure out the ritual later. Upon advancement, her soul codex would expand, enabling her to acquire even more otherworldly knowledge. Admittedly, her chalice spirituality was also high. She could easily reach the requirements for becoming a craver, and the ritual was straightforward. She could obtain it from the Crimson Eucharist. Advancing in chalice would undoubtedly be more convenient at this moment. Yet, Dorothy disliked the aesthetic associated with the chalice and resolutely dismissed the idea. Phew. Let's not dwell on this too much. Time to focus on tonight's main task. Exhaling deeply, Dorothy cleared her thoughts and began preparing. Knowledge wasn't merely for gathering spirituality, it was meant to be practiced. Having finished reading the Dream Seeker's Chronicles, she was ready to experiment with entering dreams. The version of the Dream Seeker's Chronicles she'd bought from Greyhill was a mystical knowledge presented as a collection of fairy tales and fables, all related to dreams. One standout story was The Thief and the Miser. The story narrated how a thief, using a spell in his dream, transformed into a bird and entered the miser's dream, stealing the location of his hidden treasure. The thief then unearthed the treasure in reality but grew greedy, repeatedly entering the miser's dreams for more. Eventually, the miser discovered the thief in his dreams and used another spell to transform into an eagle, devouring the bird the thief had become. Other tales in the book shared similar themes, with characters using spells to transform into various animals within their dreams to accomplish different tasks. Had the book contained only these stories, they might have been puzzling. Fortunately, it also included annotations. Someone who had studied the book before left numerous notes explaining its content. Turning to the page about the thief and the miser, Dorothy read the annotations filling the margins. Her gaze landed on the longest passage. Underscore 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 underscore. So, achieving dream control is simple, just follow the basic techniques I summarized earlier. However, entering the dreamscape requires specific steps. You will notice that the characters in the stories use spells in their dreams to transform into animals. This is a metaphor for how to enter the dreamscape. Let me cut to the chase. Mortal spirits cannot directly access the dreamscape. We must simulate part of our soul into a dreamscape entity to gain entry, hence the transformations in the stories. The spells used for these transformations are dream mimicry spells. By chanting them in a conscious dream, you can transform into a dreamscape creature and immediately see the gateway to the dreamscape. Enter it, and you can roam the dreamscape in animal form. Different spells yield different transformations. However, take heed. These spells must be recited in mystical languages such as Elvish, Ghost Tongue, or Abyssal Speech. Using mundane languages will have no effect. Especially with the keywords, the choice of language drastically alters the mimicry's outcome. Therefore, choose your language wisely. Mystical languages, could there be other, more spiritually potent languages in this world? Dorothy pondered this as she studied the annotations in the book in her hands. She had previously exchanged 3 Nirn dragon language characters using the Prit common language. 1,000 common language words were equivalent in spiritual value to just 1 dragon language character. If Dorothy wished to exchange for additional dragon language characters solely through common languages, wouldn't she have to learn the languages of 8 different nations? Such an approach would be highly inefficient. If there were a more spiritually enriched mystic language in this world, it would undoubtedly boost her efficiency. With this thought lingering, Dorothy returned her attention to the old book, focusing on the most important section of the extensive annotations. Here, the annotator had simplified the cryptic elements of a fable into a clear and actionable spell, specifically, a dream mimicry spell. While the book contained numerous stories, the annotator had evidently limited their focus to a single one, the spell for the dream transformation of a thief into a bird from the tale of the thief and the miser. Underscore 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 underscore. First, let me clarify, not the entire spell requires the use of a mystical language. Only the critical keywords need to be rendered in a higher spiritual tongue. For instance, in this dream mimicry spell to transform into a bird, the language required is Harpy tongue. Harpy tongue is the language of the Harpies, who thrived between the second and third epochs and are now nearly extinct. Their empire once dominated the skies, and thus many rituals and spells related to flight, birds, and the heavens require the use of their language, this spell included. According to my research, the spell for dream transformation into a bird is as follows. In the name of Shinur, I shall grow wings. With force, I will soar to the heavens. With balance, I shall pass through storms. Note that the name Shinur refers to a deity known in esoteric history as the Black Wing of Death, the Grim Reaper of the Sky, and the god of stone, lantern, and silence. It is said that this god once ruled the skies and was worshipped by the Harpies. However, since Shinur has fallen, their name need not be treated with any special reverence. Reciting it in universal language suffices, as its inclusion is purely a matter of form, not a plea for divine power. What matters next are the two keywords, force and balance. These must be spoken in Harpy tongue. Unfortunately, my own grasp of Harpy tongue is limited, and I do not know these specific words. However, after cross-referencing the translation of Abyssal tongue, I have deduced two possible pronunciations, Yida and Yaya. Underscore 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 underscore. Deduced pronunciations. Can this even be reliable? Dorothy muttered to herself skeptically, closing the old book. She exhaled deeply, feeling that everything was ready for her next experiment in dreaming. She carefully placed the Dream Seeker's Chronicles into her suitcase, locked it, and slid it under her bed. Changing into her sleepwear and turning off the light, she climbed into bed. Under the covers, Dorothy began following the self-hypnosis technique described in the old book. The method was simple yet effective, and before long, she drifted into sleep. Opening her eyes, Dorothy found herself back in her room. She glanced around and then climbed out of bed. The room was eerily silent, devoid of any noise, so silent it was unsettling. So, I must be dreaming now. Speaking aloud, Dorothy looked at the gas lamp on the desk. Suddenly, the lamp flickered to life without any physical intervention. Dorothy confirmed that this was her dream. She was conscious within her own dream. Satisfied, Dorothy smiled faintly. Now conscious, she could move on to her goal, casting the spell to transform into a bird and enter the dreamscape. Recalling the content of the Dream Seeker's Chronicles, Dorothy closed her eyes and began to chant. In the name of Shinur, I shall grow wings. With force, I will soar to the heavens. With balance, I shall pass through storms. She recited the incantation as instructed, pronouncing most of it in the common language but using Harpy tongue for the keywords force, Yida, and balance, Yaya. As she finished the chant, Dorothy waited for the transformation. Suddenly, a purple mist enveloped her, shrouding her body. When the mist dispersed, what appeared was far from a bird. On the floor where Dorothy had stood flopped a bizarre, grotesque fish. It measured about half a meter long, had no legs but instead sprouted clawed wings resembling featherless chicken wings, and thrashed a large, paddle-like tail against the ground. Its bulging fish eyes and gaping mouth made it look like a saltwater fish on the verge of suffocation. Bang! With another burst of purple mist, the strange fish reverted to Dorothy, coughing amidst the dissipating smoke. Cough, cough. What kind of joke is this? A bird? More like a salted fish. Coughing and shouting in frustration, Dorothy felt doubt creep into her mind. Did I mispronounce the incantation? She considered this possibility but dismissed it. She had memorized and practiced the spell meticulously in the waking world. That left only one explanation. The spell itself is flawed. Dorothy reasoned that, as per the annotator, the spell's keywords required Harpy tongue. However, the annotator was only semi-fluent in Harpy tongue and had derived the pronunciations based on translations from Abyssal tongue. This meant that the keywords were speculative at best, and there was a high chance the annotator had confused Abyssal and Harpy pronunciations. The words Dorothy uttered might very well have been Abyssal tongue instead. No wonder she had turned into that absurd creature. This annotator, not only is their Harpy tongue half-baked, but their translation skills are questionable too, Dorothy sighed. This is outright misleading. Sitting at her dream realm desk, Dorothy began to ponder her next steps. Without the correct Harpy tongue pronunciations for the keywords, the spell can't work. But I don't know Harpy tongue either, and the annotator's linguistic skills are unreliable. What should I do? She stroked her chin, lost in thought. Keywords, balance, force, balance, fuss, ro. Suddenly, an idea struck Dorothy like lightning. She slapped the desk. Force and balance. Don't the two Nirn dragon words I know correspond to these exact meanings? Fuss in dragon tongue meant force. Ro meant balance. What if I substitute the keywords in the spell with dragon tongue instead? If the harpy tongue had once ruled the skies, its language etched into the heavens, then why not the dragons as well? Inspired, Dorothy grabbed a sheet of paper and rewrote the spell. For symmetry, she decided to replace the fallen harpy deity Shinner with a dragon deity from another realm, Akatosh, the dragon god of time from the Elder Scrolls. Since the deity's name was purely for format and bore no real power, Dorothy felt justified in making this change. With the modifications complete, Dorothy's new spell read, "In the name of Akatosh, I shall grow wings. With Fuss, I will soar to the heavens, with Ro, I shall pass through storms." Within her dream, Dorothy sat at her desk, nodding in satisfaction at the spell she had just pieced together. Though it was cobbled together with bits and pieces, she figured it might just work. Whatever, let's give it a shot. It's just a dream, after all, she thought. She stood in the room, cleared her throat, and recited the incantation. "In the name of Akatosh, I shall grow wings. With force, I will soar to the heavens, with balance, I shall pass through storms." As the words left her lips, the transformation began. An intense orange-yellow gas materialized around Dorothy, enveloping her completely before erupting into a blazing sphere of fire. From within the fireball, massive bones emerged, growing outward rapidly to fill the room and burst through its confines. With a deafening explosion, the roof of the apartment on Southern Sunflower Street in her dream realm shattered. Debris scattered everywhere, raining down in a chaotic cascade. On the now exposed rooftop crouched an enormous skeletal dragon. Flames of searing orange-yellow spread across its body, forming rugged, stone-like scales. The dragon, nearly 10 meters long, was clad in ashen-gray scales, with powerful wings, a spiked tail, twisted horns, and a ferocious, majestic presence. Dream Mimicry Dragon. Holy crap, it worked. Dorothy marveled at her new body, twisting her long neck to inspect it. To her delight and astonishment, the spell she'd haphazardly assembled had actually succeeded. And not only that, it hadn't turned her into a mere bird but a dragon? Dragons are way cooler than birds, she thought, feeling a giddy excitement. But this was just the beginning. The real task lay ahead. Mimicry was merely the first step. Successfully transforming within her dream allowed her access to the dreamscape, a shared space of dreams for all sentient beings. Raising her head, Dorothy let out a thunderous roar. The sound rippled through the air, and the space before her trembled before splitting open like shattered glass. Without hesitation, the dragon mimicked Dorothy, spread her wings, soared upward, and dove into the fissure in the dreamscape. The dreamscape. This was a vast and shadowy space. Gigantic trees, dozens of meters thick and hundreds of meters tall, stretched endlessly, their dense canopies blocking out the sky. Faint blue light filtered through, casting a gentle glow in the darkness. Beneath the trees lay sprawling fields of bluish-purple grass, dotted with flowers of blue, green, and purple hues, all glowing with an ethereal luminescence. Creatures roamed among the grasses: deer, birds, lizards, insects. Though their shapes resembled ordinary animals, they glimmered faintly and bore intricate, otherworldly patterns. Suspended from the massive tree branches were countless white cocoons, gently swaying in the breeze. These cocoons stretched into the distance, beyond the edge of sight. As they swayed, tiny orbs of glowing dust scattered, drifting throughout the space. The scene was surreal, dreamlike. No, this was a dream. Suddenly, one of the cocoons trembled. A crack formed on its surface, and a deep, resonant roar echoed from within. At the sound, all the creatures in the forest panicked, scattering in terror. The crack widened until, finally, a gray-black dragon emerged from the cocoon. Dorothy unfurled her wings and soared above the forest of massive trees, marveling at the fantastical scenery around her. So this is the dreamscape, or rather, one layer of it, the forest, she mused. According to the Dream Seeker's chronicles, the dreamscape consisted of multiple layers, the vastest of which was the forest, its core layer. The book described the dreamscape as a space where all sentient beings' dreams existed, each one protected within a dream cocoon. When a being slept, their dream would unfold within their cocoon. So, these things hanging from the trees are dream cocoons. Dorothy gazed at the dangling white cocoons, understanding that each represented a dream. Every person's dream could be found here. For those with mystical abilities, it was possible to emerge from their cocoon through mimicry and roam the expansive dreamscape. If I entered someone else's cocoon, would I step into their dream? The idea intrigued her. But now wasn't the time for curiosity. She had work to do. Dorothy had entered the dreamscape in search of mystical knowledge. According to the Dream Seeker's chronicles, fragments of information floated throughout the dreamscape. Some held incredible secrets. However, Greyhill's warning echoed in her mind. The dreamscape was filled with both boundless opportunities and untold dangers. With this in mind, Dorothy flew onward, her sharp eyes noticing small orbs of light floating amidst the trees. She approached one, brushed against it, and it dissolved into her body in a halo of light. Instantly, a thought appeared in her mind. I really want to confess to Domia. I really want to confess to Domia. I really want to. Dorothy broke into a cold sweat, then moved on to the next orb. That bastard William? He'll pay for this tomorrow. Dorothy paused, glancing around. She realized the orbs were fragments from various dream cocoons, most of them ordinary, trivial musings. Finding meaningful information in this vast forest seemed like searching for a needle in a haystack. Sigh. Well, at least I have a method. If I don't find anything tonight, there's always tomorrow. Determined, she continued flying through the shadowy forest. Elsewhere in the dreamscape's forest, Among the massive trees and glowing grasses, a nimble figure darted through the fields, a snow-white fox radiating a faint glow. Hot on its heels were 3 or 4 ferocious black hyenas, relentlessly pursuing it. What seemed like a simple hunt was far more sinister. One of the hyenas spoke in the common tongue mid-chase. "She's slowing down, she won't last much longer. Push harder. Tonight's prey is ours." In this forest, no one escapes the black dream hunting pack. In the forested expanse of the dreamscape, amidst towering ancient trees, Dorothy, in her dragon form, soared gracefully, scanning for hidden knowledge that might exist within the dreamscape. "Haven't given up, turn into a dragon, head to the league, find some friends." Humming a light-hearted tune, Dorothy glided through the forest where tiny orbs of light floated about. She touched these orbs, attempting to read the information within. However, most contained trivial matters from ordinary people's lives, mundane and varied. After sifting through these fragmented pieces, Dorothy felt her mind cluttered and disorganized, dampening even her mood for humming. In particular, the fragments carried many dark and painful emotions from the common people's harsh lives in this era. This oppressive content left Dorothy unsettled, prompting her to halt the indiscriminate collection of information, which felt akin to swallowing everything whole without discernment. "Damn it! My mental strength is running low, and I haven't found anything useful," Dorothy silently grumbled. According to the Dream Seeker's chronicles, maintaining a mimicked form in the dreamscape required mental strength. The stronger one's mind, the longer they could sustain their form and have more time to explore. Currently, Dorothy had yet to transcend the ordinary. Her mental strength was merely that of an average person, giving her limited time to maintain her mimicry. About 10 minutes had passed since she entered the dreamscape, and she was already feeling faint and disoriented, clear signs of mental depletion. Just 10 minutes each night isn't enough. I can't explore much distance at all. Do I really need to advance as soon as possible? Dorothy pondered with some frustration. At that moment, she noticed something happening in the distance. Elsewhere in the dreamscape's forest, a hunt was underway. Hyenas were in hot pursuit of their prey, a white fox. The gap between them narrowed with each passing moment. "Give it up, little one ahead. Stop running, hand over the mystic knowledge you found, and explain the origin of your mimicry spell properly. Maybe we'll let you go. Otherwise, when we locate your dream cocoon, losing your mimicry will be the least of your worries," one of the hyenas shouted in a common tongue. In response, the white fox's voice rang out, light and ethereal. "Shut up, you bandits. Humph. Take her down," the lead hyena growled coldly. It, along with several companions, suddenly surged forward. The white fox, attempting to evade a pounce, tripped over a tree root and tumbled to the ground. The hyenas seized the opportunity, lunging toward their fallen prey. But just then, a distant, resonant sound echoed through the forest. Deep, ancient, solemn, timeless. The sound reverberated across the forest, as though carried from the far reaches of time and space. This anomaly immediately caught the attention of both the hyenas and the fox. They turned toward the source of the sound, and what they saw left an indelible mark on their memories. From the shadowy depths of the forest, a massive figure emerged, spreading vast wings. It was a form out of myths and legends. The imposing shape closed in rapidly, its enormous presence bearing down on them. The hyenas froze in place, staring blankly. After a moment, the lead hyena stammered out in disbelief. "D-dragon? You've got to be kidding me. A dragon? How could there be a dragon in this forest?" Dragons were supposed to have gone extinct long ago, existing only in obscure histories. No creature in the forest had retained a draconic form, let alone a dragon mimicry. Could it be an illusion? A projection from memories of ancient creatures preserved in the dreamscape? Yes, that must be it. The nonsensical sight rendered the lead hyena momentarily speechless as it searched its memory frantically for explanations. Nearby, another hyena anxiously asked, "Lord Avery, the dragon is coming this way? What do we do?" The hyena leader, addressed as Avery, steadied itself and gazed at the approaching colossal shadow. Then, it spoke calmly. "Relax, everyone. There's no way a real dragon exists anymore. Even in the dreamscape, it's impossible. This must be a projection from residual ancient memories, likely from the dragon race. Strong beings often leave such imprints in the dreamscape, but they're harmless." Clearing its throat, Avery raised its voice to address the others. "Gentlemen, fortune smiles on us tonight. We've encountered a projection of ancient dragon memories. It's coming toward us. When it gets close, jump and strike it together. It'll dissipate like other image projections, leaving behind a cluster of memory shards. This is the jackpot. Ancient race memory fragments could hide powerful mystical knowledge." Avery's proclamation immediately resonated with the group. The hyenas nodded and murmured, "Ah, so that's it. Lord Avery's wisdom is unparalleled. See, no way there'd be a dragon here. It's just a projection. Ancient memory shards? That's worth a fortune if sold." Excitement grew among the hyenas. They were all aware of the value of ancient race memories. As the dragon approached, they crouched low, ready to leap at it. The enormous form drew closer, skimming just above the ground, its massive body radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. Finally, the gray-black dragon reached the hyenas. Avery shouted, "Attack." At the command, the hyenas sprang up, their claws and teeth aimed at the dragon's rocky scales. Then, everything crumbled. The dragon's vast form collided with them, sending them flying amidst screams. Two hyenas were smashed against trees, disintegrating into shimmering motes of light. Another was crushed under the dragon's claws before it could rise. Turning its long neck, the dragon locked its gaze on the last fleeing hyena. It's not a projection. Not a projection? What's going on? That thing isn't a projection? When did dragons appear in this forest? Is it really? Avery's thoughts raced in terror as a sharp spike pierced his small body, pinning him in place. His mimicry disintegrated into shimmering light. The dragon, shaking off the glowing residue from its spiked tail, tilted its head and mused in confusion. What's with these guys? I was just passing through and didn't even do anything, yet they attacked me? With their size? Are they insane? You're hyenas, not honey badgers. In the dreamscape's forest, amidst the dense grassland between towering trees, a small white fox trembled as it cautiously peered out from behind a large boulder. Not far from the boulder, a massive dragon, about 10 meters long, stood regally. Its majestic head was held high, its broad wings rested on the ground, and its spiked tail swayed gently in the air. Surrounding it were faint glowing particles drifting like mist. The little white fox knew that those glowing particles were the remnants of the hyenas that had been chasing her earlier. A dragon? It's really a dragon? And not just an illusion? Grandpa never mentioned anything like this being in the forest. Is it a creature from another layer of the dreamscape? The little white fox thought nervously to herself. She had wandered the dreamscape many times before, encountering all kinds of dream creatures and mimics of other wanderers. However, none of them had ever exceeded the scope of creatures found in the real world. But now, a dragon had appeared? Was this some kind of joke? The little white fox was terrified. She wanted to flee immediately, but after witnessing the dragon effortlessly swat away an escaping hyena with its tail, she didn't dare move. Although the dragon had helped her by eliminating the hyenas, the fox felt too intimidated to step forward and thank it. The oppressive aura of the dragon was overwhelming, and she couldn't ascertain its attitude toward her. What if it decided to swat her away as well? The destruction of a mimic was excruciatingly painful. So, the little white fox crouched behind the boulder, trembling and praying for the dragon to leave quickly. However, after finishing off all the hyenas, the dragon paused momentarily before turning its head slowly toward the boulder where the white fox was hiding. Come out. Dorothy spoke, her voice resonating with the deep, thunderous tone of a dragon. It was heavy, prolonged, and loud, like distant rolling thunder. Behind the boulder, the little fox's fur stood on end in fright, and she immediately darted out, bowing low and apologizing profusely. I deeply apologize, Your Excellency. I didn't mean to hide from you. I just wasn't ready yet and needed a moment to collect myself. I never expected Your Excellency to see through me so easily. Your insight is truly extraordinary. Listening to the little fox's words, Dorothy felt a twinge of awkwardness. Extraordinary insight? It's just that your tail was sticking out. Dorothy thought to herself with a wry smile. She chose not to mention this and instead took a closer look at the trembling little fox before speaking. Why were they chasing you? Hearing the dragon's deep, thunderous voice, the little fox shivered before hesitantly responding. Your Excellency, those creatures are hunters from the Black Dream Society, a secret group that operates primarily in the dreamscape. They often hunt other wanderers' mimics in groups, seizing their spoils from the dreamscape. I am just an ordinary wanderer who accidentally caught their attention. Thank you for intervening on my behalf. The little fox spoke cautiously, and Dorothy quickly pieced things together. Black Dream Society hunters? Wanderers' mimics? So those hyenas and this fox aren't native dream creatures? They, like me, are humans from the real world, entering this dreamscape in mimic form. Which means I just wiped out a squad of mimics from a secret organization operating in the dreamscape. This dragon mimic of mine is absurdly powerful. From annotations in the Dreamseeker's Chronicles, Dorothy knew that battles could occur in the dreamscape, governed by unique rules. Unlike the real world, where abilities rarely affect the dreamscape, here, combat strength depended on two factors, a wanderer's mental strength and the power of their mimic form. Mental strength determined the duration of the mimic's existence, while the mimic itself determined combat ability. Dorothy's dragon mimic was clearly far superior to the hyena mimics she had just eliminated, even if those people were stronger than her in the real world. According to the Dreamseeker's Chronicles, the destruction of a mimic in the dreamscape would cause severe mental trauma to the real-world body, requiring a long recovery period and sometimes leading to loss of control. However, it wouldn't result in death. This dreamscape feels like a wildlife-themed brain-computer interface MMORPG, Dorothy thought with a mix of wonder and exasperation. Meanwhile, the little white fox stood silently before the dragon, her unease growing as she noticed its lack of response. Why isn't he saying anything? Could it be that he doesn't understand dream creatures from the real world? Jumping to this conclusion, the little fox hurriedly explained. Your Excellency, perhaps you don't understand. Wanderers are beings who enter this realm through dreams, and mimics are. You don't need to explain. I am a mimic, Dorothy interrupted, her gaze briefly meeting the fox's. What? You are also a mimic? The little fox was so startled by Dorothy's words that she nearly jumped out of her fur. He's saying he's a mimic? Meaning he's also from the real world, not a native dream creature. Hearing this revelation, the little fox was even more astonished than when she first saw Dorothy. A dragon mimic? This implied that Dorothy possessed ancient, forbidden knowledge capable of conjuring extinct creatures through mimicry. Such a mimic could only belong to someone of extraordinary status, perhaps a high-ranking member of a secretive organization, a powerful covert operative, or even a legendary figure. As countless possibilities raced through the little fox's mind, Dorothy realized her mental strength was depleting and she could no longer maintain the dragon mimic. Farewell, little one. Be careful not to attract attention next time, Dorothy said as she prepared to spread her wings and depart. Startled, the little fox hesitated before calling out anxiously. Please wait, Your Excellency. Dorothy paused and turned her gaze back to the fox, who now seemed even more nervous. Thank you for saving me tonight. My grandfather always said that one must repay kindness. While I am just a small, insignificant figure, and my gratitude might mean little to someone of your stature, I still wish to offer you a token of thanks. A token of thanks. Dorothy, though mentally fatigued, perked up at the prospect. Truthfully, she wanted to pet the little fox, but feared her dragon form might accidentally obliterate the mimic. The fox hesitated before exhaling a faintly glowing blue orb from her mouth. I often search for hidden secrets in this dreamscape, though they are rare. This is my only finding from the past month. While it may hold no value for someone as knowledgeable as you, I hope you will accept it as a small gesture of my gratitude. In the dreamscape's forest, Dorothy, in her dragon guise, looked at the small, ethereal blue orb offered by the little fox before her. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart, thinking that her otherwise fruitless venture into the dream world tonight had finally borne some fruit. This little fox is rather sensible. Though delighted, Dorothy maintained a composed expression, merely nodding at the fox in acknowledgement. She silently extended a finger to touch the small blue orb, which transformed into a mist and melded into her body. Witnessing this, the fox was startled. She absorbed it directly without processing it, not even wary of any latent cognitive poison within. Truly befitting a high-ranking being, her mental fortitude is so overwhelming that she dismisses such minor risks from a trivial mystic transmission. The fox was both astonished by this act, which defied her understanding, and thrilled that the dragon had accepted her offering. Farewell, little one. With those parting words, Dorothy, her guise nearing its limit, unfurled her wings and ascended into the sky, soaring toward the distant woods. The little fox remained prostrate on the ground, respectfully watching the dragon's departure. In the real world, nighttime in England, an apartment building by Southern Sunflower Street. Moonlight spilled into a darkened room as Dorothy slowly opened her eyes on her bed. She clutched her head and sat up groggily. Ugh, my head's spinning. Was all that just a dream? Dorothy muttered to herself before shaking her head quickly and adding, of course, it was a dream, what else could it be? Still clad in her pajamas, Dorothy dragged her drowsy body out of bed and shuffled to the chair by her desk. She twisted the gas lamp knob and seated herself, glancing at the clock on the desk. It showed just past 1 a.m. 1 o'clock. I fell asleep around midnight. I spent about an hour in my dream, most of it working on spells within my own dream realm. My time in the dreamscape was only around 15 minutes, mainly because my mental strength is too weak to sustain my guise for long. If not for encountering that little fox, tonight's excursion into the dreamscape would have been completely fruitless. Pondering this, Dorothy began recalling the mystical knowledge she had obtained from the fox. One benefit of obtaining such knowledges in the dreamscape was that the information assimilated instantly into one's mind without requiring any reading. The mystical knowledge, titled Tracing the Hidden Paths, was an account of dreamscape exploration penned by a dreamscape wanderer named Alvin Royce. It documented his various adventures and experiences, evading pursuit by vicious dream creatures, getting lost in the dreamscape, mistakenly entering others' dreams, and having uncanny encounters with individuals from those dreams in reality. Unlike the prior fairy tale like the Dream Seeker's Chronicles, this record took the form of an adventure journal, lending it a degree of realism. Dorothy suspected its accounts might be true. The author, Alvin, could have been one of humanity's early pioneers of dreamscape exploration, as his descriptions of the real world referenced a bygone era well before the Industrial Revolution. However, the version of Tracing the Hidden Paths that the fox provided was incomplete, detailing only Alvin's early explorations with little crucial information. Still, Dorothy managed to glean something useful from it. Dreamscape mapping, a technique Alvin devised for determining one's coordinates within the dreamscape. In the dreamscape, spatial coordinates bear no relation to reality. Each entry into the dreamscape generates a new environment entirely at random, making navigation exceptionally difficult. Using his perception of a massive psychic wave emanating from the dreamscape's center, Alvin established a coordinate system, treating the wave's source as both a reference point and beacon. This innovation allowed anyone to pinpoint their location within the dreamscape, proving to be an immensely practical skill. Thrilled at mastering this technique, Dorothy anticipated easier dreamscape exploration in the future. Yet another detail in the journal intrigued her. At the center of the dreamscape lies a radiating source, a beacon emitting a powerful psychic wave across the entire realm. What could this source be? After mulling over the question briefly, Dorothy dismissed it with a shake of her head. Such matters were far beyond her current reach, pondering them served no purpose. Beyond the information from the mystical knowledge, the orb also contained faint traces of the fox's mental imprint. These imprints were minor but resembled a scent within the dreamscape. Should Dorothy roam the dreamscape again, and if the fox were within her vicinity, she could sense its presence. Finally, Dorothy extracted the essence from the incomplete Tracing the Hidden Paths, earning herself 3 points of revelation and 2 points of shadow. Her current tally stood at 8 points of revelation, 5 points of chalice, and 4 points of shadow, leaving her just 1 point shy of the 10 revelation needed. Alright, just one more push. Once I obtain the ritual, I can ascend. Murmuring to herself, Dorothy stretched and yawned. As she prepared to sleep, she noticed something unusual. Her outstretched fingers, bathed in moonlight, glimmered faintly. It was the ring she had always worn, a pitch-black band etched with a simple crescent moon design. Left to her by her mother, it glowed faintly in the dark. It seems brighter than usual, am I imagining things? Though thoughtful, Dorothy soon succumbed to the weariness of her depleted mental strength. Forget it, I need to sleep, no more staying up, my life depends on it. Drawing the curtains, she returned to bed, pulled the covers over herself, and fell into a deep sleep. Elsewhere in the night, within a dimly lit room, an intricate patterned carpet adorned the floor. Miniature incense burners were strategically placed at various corners, their aromatic smoke wafting throughout the space. At the room's center sat a plush armchair. Reclining upon it was a young girl, seemingly around 12 or 13 years old. She wore a silk nightgown in shades of pink and white, her slightly chubby face framed by long, curly gray hair cascading to her waist, adorned with a bow-tied headband. Gradually, the girl's eyelids, once sealed in slumber, began to twitch. Slowly, they opened, revealing a hint of confusion. A low, hoarse voice pulled her from her daze. What did you encounter in the forest, Saria? I noticed your expression while you slept wasn't good. Turning toward the source of the voice, the girl named Saria spotted a black cat perched solemnly on a high stool, its gaze fixed intently upon her. Grandpa. The room was filled with the delicate scent of incense, illuminated by soft candlelight, its decor mysterious and intricate. On a high stool sat a black cat, its gaze fixed on the girl stirring awake in the armchair. The cat spoke with a serious tone. Saria, tell me honestly, did you encounter danger in the dreamscape? Hearing the cat's words, Saria composed herself, shaking off the haze of sleep. She answered hesitantly, why yes, Grandpa. I ran into members of the Black Dream Hunters. They were chasing me. I barely escaped. The Black Dream Society Hunters. The black cat snorted disdainfully. Those wretched scum, disgraceful traitors. They're no better than flies, buzzing around everywhere despite their lack of skill. His tone turning even more severe, the cat continued, you encountered those traitors, yet you don't appear to have had your mimicry destroyed. How did you escape? With your current level of mimicry, it's unlikely you could have evaded them. About that. Saria hesitated, her voice growing excited. Grandpa, listen carefully. What I'm about to tell you is absolutely true. You must believe me. The cat gave her a puzzled look as Saria launched into a detailed recounting of her encounter in the dreamscape. The more he listened, the wider the black cat's eyes grew. What? A dragon? You saw a dragon-shaped mimicry in the dreamscape? Are you sure it wasn't an illusion? Saria nodded fervently. I'm sure, Grandpa. That was no illusion. The dragon took out those hunters in just a few moves. It can't possibly have been fake. It even admitted it was a mimicry. The black cat fell silent, his expression turning grave. He sat on the stool, lost in thought. A dragon mimicry. How could such a thing appear in the forest of the dreamscape? It doesn't make sense. He muttered. Curious, Saria asked, Grandpa, aren't mimicries of lions or tigers already incredibly powerful? Could this dragon be a high-ranking member of one of those secret societies? High-ranking members? Humph. The cat let out a derisive laugh. Most of those so-called elites are a mess, barely human in essence. But even they remain fundamentally mortal. Adopting a didactic tone, the cat continued. Among mortals today, there's almost no one who can mimic an ancient mythical creature. Even the so-called elites. To master such a mimicry spell, one must bear the mythical level of poison. Anyone capable of that would no longer qualify as mortal. Understand, Saria? Saria nodded, though she was still processing the implications. She murmured, no longer mortal. Is it really that terrifying? Thankfully, I didn't provoke him. Maybe I even pleased him? I gave him the little piece of mystic knowledge I found tonight. Grandpa, do you think he might be pleased because of that? Saria's excitement grew as she spoke, but the black cat froze, his fur bristling with alarm. What? You gave the mystic knowledge you collected to him? Are you out of your mind? Meow. The black cat stood up, his voice rising in anger. I haven't even taught you the proper way to transfer knowledges in the dreamscape. Doing it recklessly leaves behind mental imprints? A being like that could use such a minuscule imprint as a medium? You might already be entirely under his control. With a flick of his finger, he could end your life. The black cat's scolding left Saria startled and upset, her lips trembling with suppressed tears. But he didn't seem like a bad person. He seemed friendly. Surely, he wouldn't harm me. Besides, you always taught me to repay kindness. Friendly? Friendly my whiskers. The black cat retorted sharply. The morals I taught you apply to the mortal world. You can't apply those same concepts to the mystic world. Always be cautious. Never trust anyone. Haven't you learned anything? Saria sniffled, tears pooling in her eyes as she whispered, I get it now, Grandpa. It was my mistake. Will I be killed now? The black cat sighed, his tone softening slightly. Fine, perhaps I exaggerated a bit. If that being has reached such a level, they wouldn't care about a small fry like you. Since you're still unharmed, they likely didn't consider your imprints significant. I just wanted to scare some sense into you. Be more careful next time. Really? That's such a relief, Grandpa. Saria's face lit up with joy. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she grabbed the black cat and lifted him high, spinning him around. Put me down, you brat. Stop spinning, meow. Hearing the cat's protests, Saria quickly set him down. The black cat immediately composed himself and issued a stern command. Go to bed. Starting tomorrow, you'll focus on accumulating spirituality and advancing further. Only with greater strength can you handle stronger poison. Then I can teach you more advanced mimicry spells. If you don't want to be hunted again, take this seriously. Understood, Grandpa. Morning in Igwent, as the sun climbed high. Around noon, Dorothy finally woke from a deep slumber, groggily pulling herself out of bed. The previous night's mental exhaustion still weighed heavily on her. Her stomach's complaints were the only reason she got up. Guess I'll grab something to eat and then sleep some more. Exploring the dreamscape with mimicry is such a drain. I'll give it a few days before going back. Clad in a white nightgown, Dorothy shuffled to the door, unlocked it, and opened it only to see Gregor sitting in the living room with a stack of documents. Good afternoon, Dorothy. Sleeping in isn't a good habit. You'll need to fix that, Gregor said with a teasing smile. Dorothy, her hair disheveled, blinked at him in confusion. Gregor, aren't you supposed to be at work today? I took the day off. I also have tomorrow morning off. Today, I'm preparing some materials and tools for you. Tomorrow, I'll take you to register for school. I told you about this before, remember? School? Huh. After spending the night immersed in forbidden knowledge, the word school struck Dorothy as both familiar and utterly alien, a remnant of a distant world. Listening to Gregor's words, Dorothy scratched her head, still somewhat groggy from just waking up. After carefully recalling the details, she realized that Gregor had indeed mentioned sending her to school before. In fact, it seemed that Gregor had specifically written to bring his sister from the countryside to the city so she could attend school. That was the main purpose of Dorothy coming to Igwent. To think I have to experience school life again in this other world. If I go to school, will I still have time to study the mystic? With that thought, Dorothy, still in her pajamas, rubbed her eyes and spoke in a slightly dazed voice. Do I really have to go, Gregor? I've had enough of school in my previous life. Can't I do something else in this one? Hearing Dorothy's words, Gregor frowned slightly. He put down the documents he was holding, looked at Dorothy seriously, and said, Listen, Dorothy. We're not the children of nobles or wealthy magnates. Coming from the countryside, if we want a decent future, we must get an education. Otherwise, we'll be stuck working hard labor our whole lives. Your older brother took a very unconventional path, but not everyone can do what I've done. It's dangerous, and besides, you're a girl, you can't live the same way I do. So, listen to me, Dorothy. Study hard. In the city, just being literate isn't enough. You need a higher level of education to find a respectable job. That way, you can avoid heavy and menial labor for good. Trust me, this is the experience I've gained from struggling in the city over the years. Gregor spoke to Dorothy with the tone of a concerned guardian. Listening to his words, Dorothy's internal reaction was, go to school and study. How many revelation can I get from that? To be fair, Dorothy thought Gregor had a point. But after discovering the existence of the realm of beyond, her already fragile sense of security led her to believe that exploring the mystic and gaining personal power was far more critical. However, she couldn't exactly confess to Gregor, this captain of a small hunter squad living a peaceful life, that she had been researching forbidden practices. He'd probably jump out of his skin, confiscate all her mystical items, and forbid her from touching anything like that ever again. Ugh, fine. We'll check out the school tomorrow. Knowing there was no way to refuse Gregor on this matter, Dorothy yawned and reluctantly agreed. Seeing her response, Gregor's stern expression softened, and he smiled. Great. This afternoon, we'll buy some school supplies for you. Oh, by the way, Dorothy, here's a brochure about the school, along with your enrollment papers. You'll need to sign here with your full name. Hearing this, Dorothy paused briefly, then walked over to the sofa, sat down, and picked up the papers Gregor had mentioned. After thinking for a moment, she grabbed a fountain pen from the coffee table and signed her full name on the form. Dorothea Machos. After signing, Dorothy squinted at her full name on the paper for a while, then asked Gregor curiously. Hey, Gregor, don't you think our names sound a little weird sometimes? Yeah, they're long and odd, don't quite fit in around here. Feels like we're foreigners or something. Back when I worked at the factory, there were 3 Jack and 4 Thomas, but I was the only Gregorius. As he spoke, Gregor gazed out the window, seemingly reminiscing about the past. In my memory, our names were all given by that heartless mother of ours. Our father was just an uneducated hunter and couldn't come up with fancy names like these. And since she named us, I figure our surname probably comes from her too, because I've never seen anyone else with it. Mother, Dorothy murmured in response. In her memories, there was no information about this mother. Yeah, I don't have much memory of her either. She left when I was only 7. The clearest image I have of her is her hair, just like yours, Dorothy, a rare head of white hair. So, my hair is inherited from my mother, Dorothy thought as she picked up a strand of her white hair and stared at it. In the Prit Kingdom and across the continent, education and religion have always been intertwined. Basic education has traditionally been provided by classes held in local churches, where many people, including Dorothy, first learned to read and write. With the rise of industrialization and the need for knowledgeable workers, many countries, including Prit, began implementing compulsory primary education laws a few years ago. This led to the establishment of more public elementary schools. Free elementary education was gradually becoming widespread. However, secondary education remained largely out of reach for the lower classes, still reserved for the nobility, the bourgeoisie, and the middle class. St. Amanda's School is located in the western suburbs of Igwent, near the upper reaches of the Ironclay River. Its location, far from the bustling docks and the smoky industrial zones, is one of the rare serene spots in Igwent. The school was built over 3 centuries ago by Saint Amanda of the Radiance Church, who donated funds for its construction. Named after the saint, it has served the children of Igwent's nobility for 300 years. In recent times, due to societal changes brought about by industrialization, the school has also started admitting the children of wealthy bourgeois families and some affluent citizens. Gregor had enrolled Dorothy in this very school. In the morning, bright sunlight streamed through large glass windows into the clean, marble-floored corridors of the school. Wearing a black blouse and skirt and carrying a suitcase, Dorothy walked alongside Gregor, who was dressed in a neat suit. The two of them had just completed all the enrollment formalities. Everything's set, Dorothy. You can start classes this afternoon. Saint Amanda has a long history and a great reputation. Once you graduate from here, you'll definitely find a good job. I think being a lawyer, teacher, or civil servant would be excellent. Trust me, with a diploma from here, getting those jobs will be a breeze. Walking beside Dorothy, Gregor spoke with evident pride. Dorothy glanced at him and responded coolly, "Isn't the point of going to high school to get into college?" College. Gregor was clearly surprised by Dorothy's remark. Finally, he laughed and said, "I never thought you'd have such ambitions, Dorothy. Remember, we're just from the countryside, and that's college. I support you, though. If you get into college, we'll throw a feast for the whole village." In this society, secondary education is already out of reach for the lower classes. Higher education is something they don't even dare to dream of. Hearing Gregor's words, Dorothy thought to herself. At that moment, an elderly janitor covered in white dust came walking toward them, carrying several white plaster busts. Suddenly, the janitor slipped, and 2 of the busts he was carrying started falling forward. His face was filled with panic. Seeing this, Dorothy and Gregor rushed forward. Gregor caught the 2 falling busts before they hit the ground, while Dorothy stepped forward to help steady the janitor. "Are you all right, sir?" Dorothy asked with concern. The janitor stood up, squinting his grayish-white eyes, then smiled and said, "I'm fine, thank you, young folks. I'm just getting old, my legs don't work as well as they used to." "No problem, sir. It's what we should do." Gregor smiled and handed the busts back to the janitor, who accepted them with gratitude and walked away with a smile. As he departed, he turned back and said, "Young man, you've got good reflexes. Young lady, you've got a kind heart. Both of you are good kids. Best of luck to you." With that, the janitor carried the busts off into the distance. Watching his retreating figure, Dorothy touched her chin thoughtfully. Late at night, Igwent was shrouded in gloomy clouds, and the moonlight dimmed. In a hidden corner of Igwent, inside a luxuriously decorated but dimly lit room, a banquet was underway. The thick scent of blood permeated the air. On the dark red, patterned carpet lay a long table draped in a pristine white tablecloth. The table held ornate tableware and candelabras, their red candles flickering faintly, illuminating the piles of mangled flesh on the plates. Seated on both sides of the table were 4 male figures, all dressed impeccably like gentlemen. With the same refinement, they used knives and forks to consume the meat on their plates. At the head of the table stood an empty high-backed chair, unoccupied. "Gentlemen, regarding the matter of Edric, what progress has each of you made?" asked a gaunt middle-aged man with a somber gaze, neatly combed brown-black hair, and a small mustache. After wiping the blood from his lips, he surveyed the table. "Nothing to report," replied a young man nonchalantly, slowly slicing a piece of meat. "I've mobilized all my resources, but there's no trace of him. He hasn't been seen since that day," said a balding middle-aged man of average build. Burton, the owner of 22 Western Elmwood Street. "This city holds no sign of Edric. My people searched downstream of the Ironclay River and found no evidence of him coming ashore. He's either drowned or left the city, or..." An older man with disheveled clothing, mismatched eyes, a slight hunch, and a blood-stained napkin before him glanced mockingly at Burton from across the table. "Or Burton's intelligence was wrong, and his lackeys misidentified the person, causing us to waste these past few days." "What did you say, Clifford? Are you questioning my intelligence?" Burton retorted sharply, glaring at the old man. "Heh, so what if I am? If Edric really betrayed Albert in Vulcan, he would have fled far away. Why would he dare come to Igwent and blatantly sell our goods right under our noses? Who gave him the guts to provoke us so openly? Where did he get that kind of confidence? I think your intelligence is flawed." Clifford sneered. "You," Burton, infuriated by Clifford's words, turned his gaze to the man closest to the head seat. Buck, let's just use divination to locate Edric. Ordinary methods are useless now," Burton suggested. Buck, the mustachioed man, sipped his red wine calmly before responding. "The mentor left us one chance for divination, an invaluable resource. Unless it concerns the society's overall safety, I won't use it." "But Albert is dead," Burton pressed. "Even so, I said it's not the time, and that's final. The mentor is currently preparing for advancement and cannot oversee the society. Per his instructions, everything here is under my command." Buck's stern gaze silenced Burton. After scanning the room, Buck spoke again. "Keep an eye on the Edric situation, but given the potential misinformation, don't invest too much energy. We have other matters to address. Buck paused briefly, ensuring all eyes were on him, then continued. According to new information, the captain of Serenity Bureau Squad 3, Gregorius, has a sister who recently arrived in Igwent. Although Edric may have betrayed us and failed his task, our original plan doesn't need to end. Buck, are you saying we should still target Gregorius's sister? Clifford asked, narrowing his eyes. Buck nodded. Gregorius's talent is well known to all of you. He became an apprentice, the Shadower just 2 years into joining the Bureau, and his exceptional combat skills have caused us much trouble. If we can eliminate him or better yet, lure him to our side, Igwent's Serenity Bureau will lose significant power over us. Burton nodded in agreement. Compared to the other team captains, Gregorius is the youngest, the least cautious, and the least experienced, making him the easiest target. If we can control his only sister and use her to get close to Gregorius, the Bureau's sharpest blade will be ours to wield. So, Buck, what's the current status of his sister? Burton asked. After sipping his red wine again, Buck answered slowly. Based on our information, Gregorius enrolled his sister at St. Amanda School the morning before yesterday. St. Amanda? That place isn't easy to infiltrate. Clifford frowned, and Buck nodded in agreement. Exactly. That's why we'll have to act outside the school. I've already begun arrangements. Though risky, this time I've decided to deploy our own men directly. As Buck spoke, he speared a piece of raw meat with his fork and placed it into his mouth. The dark red juices dripped from his lips as he chewed. The next morning, in Igwent's western outskirts, along the Ironclay River, stood St. Amanda School. Inside a spacious room, sunlight streamed through open windows, casting light and shadow onto a low table covered with various plaster geometric shapes. Surrounding the table were students, each intent on sketching the objects, striving to capture the interplay of light and shadow on their canvases. Among them was Dorothy. Damn, who knew art was a mandatory course here? Never seen a school like this, Dorothy muttered inwardly, scrutinizing her sketch. The more she looked, the more dissatisfied she became. Ugh, why does something as talent-dependent as art have to be mandatory? This is impossible. Frustrated, she erased her rough outline again, preparing to start over. If this keeps up, I won't even have anything to submit by the end of class. At that moment, a male classmate accidentally knocked over the low table while picking up his eraser, sending the plaster shapes clattering to the floor with a loud crash that startled everyone. Nice one, kid. I hated the way those shapes were arranged anyway. Perfect excuse for a reset. Dorothy thought, smiling to herself as she bent down to help pick up the scattered pieces. She picked up a cube and frowned. Heavy. Cold. This texture, this weight, doesn't feel like plaster at all. Curious, Dorothy ran her fingers over the cube again. This texture, feels more like stone? Are all these shapes made of stone? Shouldn't they be plaster for still life setups? What's going on? In the art room, Dorothy held a stone cube in her hands, feeling a hint of doubt. Back in her previous life, she had studied a bit of art, and as far as she knew, still life sketches typically used plaster models. She had never seen them use stone before. After placing the stone cube back on the low table, Dorothy took advantage of the teacher rearranging the still life objects to walk over to the cabinets along the edge of the room. On top of one cabinet sat lifelike plaster busts. She reached out and touched one. This bust is also stone. It just has a layer of white powder to make it look like plaster. Is this school really that extravagant? Using stone sculptures for still life sketches, and so many of them. She looked at the rows of vividly lifelike stone busts arranged on the cabinet, feeling increasingly perplexed. Plaster busts and stone sculptures were entirely different. Plaster busts were made by creating a mold, pouring plaster into it, and letting it harden. As long as the mold existed, they could be mass-produced at a very low cost. Stone sculptures, on the other hand, required a single block of stone to be painstakingly carved by hand. The time and effort needed far exceeded that of making plaster busts. For this reason, art classes usually used plaster busts for sketching geometric shapes or human heads. A meticulously carved stone sculpture was more suited for display in a public square as a landmark. But this school was extraordinary. Not only did they use stone sculptures as still life models for students, but there were so many of them. Moreover, the craftsmanship of these busts was remarkable. Each one was unique, exquisitely detailed, and clearly the work of a master sculptor. As she pondered this, Dorothy recalled that many other parts of the school also seemed to have numerous stone sculptures on display. Could it be that the school employed a master sculptor? With this doubt lingering in her mind, Dorothy finished her drawing and decided to find someone to ask after class. She already had someone in mind. At midday, the blazing sun scorched the campus. In a corridor somewhere on school grounds, an elderly janitor was carefully polishing a stone bust standing by the roadside. The janitor's expression was serious, and he cleaned with meticulous attention to detail, leaving no spot untouched from the ears to the area under the nose, the arch of the brows, inside the collar, and even beneath the eyelids. The sculpture gleamed spotlessly under his care. As the janitor worked diligently, a voice came from beside him. "Mr. Dean, may I ask you something?" Startled, the janitor turned and saw a white-haired girl in a black school uniform standing nearby with a polite smile. His face showed a hint of confusion. "Excuse me, young lady, but you are Dorothy Machos. Don't you remember? We met not long ago, on my first day of school," Dorothy said with a smile. The janitor, named Dean, nodded in recognition. Oh, I remember now. I must thank you and your brother for your help back then. So, what can I do for you, Miss Machos? Dean asked with a slight smile, his voice showing his age. Well, Mr. Dean, I've noticed that the school has many exquisite sculptures, especially in the art room. There are so many there, but other places don't have nearly as many. Do you know where they all come from? Dorothy asked curiously. She had already inquired about his name and knew he had worked at the school for many years. Haha, interested in those sculptures, are you? No wonder. Most places where art is taught don't have such fine still life models. These aren't cheap plaster casts. Every piece is exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Any shopkeeper would treat them as their most prized possessions. Dean smiled as he spoke, then continued. These sculptures were all made by the school principal, Mr. Aldrich. He's a renowned master in the field of sculpture. He enjoys placing his works around the school to create an artistic atmosphere and provide students with excellent models for practice. He hopes that one day, this school will produce even more great artists. The school principal, Aldrich. Dorothy's expression turned thoughtful as she listened to the smiling janitor. In the afternoon, the religion teacher, an elderly man with graying temples and glasses, stood passionately reciting the doctrines of the Radiance Church from the podium. The students below prayed while taking notes. At the back of the classroom, near the window, Dorothy rested her head on her hand, gazing out the window in boredom. She could see Mr. Dean in the garden below, energetically pruning plants with a large pair of shears. His gardening skills were meticulous, creating a clean and aesthetically pleasing landscape. I should confirm it. I'm bored anyway, Dorothy thought to herself. She glanced at the religion teacher, then quietly took a box from her shoulder bag. Opening it, she put on the corpse marionette ring inside. From her pocket emerged a large gecko. With the ring, Dorothy controlled the gecko, sending it stealthily crawling out of the classroom and into the campus. As the sun set, the day quickly came to an end. At dusk, when St. Amanda's school dismissed for the day, Dorothy was finally free to go home after enduring the day's classes. However, the school was not a day school but a fully boarding institution. Dorothy could leave because she was a girl. In this era, educational discrimination was rampant, not just based on social class but also on gender. Before the Industrial Revolution, women had almost no access to education. Noble women at best hired private tutors. Schools like St. Amanda's grammar schools and universities were exclusively male. After the Industrial Revolution, women's status improved slightly, and some schools began admitting female students. Girls from noble or bourgeois families, and those like Dorothy with the means, could attend middle schools. Still, this was far from common. Many schools continued to uphold male-only traditions. St. Amanda's was a pioneer in becoming coeducational, but compromises were made such as keeping the ratio of female students low and not allowing them to board. The inability to board put female students at a disadvantage, as they missed out on evening classes, widening the achievement gap with male students. For Dorothy, however, this was a relief. She was glad to skip some of the strange courses. While she didn't mind subjects like math, logic, art, or grammar, she had no patience for religion or etiquette classes unless they offered spiritual benefits. As usual, Dorothy and her fellow ladies walked to the school gate in the glow of the setting sun. Numerous carriages were already waiting there. Wealthier girls had private carriages, while Dorothy relied on hiring a cab. Free carriage drivers often gathered outside the school at this time, so Dorothy usually didn't have trouble finding a ride. But today was different. As Dorothy approached the usual spot, she saw no cabs waiting. Strange. There are usually several parked here, she thought. At that moment, she heard the sound of hooves. Turning, she saw a carriage approaching. The driver stopped it right in front of her. Miss, do you need a ride? The driver asked with a smile. Dorothy hesitated. I was just looking for a ride, and now one appears. That's convenient. Almost too convenient. He seems to have approached right after seeing me leave, she thought. Let me think about it, she said, feigning indecision. Secretly, she activated her corpse marionette ring. The gecko in her pocket peeked out, scanning the surroundings, especially her blind spots. Then, she noticed two men in trench coats and hats behind her, pretending to read newspapers while casting glances her way. It seems I'm being watched, Dorothy thought, inhaling deeply. Determined, she turned to the driver. All right, take me to Southern Sunflower Street. Of course, miss. Please step in, the driver replied politely. Dorothy approached the carriage but intentionally stumbled, falling to the ground. Ouch. Are you all right, miss? The driver exclaimed, rushing to help her up. As he did, Dorothy glanced at his waist where a gun holster hung. A gun. Thank you, she said, allowing him to help her into the carriage. The driver then set off. Behind her, the two men exchanged glances and disappeared around a corner. Moments later, two carriages emerged and followed Dorothy's. From the dirt road, a gecko watched the three carriages disappear before scurrying back toward the school. The sun had set behind the western hills, and darkness was drawing near. As night descended, the city of Igwent lit up gradually, its flickering lights heralding the bustling nighttime activities. Yet, in the outskirts far from the city's heart, the shadows deepened, undisturbed. Before complete darkness fell, the dim twilight cloaked the western outskirts of Igwent. On a suburban road, three carriages moved in single file. The drivers urged their horses forward, the silence broken only by the rhythmic clatter of hooves and creaking wheels. In the front and rear carriages, each carried a man in a long coat. Their gazes were fixed on the central carriage. Inside this middle vehicle, Dorothy sat quietly, illuminated by the faint glow of a gas lamp. She held a thick book in her hands, her face an image of studious concentration, or at least, that's what it seemed. So this isn't the route to the city, and we're getting farther away, she thought. Seated in the carriage, pretending to read, Dorothy was acutely aware of the danger she was in. But she also knew she couldn't let her unease show. Any misstep could provoke her captors and cost her the upper hand. One carriage ahead, one behind. They've stuck with me the entire time. They're clearly working together. This approach means they want to avoid drawing too much attention, she mused, flipping a page in her book as if engrossed. Her calm exterior masked a flurry of thoughts. It's probably the Crimson Eucharist. They haven't given up on capturing me. And they somehow learned I came to Igwent and even enrolled at St. Amanda's. Their intelligence network must be incredibly robust. A cold smile flickered across her face as she turned another page. No matter what they're planning, I can't let them take me to their base. I did leave some arrangements back at the school, but it seems no help is coming. This time, it's up to me. Her mind raced. If I go any further, I'll likely encounter more accomplices, making the situation harder to control. I have to act now. Dorothy analyzed the situation carefully. One driver and one passenger in each of the front and rear carriages, plus the driver in mine, 5 men in total. They're likely all armed. This won't be easy. I need the element of surprise. Turning another page in her book, Dorothy revealed its hidden contents, not words, but a revolver lying snugly in a hollowed-out compartment. Only the first few pages of the book were intact, the rest had been carved out to create a paper-lined slot for the weapon. It was the same revolver she had taken from Edric when she first arrived in this world. Knowing she was being targeted by a cult, Dorothy always carried critical items with her, even to school. Bringing a gun to class was risky, but it's coming in handy now, she thought with a smirk, gripping the revolver with both hands. She raised it through the front window of the carriage, aiming at the driver who sat with his back to her. After a deep breath, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as the bullet shattered the glass and struck the driver in the back of the head, killing him instantly. At such close range, Dorothy executed the shot with deadly precision. The gunshot startled the drivers of the other 2 carriages, as well as the horses, which reared and neighed in panic. Dorothy's carriage careened as the horse bolted uncontrollably. Wasting no time, Dorothy activated the necromantic power of her corpse marionette ring, animating the lifeless driver. Under the ring's influence, the driver's corpse moved stiffly, gripping the reins and attempting to steady the panicked horse. However, his efforts were largely futile. Damn it, I don't know how to drive a carriage, Dorothy realized. Though she could control the corpse, her lack of driving skills meant the marionette couldn't manage either. Thinking quickly, she commanded the corpse to draw its revolver and shoot the frenzied horse. 3 shots rang out, and the horse collapsed with a pained cry. Before it hit the ground, Dorothy reactivated the corpse marionette ring, imbuing the horse with necromantic energy. Its body, now under her control, steadied itself and turned the carriage around, galloping back down the road toward the city. The sudden maneuver allowed Dorothy's carriage to narrowly dodge one of the pursuing carriages. Thomas, what are you doing? One of the men shouted. Come back, Thomas. Where are you going? The drivers of the 2 carriages behind shouted in confusion. When their calls went unanswered, they spurred their horses to give chase. Now, Dorothy's animated driver and horse led the charge, while the other 2 carriages pursued relentlessly. A chaotic chase through the dim countryside ensued. Seeing their quarry speeding away, the passengers in the trailing carriages opened their sunroofs and emerged, guns in hand. They shouted threats. Stop, Thomas, or we'll shoot. Their warnings fell on deaf ears. When Dorothy's carriage didn't slow, the men opened fire, bullets ricocheting off the carriage and thudding into the wood. One narrowly missed Dorothy's ear as it whizzed into the cabin. Damn, staying inside is too dangerous, Dorothy thought. Wrapping her hands in her sleeves, she smashed the already damaged front window with her book. She climbed out onto the driver's seat, finding relative safety in the open air. From her perch, Dorothy directed the marionette driver to climb onto the roof, gripping the edges for balance while firing at their pursuers. Gunfire echoed through the dark countryside as the chase escalated into a full-blown shootout. In the wilderness on the western outskirts of Igwent, 3 carriages raced down the desolate road, one in front being chased by 2 behind. The dim environment was intermittently lit by the flashes of gunfire, breaking the stillness with bursts of gunshots. Dorothy, lying prone on the driver's seat at the front of her carriage, was multitasking with precision. She guided the undead horses down the winding road while controlling the corpse marionette Thomas on the roof of the carriage to return fire with a handgun. Bullets whizzed through the air, striking all around. Dorothy occasionally heard the thud of bullets hitting the carriage. Both sides, moving at high speeds with unstable footing, found it difficult to aim accurately. Most shots missed, and those that struck their mark merely hit the carriage, causing no significant harm. On top of the carriage, the corpse marionette Thomas continuously fired back at his former comrades. Due to the limited capacity of the revolver, he soon ran out of bullets. Dorothy deftly controlled Thomas to throw the empty gun back to her while tossing him a loaded one. Thomas caught the reloaded weapon and resumed firing while Dorothy used the opportunity to reload the empty revolver. This cycle of swapping guns significantly reduced downtime in their defensive firepower. Driving, shooting, reloading. Dorothy utilized her physical body and 2 corpse marionettes to manage these simultaneous tasks in a masterful display of multitasking. Since the marionette Thomas was returning fire from atop the carriage, the pursuers aimed their shots at him. While accuracy remained challenging, some bullets eventually struck their target. Thomas took 2 hits to the chest, but the damage did not impede his movements. Being merely a walking corpse, he remained functional as long as his vital control structures were intact and the cup spirit continued to flow within him. With her immortality cheat activated, Dorothy maintained the upper hand despite her average marksmanship. Protected by extreme error tolerance, she managed to guide the already bullet-riddled Thomas to finally land a shot on one of the pursuing carriage riders. The bullet pierced the man's chest, killing him instantly. Just as his body began to slump, Dorothy deactivated Thomas's marionette control and extended the spiritual threads of the corpse marionette ring to the freshly killed body. Infused with the spirituality of the chalice, the dead man's eyes began to roll, and his body reanimated. Gripping the handgun still in his hands, he silently turned and shot a nearby companion atop the parallel carriage. Bang! The gunshot rang out, killing the second pursuer instantly. The close proximity and lack of vigilance made it an easy, lethal shot. Dorothy then tried to use the reanimated corpse to shoot the 2 coachmen driving the carriages, but they had already noticed the commotion. One coachman swiftly yanked the reins, causing the carriage to swerve. The violent motion disrupted the marionette's aim, and the shot missed the coachman, instead hitting one of the horses. With a shrill neigh, the injured horse lost control and veered into the neighboring carriage. The 2 carriages collided, their reins entangling as they tipped over in a chaotic crash. Meanwhile, Dorothy's carriage sped away into the distance. Amid the wreckage of the overturned carriages, 2 figures slowly rose. Both were the coachmen. Despite their bodies being battered and bloodied from the crash, they stood upright, staring silently in the direction of Dorothy's fleeing carriage. We cannot falter. The mission must be completed. The time has come to offer ourselves, to become the feast, to partake in the banquet. Muttering these words, the 2 coachmen pulled out small, palm-sized pieces of aged parchment from their clothes. The paper bore intricate, arcane patterns, with an abstract symbol of a cup at the center. With our bodies as offerings, we beseech the blood chalice. As they chanted, they pressed the parchment against their foreheads. The papers ignited with crimson flames, burning away entirely and leaving glowing cup-shaped marks on their foreheads. The marks emitted a faint, eerie red light. Their eyes now glowed red. Ignoring their injuries, the 2 men began sprinting after Dorothy's carriage at an incredible speed. On the racing carriage, Dorothy exhaled in relief, believing she had finally evaded her pursuers. She was contemplating where to stop when a sudden disturbance from behind caught her attention. Peering out the back, Dorothy was met with a shocking sight. On the road behind her, 2 figures were running at an unbelievable pace, rapidly closing the gap between themselves and her carriage. She recognized them as the coachmen from the overturned carriages. What the hell? How are they outrunning horses on foot? Startled by the absurd scene, Dorothy acted swiftly. She reanimated Thomas on the carriage roof to fire at the 2 coachmen. Amid a hail of gunfire, one of them was shot down. However, the other had already gotten close enough to leap onto the roof of the carriage, startling Dorothy. This can't be humanly possible. Dorothy controlled Thomas to point-blank shoot the attacker, but the coachman was faster. With a powerful swipe, he knocked the gun from Thomas's hand and hurled him off the roof, leaving Dorothy without a shield. With her last line of defense gone, the ferocious coachman lunged toward Dorothy at the driver's seat. Frowning deeply, she realized the dire situation. Damn it! I'll have to use dragon shouts. Just as she prepared to unleash her trump card, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A long, gray-white stone spear flew from the distance, striking the coachman in the chest with precision. The impact sent him hurtling backward, pinning him to the ground. Stunned, Dorothy turned to the direction the spear had come from. In the distance, she saw several figures at a crossroads. 4 knight-like beings, clad entirely in gray-white stone armor, stood like statues. One still held the pose of having just thrown a spear. At their center stood an elderly man. Dressed in simple clothes, an apron and sleeves rolled up, with gray-streaked hair and a dust-covered hat, the man held a small, motionless gecko in one hand. It was none other than Dean, the janitor of St. Amanda Academy. Smiling, Dean called out to Dorothy from afar. You can stop now, Miss Machos. West of Igwent, St. Amanda School at night. The quiet night enveloped St. Amanda School after dinner. The boys, about to attend their evening class, suddenly heard a sharp gunshot echoing from somewhere distant on campus. Curiosity piqued, they rushed to the classroom windows, peering into the obscured darkness and fervently speculating about the commotion outside. Their excited discussion ceased only when a stern teacher ordered them back to their seats. While the classrooms remained brightly lit for evening lessons, beneath the school, in a concealed and expansive underground space, the light burned just as brightly. This vast underground chamber beneath St. Amanda School was illuminated by numerous hanging gas lamps that dispelled every shadow. The room was filled with tables and cabinets, all cluttered with a wide array of stone sculptures. There were smaller busts, slightly larger half-body sculptures, and full-size statues scattered across tables, cabinets, chairs, and even the floor. Each statue was intricately carved, lifelike in detail. Along the walls, uncarved blocks of stone of varying sizes stood in wait. The walls themselves were dotted with large ventilation ducts, their slow-turning fans hinting at an unknown power source. A layer of white dust coated the stone floor, scattered stools sat haphazardly, and hammers and chisels lay in the corners. Nearby, easels and sketchboards bore various sketches of human faces or complex geometric shapes, all rendered in shades of gray, emphasizing light and shadow. No color had been applied, and only pencils lay next to the boards. There was no trace of paint. At first glance, this seemed to be a stone sculpting workshop. Dorothy stood at its center, curiously surveying her surroundings. Not far from her, the janitor, Dean, was carefully carving a stern-faced male bust with his tools, using a series of black and white photos as references. The rhythmic clinking of his chisel echoed through the room. Nearby, 5 bodies lay in a row on the ground, each covered with white sheets. "Thank you so much for saving me tonight, sir," Dorothy said after briefly scanning her surroundings. She then turned her gaze to Dean, who continued his work while smiling. Those Crimson Eucharist lackeys broke the rules, causing trouble around my territory. It was only natural for me to intervene. Miss Maychos, if anyone deserves credit for your survival, it's yourself." Dean's eyes flicked toward the 5 corpses as he spoke, his tone tinged with admiration. "Among those 5, you took down 4 by yourself. I only handled the aftermath. When I received the message from your marionette, your carriage had already been on the move for a while. Had you not forced them to turn back, even my speed wouldn't have been enough to save you in time." Dean's gaze returned to Dorothy as he continued. "Your courage, composure, and clear thinking. For someone your age, such qualities are truly remarkable. It's a delight to have a student like you at St. Amanda, especially a young lady who stands head and shoulders above those self-important, chattering young masters." "You flatter me, sir," Dorothy replied humbly, bowing slightly before speaking again. "I am far from excellent. There is still much for me to learn, and many questions I wish to ask you." Dean smiled slightly at her words, scrutinizing her for a moment before responding. "You have questions for me? Very well, but first, you'll need to answer one of mine. How did you discern that I wasn't ordinary? Do you have some ability to identify beyonder?" Dean's inquiry referred to the moment Dorothy, after boarding the Eucharist's carriage, directed her gecko marionette to scrawl the words Crimson Eucharist into the dirt near the school gardens, summoning the janitor Dean to her aid. Dorothy had suspected from the start that the old man was no ordinary figure. After contemplating briefly, Dorothy began to speak in an analytical tone. "Your actions first caught my attention when you stumbled and knocked over 2 stone statues in front of my brother and me. My brother caught them both, and you complimented him, saying, 'Good reflexes, young man.' That comment, focusing on his agility, made me notice you, though only slightly at the time. I thought perhaps I was overthinking." Dean nodded as Dorothy continued. "Later, my interest in the statues grew. I approached you with questions while you were cleaning them. It was then I noticed how meticulously you cleaned, not just with care but with method." Dorothy began pacing slowly as she recalled further. "You weren't wiping haphazardly. Your cleaning followed the statue's structure deliberately. Even areas that could have been wiped with a single motion were meticulously cleaned multiple times, each stroke aligned with subtle facial structures like the underside of the eyelids. What stood out most was your technique. It resembled carving more than cleaning. Your motions mirrored the single-direction chiseling of a sculptor. A simple janitor wouldn't clean this way." Pausing, Dorothy addressed Dean. At this point, Dean had set down his tools and was clapping lightly, a smile on his face. Such keen observation. What a rare and admirable trait," Dean remarked. Dorothy pressed on without pause. "At that point, you fully had my attention. I began observing you carefully. Despite your age, you moved with exceptional agility, not at all like someone who might stumble on level ground. Your earlier fall seemed staged, a deliberate test. Still, these were only suspicions until I employed certain methods. I sent a small marionette to the school's archives and payroll records. What I found confirmed everything. The school's employee roster listed your name, Dean, but no salary had ever been issued under it. That's when I realized your true identity. You are the headmaster of this school, Aldrich. While I was still unsure if you were a beyonder, I had no choice but to seek your help in that moment of crisis." Dean burst into laughter at her conclusion. "Well done, Miss Maychos. Truly impressive. Yes, I am indeed Aldrich, the current headmaster of St. Amanda." Aldrich set down his tools, walked away from the statue, and sat down. Smiling, he addressed Dorothy. "Your analysis is excellent, and your intelligence is remarkable. Now, it's your turn to ask your questions." Dorothy, maintaining her composure, asked with a serious tone. "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Aldrich. My first question is this: why did you test my brother and me on our very first day? What did you notice about us?" Aldrich didn't respond immediately. He sipped his tea, smiling enigmatically before speaking. "What do you think, Miss Maychos? Or perhaps, daring little girl?" His tone shifted, becoming deeper and more commanding. Dorothy recognized this voice. She had heard it recently at a secret gathering she had boldly attended. It was the voice of Greyhill. Indeed. Listening to Aldrich's words, Dorothy exhaled softly, her thoughts racing. The revelation that the elder before her was indeed Greyhill did not come as a great surprise to her. After all, back when she was still in the carriage, she had already noticed the 4 stone-armored knights standing statue-like around Aldrich. These knights bore a striking resemblance to those she had seen at the Greyhill gathering. From that moment, Dorothy had begun to speculate whether Aldrich might be Greyhill himself. Now that he had confirmed it, Dorothy felt a sense of relief, but also a rising tide of other questions. So, it's true, you are Mr. Greyhill from the Gathering. This means you were testing me back then, correct? What caught your attention about me? Dorothy questioned Greyhill again. Clearly, he must have recognized her as the young girl who had traded with him at the secret gathering. Dorothy, however, wasn't entirely sure what had tipped him off. Aldrich, maintaining a smile, waved a hand dismissively before replying. I suppose, Miss Maychos, you've never had formal training in voice disguise? At the gathering, your voice was quite unnatural. I could tell immediately that you were deliberately raising your pitch, trying to alter your voice. My voice. Hearing Aldrich's explanation, Dorothy immediately realized where the issue lay. She had no professional training in voice mimicry. During the gathering, she had simply raised her pitch consciously. Anyone knowledgeable in this area would have been able to discern the flaw upon careful listening. You might fool the average person, but to me, your attempt at voice alteration was crude and amateurish. Not only did I notice the inconsistency, but I also used a mystic item to record your voice in secret. Later, I experimented with pitch-lowering techniques to reconstruct several possible versions of your natural voice. Unexpectedly, not long after, one of those versions reached my ears in the corridors of this very school. As Aldrich continued, Dorothy felt a sudden realization dawn upon her. So that's how it is. You wanted to test me. Exactly. But in the end, I didn't find much. What surprised me instead was some of your brother's behavior. For a while, I wasn't entirely sure if you were the girl from before until today, when you approached me voluntarily. Haha, secrets seem to run in the family. Are you two from some secret lineage? Neither Maychos nor Dorothy are common names in this country. They do, however, carry a hint of Eastern influence. After finishing his observation, Aldrich took another sip of tea. Dorothy then responded calmly. My brother is simply agile from a young age. We are not from any secret lineage. My encounter with the realm of beyond was purely by chance. Say what you will. As long as you don't break my rules, I have no interest in prying into other secrets. Now, Miss Maychos, do you have any other questions? Setting the tea jar back on the table, Aldrich addressed Dorothy, who took a moment to glance at the many stone statues around her. Yes, I do. Sir, the path you walk, is it that of stone? Dorothy voiced her question. While she had a hypothesis about the spiritual domain Aldrich pursued, she wanted confirmation. Aldrich responded directly. Indeed, stone. The spirituality I pursue, the stone that is carved, the stone that is shaped. Rising slowly from his seat, Aldrich gazed at the sculptures surrounding him. Dorothy followed up. You've created so many sculptures. Is sculpting a method of practice for the stone beyonder pathway? It is, but only one of them, Aldrich answered, walking toward the bust he had been working on earlier. Running his fingers over it, he explained, the spirituality of stone is the most grounded foundation in this world, present in all rocks, minerals, and metals. It is the most apparent, the most expansive, and the most straightforward spirituality. It is also the most stable. Rocks, minerals, metals, truly can be found everywhere. That must make gathering spirituality convenient, Dorothy remarked, intrigued. Aldrich shook his head in response. Not at all. While stone is widespread, the spirituality within common rocks and minerals is sparse and heavily diluted, making it difficult to extract except for a few gemstones naturally rich in high spirituality, unearthed from deep within the earth. In contrast, take the chalice, for example. Due to the depravity of the afterbirth cult, mainstream accumulation of chalice spirituality often involves consuming flesh. But one cannot eat stones, nor digest them. Even if you were to fill your stomach with rocks, you'd barely extract any stone. The spirituality of stone possesses the strongest stability and inertness of all spiritualities. While this is an advantage in some respects, it poses a significant challenge in absorption. Thus, those connected to stone have developed alternative methods to gather its spirituality. The key lies in shaping. By pouring effort and skill into shaping metals and stones, a craftsman's spirit resonates with the spirituality within the materials, making it more active and concentrated. The process of shaping is, in essence, a dialogue, a resonance, between the craftsman and the material. As he spoke, Aldrich picked up his tools and made final adjustments to the details of the bust. To shape the physical form of stone with chisels, to shape the spirituality of stone with one's spirit. When a piece is complete, the spirituality within the stone changes. It becomes concentrated, active, intelligent, and easier to absorb. With these words, Aldrich made the last cut, set down his tools, and placed his hand on the bust's shoulder. A faint gray light flashed from his hand, and the bust began to crack rapidly. Fine fissures spread across its surface before it crumbled into ash. Witnessing this, Dorothy understood, the spirituality of stone within the statue had been extracted by Aldrich. Natural stone contained spirituality that was hard to absorb. However, through the painstaking process of crafting, the spirituality of stone could be activated and concentrated, making it easier to absorb once the work was complete. This was the primary method for stone beyonders to gather spirituality. I see, truly eye-opening, Mr. Aldrich. But if extracting spirituality destroys the work, why are there still so many exquisite pieces of yours on display at the school? Dorothy's tone was both astonished and puzzled. Aldrich sighed before replying. As you said, they are exquisite. And because they are so, how could I bear to destroy them? Carving a piece infused with spirituality demands full commitment and meticulous effort. Each piece is a labor of love. While I can part with the less perfect ones, I find myself reluctant when it comes to works I am truly satisfied with. Perhaps, in a sense, I am more of a craftsman than a beyonder. In the basement of St. Amanda Academy, Dorothy was surprised as she listened to Aldrich's words. She hadn't expected that his reluctance to destroy outstanding works to extract spirituality stemmed from his unwillingness to part with them. More like a craftsman than a beyonder, perhaps, she mused, echoing Aldrich's earlier statement in her mind. Then, after a moment of reflection, she spoke. According to you, the connection between stone beyonders and craftsmanship is very strong, isn't it? Indeed. We're usually various types of craftsmen: stonemasons, blacksmiths, jewelers, even mechanics. Of course, there are exceptions, but the image of a craftsman is closely tied to us, Aldrich replied naturally. Dorothy nodded thoughtfully at his words, then remarked, craftsmanship and artisanship, huh? In any case, the way stone beyonders extract spirituality is far better than the methods of the chalice. The methods of the chalice. Haha, I'm glad you, Miss Machos, still uphold basic moral principles. I hope you maintain that in your path ahead. But I must correct you: don't assume all stone-affiliated beyonders practice as I do. Even among stone, there are forbidden methods, Aldrich said with a chuckle. Forbidden methods for stone? Dorothy asked, surprised. Yes. The Crimson Eucharist you encountered earlier gains abundant spirituality by consuming human flesh and blood. But don't forget, humans, as the primates of all creation, don't possess spirituality solely in their flesh. I can tell you that human bones contain far more spirituality than ordinary stones. Among those devoted to stone, there are groups who kill for bones and craft items from them. They're no more noble than the Eucharist, Aldrich explained. Dorothy was taken aback. She hadn't expected even the seemingly peaceful stone to have such a bloody and cruel side. It seems that every kind of spirituality may have its inhumane practices. And Aldrich did mention that the mainstream practice of the chalice involves consuming flesh and blood. Could there be alternative practices within the chalice as well? Dorothy pondered silently. Aldrich leaned back in his chair and asked casually, that's my answer. Do you have any other questions? After a brief pause, Dorothy asked, then, may I inquire why you're willing to provoke the Eucharist to protect me? Though she sensed Aldrich's goodwill, she couldn't discern its origin. Provoke the Eucharist? As I've said before, they broke the rules first, causing trouble on my turf. We white stone craftsmen never meddle in others' affairs, but we won't tolerate anyone running wild under our noses, Aldrich replied coldly. White stone craftsmen? Dorothy echoed curiously. You've never heard of us? Haha. Miss Machos, it seems you're quite new to the realm of beyond, Aldrich said with a smile. As I mentioned, most stone-affiliated beyonders are craftsmen of various kinds. Naturally, craftsmen need to exchange knowledge, take on apprentices, and trade materials. This gave rise to numerous societies. Among them, the White Stone Craftsmen's Guild is the largest. Largest. Dorothy was stunned. She hadn't expected the old man before her to be backed by such a powerful force. Indeed, the Craftsmen's Guild is one of the largest secret societies. It includes various stone-affiliated beyonders and craftsmen, and its influence spans the entire continent. For instance, I'm the guild's representative in Egwint, Aldrich explained. One of the largest secret societies. Dorothy was dumbfounded. Don't be so shocked. The guild is vast but loosely structured. Unlike tightly knit societies, we're more of a craftsman's alliance, Aldrich added, taking a sip of tea. Our members are spread across the continent, present in every major city. The guild adheres to a strict policy of neutrality. We don't take sides, be it with nations, churches, or other societies. As long as no one offends us, we won't act. While we rarely associate with other factions, we do trade. Many forces covet our works, and as long as they can afford the price, we're open to trading. This arrangement suits everyone. Aldrich continued, I may dislike the Eucharist, but guild rules prevent me from provoking them without cause. This time, they violated the rules on my turf, so I'm merely cleaning house. Helping you was incidental. Dorothy found herself thinking that the White Stone Craftsmen's Guild was akin to a craftsman and merchants association. Their neutrality and practicality ensured they could thrive anywhere. Regardless of whether it was incidental, your assistance is undeniable, and I must thank you. Moreover, you've generously shared so much mystical knowledge with me, Dorothy said gratefully. Mystical knowledge? These are just common sense, not worth much. You're a student of my school, and I admire your potential. Sharing this with you is just a small reward, Aldrich replied dismissively. Encouraged, Dorothy hesitated briefly before asking, if that's the case, may I ask you one last question? Do you know the initial advancement rituals for various spiritual paths? Her spirituality was nearing 10 points, and she was preparing for her advancement. This rare encounter with a neutral elder in the realm of beyond was an opportunity she couldn't miss. However, she refrained from specifying a particular path to keep her intentions discreet. Advancement rituals, Aldrich studied her before responding. I don't know if you've accumulated enough spirituality or are simply curious, but I can tell you the rituals for ordinary people to become apprentices are quite simple and largely uniform. I know them all. All of them. Dorothy's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to press further, Aldrich added, yes, but I can't share them directly with you. Why not? Dorothy asked, puzzled. These pieces of information, though not particularly valuable, still hold some worth. While the basic advancement rituals are known to many with even minor mystical knowledge, they haven't become widespread common sense. According to guild rules, nothing of value can be given away for free, not even if it's only slightly valuable. I'm a strict adherent to the rules. If you want to know, you'll have to pay, Aldrich said, brushing dust from his clothes and leaning back. £100, no negotiations, he added, holding up a finger. Dorothy froze. She felt as if she were back at the secret gathering a few days prior. Damn, £100 right off the bat? Why don't you just rob me? In the basement of St. Amanda's school, Dorothy silently complained as she listened to Aldrich name his price. She simply didn't have that much money on hand right now. Anything involving mysticism always costs a fortune. With £100, Gregor could almost buy the apartment he's renting. Where am I supposed to get that kind of money now? Dorothy pressed her forehead, feeling troubled, and looked at Aldrich, who was smiling kindly. No matter how she looked at it, his smile screamed shrewd businessman. Mr. Aldrich, could you lower the price just a little? I don't have that much money right now. Dorothy tried to sound pitiful, leveraging her cute appearance to evoke sympathy, but Aldrich wasn't buying it. As I said, Miss Maychos, I am a man of principles. The price is a principle. Once I name a price, it won't change, not even if the sky falls. If you don't have enough money, you can save up and come back later. I can wait 10 or 20 years, it's all the same to me. Aldrich's amused tone only made Dorothy's face fall. Pouting, she threw up her hands and dropped her act. Dorothy was in a tough spot. She had barely £20 in cash, no mystical items to spare, and her current mainstay equipment, the corpse puppet ring, was definitely off the table. The only finger imbued with the cup attribute she had left was reserved as a power source for the ring. What else could she possibly trade? As she agonized over her options, her eyes drifted to the covered corpses nearby, the remains of those sacrament lackeys she had dealt with earlier. Looking at the bodies, an idea began to form in Dorothy's mind. Mr. Aldrich, since these Eucharist lackeys are dead, who owns their belongings? Dorothy asked, turning to Aldrich, who replied casually, by the rules of the hunt, whoever kills them gets their stuff. Dorothy felt a wave of relief. At least Aldrich stuck to principles. If he had claimed everything, she wouldn't have had any recourse. So, except for the last one, whom you killed, the rest of their belongings are mine. Dorothy confirmed, and Aldrich nodded silently. Seeing his attitude, Dorothy couldn't hide her excitement. Without hesitation, she began uncovering the corpses to loot them. These lackeys didn't seem to be beyonders, yet they displayed incredible, almost inhuman strength before their deaths. For ordinary people to achieve that, they must have relied on external objects. In other words, there might be mystical items issued by the Eucharist on their bodies. Dorothy uncovered the first body and froze momentarily. Beneath the sheet was a shriveled corpse, little more than skin and bones, with a gaping mouth and wide-open eyes. Its clothing identified it as one of the two coachmen who had displayed extraordinary strength, almost forcing Dorothy to use dragon shouts. A mummified corpse? How did this happen? I killed this one using the corpse marionette and a gun. Being shot shouldn't turn someone into a mummy. Puzzled, Dorothy frowned and continued uncovering the other bodies. She found that the second coachman's body had also turned into a mummy. Something was off. Determined, Dorothy bent down to thoroughly search the bodies. From the 4 corpses, she collected a pile of loot and began sorting it on the ground. The haul included 4 6-shot revolvers, 124 rounds of ammunition, 2 watches, 8 cigarettes, 4.57 pounds in cash, and 7 palm-sized pieces of paper with intricate red patterns and an abstract cup design in the center. Dorothy recognized this type of paper. She had found one on the coachman she killed and 2 more on the other bodies, suggesting these were standard-issue items. This must be it, Dorothy thought as she examined the paper. It seemed the most likely to be a mystical item. Mr. Aldrich, do you know what this is? Dorothy asked, holding up a piece of paper. Aldrich glanced at it briefly and responded, I do, but identifying it will cost you £10. Damn, such a rip-off. Dorothy grumbled internally. After some hesitation, she took out £6 from her bag and added £4 from her loot to make up the fee. Now she was down to just £14. Aldrich took the money with a smile, then gave the paper a second look before explaining. This is a sigil, derived from the afterbirth cult's devouring sigils. Nowadays, any organization under the chalice pathway can make these. Sigils are single-use. They enhance the user's physical abilities by consuming the chalice within their body. For ordinary people, using one will deplete all the chalice they have, leaving them like those mummified corpses. So, unless you have sufficient reserves of the chalice, it's best not to use it. Aldrich pointed to the 2 shriveled corpses on the ground. Dorothy was momentarily stunned. So it consumes the chalice within the body to enhance physical capabilities? That's its function? But if there's no extra reserve, it'll start consuming the innate chalice that sustains life, effectively burning one's life force. No wonder they turned into mummies. That's the consequence of losing the last chalice. Dorothy concluded that the Eucharist must have invested heavily in this operation. These lackeys were clearly meant to be sacrificial pawns. Mr. Aldrich, can you name a price for these sigils? Dorothy asked. Aldrich pondered briefly before replying, devouring sigils aren't sophisticated, but they're still costly to make. I'll sell them to you for £30 each. Deal. Dorothy handed him 4 sigils and said, deal. Now tell me about the ritual. And don't forget to give me £20 back. No problem. Just wait a moment. Aldrich stepped into a side room and returned shortly with an envelope and some cash. Here you go, Miss Maychos. Everything you want to know is in here. But a word of caution, while minimal, there's still some poison in this knowledge. Prepare yourself before reading. As Aldrich handed over the envelope, Dorothy's eyes lit up. Finally, she had what she needed for her advancement. All she could think about now was rushing home to open the envelope and dive into its contents. Dorothy gazed at the letter before her, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity. However, upon recalling Aldrich's words earlier, a sense of doubt crept into her mind. This so-called cognitive poison. I've never sensed it, but everyone else seems to take it seriously. Should I take this chance to ask about it? With that thought, Dorothy quickly organized her words and spoke up. Sir, there's something I'd like to consult you about. What's your understanding of this cognitive poison? Dorothy asked, trying her best to sound like she wasn't completely ignorant of the subject. Cognitive poison, you say? Haha, Miss Maychos, it's not something one can simply understand. Aldrich chuckled in response, leaving Dorothy momentarily stunned. Not something that can be understood. Why? She pressed. Because, £3 consultation fee, Aldrich said, jingling the coins in his hand. Dorothy looked at him with a deadpan expression before handing him £3 out of the 20 she had just received. After pocketing the money, Aldrich continued. No one can truly comprehend cognitive poison. It has existed since ancient times, present in all forms of knowledge, especially the mystic. The more profound the mystic, the more potent the toxicity. Every beyonder seeking mystical knowledge must endure its torment. Those who fail to withstand it risk madness at best, death at worst, or, in severe cases, losing control. Cognitive poison is a threshold blocking the path of all seekers of the mystic, a significant obstacle for beyonders climbing their paths of transcendence. As he spoke, Aldrich's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. Many have researched cognitive poison, but no one has made any breakthroughs. No one knows its essence or why it exists. We only understand its effects, unable to grasp its true nature. All we can do is rely on experience to resist it. It's the contamination of knowledge. If anyone in this world could truly understand its nature, it would be the gods. As for cognitive poison, what I and most beyonders know is limited to this much. It's not worth much, hence the modest fee. Lastly, let me remind you, Miss Maychos, to always be well prepared when delving into mysticism. I believe you have the means to handle it. Dorothy nodded silently, slightly taken aback by Aldrich's explanation. Cognitive poison. A poison embedded within knowledge itself, undefined and enigmatic, yet the bane of all seekers of transcendence. The streets of Igwent were brightly lit at night, with lampposts illuminating both sides of the bustling roads. Shops remained open, and pedestrians wandered the sidewalks. Although not as lively as the nighttime cities of Dorothy's previous life, it was far livelier than Vulcan. Horse-drawn carriages traveled the streets, and Dorothy rode in one of them. After parting ways with Aldrich, she had planned to head home but found no carriages available. Just as she was considering using her corpse marionette ring to animate a dead horse and ride it home, Aldrich reappeared, offering her a school carriage at the cost of 10 coins, nearly 10 times the usual fare. This guy's a businessman at heart. Charging for even the smallest thing. What kind of craftsman is he? Sitting in the carriage, Dorothy crossed her arms, sulking at Aldrich's sudden penchant for charging fees. Yet, in some ways, his adherence to rules had its merits. For instance, before she left, Aldrich had assured her that he wouldn't disclose her information, whether to the Bureau of Tranquility or the Crimson Banquet. Don't worry, Miss Maychos. Since we've done several deals, you're now a client of our Craftsman's Guild. By our rules, I won't betray any client's information. Recalling Aldrich's promise, Dorothy felt somewhat reassured. The Crimson Eucharist's recent failure had left no survivors to report back. Thus, they would likely attribute the failure to interference from Greyhill, assuming their agents had alerted the organization. I can't remain passive. Once I complete my advancement, I'll consider launching a counterattack. But how did the Eucharist get such detailed information on me? First, they knew my travel plans. Now, they know which school I attend. Something doesn't add up. Deep in thought, Dorothy rode the carriage until it stopped in front of her apartment on Sunflower Street. After bidding farewell to the school coachman, she climbed the stairs with her satchel. Upon opening her door, she was greeted by Gregor, who was just putting on his coat. Oh, praise the Holy Sun. You're finally back, Dorothy. I was starting to worry something had happened. You're never this late, Gregor said, visibly relieved. Dorothy shrugged casually and replied, no need to worry, Gregor. I just stayed behind at school to get some extra tutoring. You know how we girls aren't allowed to take night classes, which puts us at a disadvantage compared to the boys. When a teacher offers extra help, I make sure to seize the opportunity. Dorothy smiled as she spoke. Hearing this, Gregor relaxed further and beamed. Extra tutoring? That's great. What a kind teacher. If this helps you improve your grades, we should thank them properly. I'll buy a gift for you to bring to them. No need for a gift. I've already spent enough money on him to cover 10 years of tuition. Dorothy silently grumbled but refrained from voicing her thoughts. After putting away her belongings, she joined Gregor for dinner. During the meal, an idea struck her, and she casually asked him a question. By the way, Gregor, does your company require employees to register family information? Family information? Yes, because our work is somewhat risky. If anything happens, they need to notify our families, Gregor replied after some thought. I see. And do you need to provide a reason when requesting leave? Of course. Otherwise, why would they approve it? Gregor answered matter-of-factly, then looked at Dorothy curiously. Why are you asking all this? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to understand how companies in England operate for future job planning, Dorothy replied nonchalantly. Gregor, however, took her words seriously. Job planning after graduation. Dorothy, I've told you before not to consider a job like mine. I think you'd make an excellent lawyer. You may not realize it, but lawyers are indispensable to the wealthy. It's a lucrative career. Or you could consider becoming a civil servant. England's civil servants have great prospects. I've interacted with some through my work. The rest of the dinner turned into Gregor's lengthy career advice session. Dorothy listened with mild exasperation, forcing herself to endure until the meal was over, after which she escaped to her room. Locking the door behind her, Dorothy turned on her desk lamp, pulled a letter from her bag, and sat at her desk. My career path has already been decided, she muttered softly, staring at the letter in her hand. Late at night in England, in her apartment on Southern Sunflower Street, Dorothy carefully opened the envelope she had spent £100 on. She pulled out a dozen pages of paper and noticed that they seemed to have been ripped straight out of a book. He just tore pages from the book and sold them to me. Looking at the papers, Dorothy thought this to herself and began to read each word cautiously. As Aldrich had warned her earlier, the content carried traces of cognitive poison, requiring her to proceed with utmost care. A quick glance revealed that the pages came from a book titled General Knowledge on the Pathways. The paper was new, and the text was in printed font, making it relatively easy to read. Dorothy quickly reached the core sections of the material. Underscore 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 underscore. After a basic understanding of spirituality and how to accumulate it, the path of the beyond opens before us. What follows is an introduction to the basic levels of beyonders. In the realm mysticism, the higher the level of a beyonder, the greater their power, longevity, and profound knowledge, enabling them to understand the essence of the world, transcend the mundane, and elevate their existence. Beyonders are categorized into ranks from high to low. Within the mortal realm, beyonders are divided into 5 stages. Different secret societies assign unique titles to each stage, but no standard terminology exists. However, the Whitestone Craftsmen's Guild, due to its widespread influence and frequent transactions with major organizations, has gradually popularized its internal naming system across the realm of mysticism. In their system, the initial stage of Beyonders is called Apprentice or Raw Stone. The next 4 stages correspond to the 4 steps of alchemy. 1 Nigredo, Black Earth. 2 Albedo, White Ash. 3 Rubedo, Red Completion/Crimson. 4 Aurum, Gold. Underscore 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 underscore. Reading this, Dorothy nodded slightly, marveling at how the Craftsmen's Guild's influence had standardized the terminology of ranks in the realm of mysticism. From the fragments, Dorothy gained a general understanding of how ranks were categorized. For example, the Thirster rank of the Cup pathway corresponded to the apprentice stage. Albert, the person who had contacted Edric in Vulcan, was likely at this level. Her brother Gregor, who managed to deal with him, was probably also an apprentice, though his specific spiritual path remained unclear. Dorothy continued reading. The subsequent content outlined the initiation rituals for all spiritual paths at their foundational stages. The text was dense, filled with intricate diagrams and mystic terms, but after some effort, she managed to finish it. Letting out a deep sigh of relief, Dorothy leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. At that moment, the system in her mind notified her that she had completed studying a new mystical knowledge. Without hesitation, she extracted its spirituality. Since the material was a general introduction without a specific spiritual focus, it offered a bit of knowledge about each path. Dorothy gained 1 point in each type of spirituality and an additional 1 point of revelation due to the nature of knowledge itself. Now, Dorothy had accumulated 10 points in revelation, 6 points in chalice, 5 points in shadow, 1 point in lantern, 1 point in stone, and 1 point in silence. Her revelation spirituality was now full, meeting the requirements for advancement. However, she felt far from joyful because of the problem with the advancement ritual. Just as Aldrich had said, advancement rituals for all spiritual paths at the foundational level were simple and generally similar. All paths required drawing a basic magic circle with the symbol of the relevant spirituality, using common incense materials as auxiliary elements. However, the critical component for the ritual was a guide. Yes, a guide. For any spiritual path, the initial advancement ritual required the presence of a mentor who was at least at the apprentice stage and shared the same spiritual affinity to preside over the ceremony. Without this, the ritual could not succeed. For Dorothy, while she now had the necessary spirituality points, and the auxiliary materials were readily available in any shop or Aldrich's collection, if necessary finding a guide was the true hurdle. If Dorothy wanted to advance in the revelation path, she would need to find a mentor who was at least a revelation apprentice. but she had no leads at all. In Igwent, the Crimson Eucharist followed the Chalice path, and Aldrich was a stone beyonder. Neither had any connection to revelation. She couldn't exactly walk into the Serenity Bureau and ask if they had any revelation beyonders either. This guide requirement left her utterly clueless. Does this mean the revelation path is a dead end for me? Should I just apprentice myself to Aldrich and spend years carving stones to accumulate stone spirituality? Then I could have him as my guide when I finally have enough points. The thought crossed her mind, but she quickly shook her head to dismiss it. With only 1 point in stone, it would take her an eternity to reach the required level. Besides, even if she did accumulate enough, who knew what outrageous fee Aldrich might demand as a guide? Promotion fee, £1,000. In her mind, Dorothy imagined Aldrich smiling kindly while extending his hand for payment. That image alone was enough to completely dissuade her from switching paths to stone. Feeling frustrated, Dorothy picked up the pages again, searching for alternative solutions. After careful scrutiny, she finally found potential substitutes for a guide in the final paragraphs of the text. The first option was to use a spiritually rich item that matched the required affinity to replace the guide's role in the ritual. However, such ceremonies were far less stable, had a higher risk of failure, and imposed greater demands on the participants' qualities. The second option involved praying to high-ranking divine beings hidden in the world's depths. If such a being took notice and was in a favorable mood, they could serve as a guide and assist with the advancement ritual. However, the likelihood of an unknown individual drawing the attention of a divine entity was minuscule. Even if successful, the outcome would more likely be disastrous than positive. Sitting at her desk, Dorothy examined the last few paragraphs on the tattered pages under the desk lamp. The alternative solutions for finding a guide intrigued her, and she began pondering their feasibility one by one. A spiritual object of corresponding attributes can substitute for a guide? If that's the case, then I need to find an item imbued with revelation. But revelation primarily resides in knowledge. Where would I even find an object containing it? Dorothy thought, realizing that given the nature of revelation, it would be exceedingly difficult to find something tangible imbued with it. Securing such an item would be nearly impossible with her current means. The most she could do was ask Aldrich if he had something. Even if he did, the price would undoubtedly be astronomical. Still, this method seems more practical than directly finding a revelation beyonder. I'll note it down for now. She then turned her thoughts to the second option. Praying to a high-ranking divine entity? If they're in a good mood, they might act as the guide for the ritual. This feels even less reliable than all the other methods so far. Dorothy mulled it over. First of all, there was no guarantee that a high-ranking divine entity would even acknowledge her, a mere nobody. Even if they did, who could guarantee they'd help out of the goodness of their heart? The tattered pages had already warned that even if one managed to elicit a response, the outcome would likely not be favorable. The process was completely uncontrollable, fraught with risk, and could easily end in disaster. More importantly, Dorothy didn't even know which high-ranking divine entities existed. The only gods she knew of in this world were the Trinity of the Radiance Church. But who could say if they were real? Even if they were, with billions of people praying to them daily, why would they care about Dorothy? Besides, given that the church was openly against mysticism and secret cults, praying to their gods was practically handing herself over to the authorities. Leaning back in her chair and furrowing her brow, Dorothy sank deep into thought. How was she supposed to find herself a guide? Ugh, what should I do? Finding someone seems unreliable. Finding an object? No clue where to look. And praying to some divine entity? That's even more absurd. I don't even know how to pray. Dorothy muttered softly. The moment she finished speaking, however, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Don't even know how to pray. Dorothy froze, sitting up straight in her chair. What, was that voice just now? She thought in shock. Upon reflection, the voice seemed to be hers words she had just spoken, though only the last part. What's going on? Are my spoken words echoing back in my head? Have I developed some strange condition? Or is this some kind of mystical phenomenon? Or could it be that the so-called cognitive poison has finally kicked in, and I'm losing my mind? Dorothy's thoughts raced. The possibility of mental degradation terrified her, prompting immediate action. I need to test this. She whispered softly, hello, testing. Can you hear me? But no echo came this time. For a moment, she thought she might have imagined it. No, think carefully. How exactly did those words appear? Why only the last part, and why incomplete? What exactly did I say? Retracing her thoughts, she attempted a cautious experiment. It was something like, don't even know how to pray. The moment Dorothy murmured this, the echo returned. Don't even know. What the? This time, Dorothy's spine tingled as she quickly steadied herself. She focused intently, analyzing the common factors in the occurrences of the strange echo. Soon, she reached a conclusion. It seems to happen whenever I mention pray. Testing this hypothesis, Dorothy repeated softly, pray, hello, hello, testing, can you hear me? The echo returned. Hello, hello, testing, can you hear me? Unbelievable, am I holding a conversation with myself? She thought, slightly amused. But the repeated experiments confirmed her suspicions. The word pray was indeed the trigger. Why was this happening? Dorothy pondered deeply and soon arrived at a likely conclusion. The only thing capable of communicating within her mind was, system, was that you speaking just now? Affirmative. The system's reply made Dorothy breathe a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't losing her mind due to the toxicity of hidden knowledge. But the revelation raised even more questions. Why could the system react to the word pray? And why did it relay prayer? Suddenly, a thought struck Dorothy. Her system, which had accompanied her since she crossed into this world, could access knowledge of another world and extract spirituality from it. If it was capable of such feats, could it act as her guide? With this possibility in mind, she hesitated briefly before asking the system. System, can you receive prayers? Could you act as a guide for my advancement ritual? Affirmative. Capable of receiving and relaying prayers. Capable of granting guidance. The system's response left Dorothy intrigued. The echo phenomenon turned out to be her system interpreting her words as prayers. As for granting guidance, that seemed to align with the role of a divine being serving as a ritual guide. With this confirmation, Dorothy's curiosity about the system grew. What exactly was this system that had been with her since her transmigration? Nothing in this world existed without reason. Even the system must have a purpose and a connection to her crossing into this world. After contemplating for a while, Dorothy decided to ask decisively. System, what are you? Or rather, what is your essence? The system responded in a voice as faint as a whisper. Interface. Interface. Sitting at her desk, Dorothy was perplexed by the system's response echoing in her mind. She rubbed her temples and thought to herself. Interface? The essence of the system is an interface? What does that even mean? An interface between what and what? Hey, system, can you explain a bit more about this so-called interface? Dorothy continued asking the system in her mind, but this time, there was no response. She found herself questioning the void. After trying various phrasings without success, Dorothy temporarily gave up on uncovering the system's nature and shifted her focus to the immediate priority, the advancement ritual. Now aware that the system could relay prayers and guide blessings, a thought arose in her mind. Perhaps I could try this. And tomorrow's the weekend, too, she murmured to herself. Ending her mysticism research for the evening, Dorothy packed the forbidden materials into her school bag, changed into her pajamas, and turned off the lights to sleep. The next morning, bathed in the radiant sunlight of a clear dawn, Dorothy woke from a deep slumber. She climbed out of bed, rubbed her eyes, and opened her door, only to find the living room empty. Since there were no classes today, she had slept 2 hours later than usual. By now, Gregor had already left for work. In this era, the concept of a 2-day weekend hardly existed. Most professions required people to work year-round, with breaks only on religious holidays. Gregor's job was an exception due to its special nature. His hours varied greatly. Sometimes he left late and returned early, other times he was gone for days, and occasionally, he had entire days off. Dorothy knew his schedule depended entirely on the timing of his assignments. Many schools, influenced by religious customs, adopted a weekly rest day inspired by the myth of the Savior's 6 days of world-saving work and 1 day of rest. Dorothy's school, St. Amanda's, went even further. Thanks to its reformist principal, Aldrich, the school not only accepted female students but also added practical and artistic courses to its traditional curriculum. He even advocated for additional time for extracurricular activities and family visits, granting students a second rest day on weekends. Dorothy fully enjoyed her 2-day weekends as a result. Determined not to waste the principal's thoughtful reforms, Dorothy decided to use her Saturday for some extracurricular activities. After freshening up, she ate the slightly stale breakfast left on the table, changed into casual clothes, and set out with her backpack. She took a carriage straight to the market. Alighting at the market, Dorothy began gathering the materials on her pre-written shopping list. Once she had most of the items, she headed to the luxury shops on the commercial street to buy the rest. After spending £15, she boarded another carriage and headed to the western outskirts of Igwent, arriving at a small forest. Once vast and teeming with game as a hunting ground, the forest had been reduced to a shadow of its former self due to overhunting and urban expansion. Though the remaining trees held little economic value, an old woodcutter's hut still stood there. A year ago, the hut had even been the site of a murder, with the killer hiding the body inside. The police had only found the corpse after apprehending the suspect and securing a confession. Dorothy had learned about this from her usual chats with carriage drivers during her commute. She now found this isolated location ideal for her purposes. Getting off at a riverside fishing spot about a kilometer from the woods, Dorothy donned her cloak and walked to the small forest. Navigating deeper within, she soon found the abandoned woodcutter's hut. Yes, Dorothy had decided to perform her advancement ritual here. Given Gregor's occupation, she dared not hold a mystic ceremony at home. Other hidden corners of the city risked encounters with the Crimson Eucharist. Here, however, the site's recent history suggested it was untouched by cultists. A body wouldn't have been hidden here otherwise. The hut was dark and empty, the air heavy with the stench of decay. Unbothered by its grisly past, Dorothy began setting up her ritual. Phosphorescent lime powder, redwood shavings, shadow leaf grass. From her bag, Dorothy retrieved the mineral powders, wood shavings, and herbs she had bought. Mixing them into a fine powder, she carefully traced a simple circular array as depicted in the mystical knowledge. She surrounded the array with 6 candles and placed 3 small brass incense burners outside, filling them with rare fragrances imported from the New World. As the fragrant smoke filled the room, Dorothy moved on to the final preparation, inscribing her spiritual symbol at the center of the array. Pricking her finger with a needle, she let a drop of blood fall into the remaining powder and stirred it. Using this mixture, she drew the symbol with great care. In Aldrich's mystical teachings, all spiritual symbols were meticulously recorded. The symbol of lantern is a vertically upright scepter, with 8 evenly distributed lines radiating outward from the top, representing rays of light. It resembles a scepter crowned with a glowing lamp or a sun at its peak. The symbol of shadow is a curved dagger, its blade forming a perfect arc, much like a crescent moon in the night sky. The symbol of chalice needs no elaborate description. It is an ancient chalice with a wide brim, a tapered body, and a small base. On the chalice is an inverted triangle symbol. The symbol of stone is not related to gemstones, rocks, hammers, or chisels. Instead, it is a coin marked with the design of an equilateral triangle. The symbol of silence is quite simple, a closed eye. The symbol of revelation is equally straightforward, an open eye. Dorothy intended to perform the revelation ritual. She carefully inscribed the open eye symbol at the array's center. Once everything was ready, Dorothy set aside her tools, knelt before the array, and began reciting an incantation. I vow to follow this path, to revere this principle, to explore the sea of knowledge, to seek out truths. I shall be the compass, and the course. Her soft murmurs echoed in the small room, stirring the air. The fragrant smoke coiled around the array, and the candles flickered as if in response. Finishing her incantation, Dorothy began her prayer. I seek to tread the path of revelation, yet the way is obscured. Here I pray, beseeching the great divinities of the unseen realm to part the clouds and show me the way. As she concluded her prayer, an echo of her words resonated in her mind. Beseeching the great divinities of the unseen realm to part the clouds and show me the way. Moments later, a translucent dialogue box appeared before her eyes. Received a request for initial guidance. Do you wish to proceed with guidance? Dorothy's lips twitched into a faint smile. Using her intent, she clicked confirm. After Dorothy confirmed her prayer point, the dialogue box-like interface suddenly vanished. Then, the surroundings experienced a peculiar change. In the previously calm and quiet room, a small whirlwind suddenly arose out of nowhere. The once flickering candles were extinguished instantly, their swirling smoke dispersed. The outer circle of the ash-drawn ritual array was blown into a perfectly spiraling pattern. Dorothy's cloak rustled audibly, yet the revelation symbol at the center of the ritual array remained untouched. The sudden wind lasted only a moment before ceasing entirely. By the time it stopped, the candles were extinguished, the incense no longer burned, and the ash-drawn ritual array was scattered. Kneeling in the center, Dorothy slowly stood up. Her gaze was now clear, her thoughts tranquil and sharp. So this is what it means to be Beyonder. Looking at her hands, Dorothy murmured softly. She could distinctly feel the changes within herself. Dorothy now felt an unprecedented clarity in her thoughts. Her focus could be effortlessly concentrated or dispersed, and her mental strength had significantly increased. She felt refreshed, her mind sharper than ever before. This is the path of revelation, an apprentice rank Beyonder known as the cognizer. Compared to the chalice, which strengthens vitality and the body, revelation enhances mental and cognitive abilities. Following her ascension, Dorothy felt as though she had been enlightened about her current rank and its associated abilities. Now, I can try a few experiments. Smiling to herself, Dorothy spoke softly. As a newly advanced Beyonder, she wanted to test her newfound abilities. However, just as she donned her hood and confidently strode toward the door, she suddenly remembered something. Turning back, she glanced at the remnants of the ritual. Sheepishly, she hurried back, retrieved a small broom and dustpan from her bag, and began cleaning up. After spending half a day meticulously erasing all traces of the ritual, a tired Dorothy wiped the sweat from her forehead, silently complaining to herself. Phew, the first thing I do after becoming Beyonder is manual labor. This cognizer ability does absolutely nothing for physical stamina. Having thoroughly cleaned the ritual site, Dorothy quickly left the small hut. After walking a kilometer to a fishing spot by the river and arriving out of breath, she finally boarded a carriage and returned to the city of Egwint. Through the carriage window, Dorothy watched the bustling pedestrians and colorful advertisements lining the streets. When the carriage stopped in front of a bookstore, she disembarked and entered directly, picking up a thick book on tap dance. She found a quiet, secluded spot to sit down. Dorothy read quietly, her demeanor natural and unremarkable, blending in with the other patrons in the bookstore except for her astonishing speed in flipping pages. For each densely written page, Dorothy glanced over it several times in quick succession before moving on. To a casual observer, it looked as if she were flipping through the book absent-mindedly. In reality, she had thoroughly absorbed every word. This was one of her Beyonder abilities. As a cognizer, Dorothy possessed superhuman mental acuity and focus, which translated into remarkable learning capabilities. She could read at lightning speed, greatly compressing the time needed to acquire knowledge, and easily comprehend complex content. In just 30 minutes, Dorothy finished the entire book. Closing her eyes briefly, she recalled its contents in precise detail, almost word for word. Remarkably, she could also vividly recall the advertisements and passers-by she had seen through the carriage window earlier, down to the smallest gestures, facial expressions, or the individual hairs on a dog's coat. It was as if she could replay ultra-high-definition video footage in her mind at will. This powerful short-term memory was another gift of being a cognizer. For up to half a day, Dorothy could recall every detail of her experiences with absolute clarity. After this period, the memories gradually faded unless she chose to focus on preserving them for the long term. This feels like a straight-up academic superpower, Dorothy murmured. Placing the book back on the shelf, she left the bookstore and boarded another carriage, heading toward the docks. The bustling docks reeked of brine and fish, but Dorothy pulled her hood tighter and pressed on. She made her way through the crowds to a secluded warehouse, stopping before a rented storage unit. Unlocking the door, she stepped inside and locked it behind her. Her gaze fell on several long crates in the center of the space. Unlocking one of them, she activated the corpse marionette ring on her finger. Moments later, a familiar figure lifted the lid of the coffin-like crate and rose to his feet. It was Edric, long unseen. After evading the pursuit of the Crimson Eucharist by diving into the river, Dorothy had manipulated Edric's corpse to swim to the riverbed and anchor itself to abandoned machinery with pre-prepared hooks, preventing it from floating away. The next evening, under the cover of darkness, she returned to retrieve him, even having him crawl along the riverbed upstream to an isolated mudflat before bringing him ashore. She had kept Edric because, at the time, he was the only corpse she could control. Losing him would have been inconvenient for any future plans. Now, Dorothy was here to experiment with her abilities. Looking at the pale, expressionless Edric, Dorothy raised her hand. With a thought, she infused 1 point of revelation spirituality into the corpse marionette ring. Immediately, Dorothy felt her mental connection with the ring deepen. The spiritual thread linking her to Edric grew noticeably stronger. With another thought, Edric began to move. He jumped in place and started performing tap dance moves just as Dorothy had learned from the book earlier. In the silent, dim space, Edric danced, his feet moving in rhythm and his body leaping gracefully. The sound of his shoes echoed throughout the room. His movements were fluid, resembling those of a living person rather than a corpse. Next, at Dorothy's command, Edric transitioned to other routines. He performed a full set of Call of the Times radio gymnastics, flipped forward and backward, imitated the mischievous antics of the Monkey King, and executed a flawless Thomas Flare spin. Each act was more challenging than the last. Finally, Dorothy instructed Edric to stand straight before her. Smiling softly, she whispered, "Hello, Mr. Grandy." Edric's expression shifted slightly, and he knelt on one knee before Dorothy, placing a hand over his chest as he replied, "At your service, Miss Machos." Watching Edric kneeling solemnly before her and pledging loyalty, Dorothy nodded in satisfaction. Edric's current performance had surpassed the usual scope of a marionette, indistinguishable from a living person, a feat made possible by Dorothy's newly acquired abilities after her advancement. Now, Dorothy could enhance her control over the corpse marionette ring by consuming revelation spirituality. This improvement allowed for precise manipulation of the corpse marionettes, enabling them to perform intricate actions previously impossible. She could even make them speak, and by expending more revelation, she could temporarily increase the maximum number of marionettes the ring could control. This boost in mental acuity and control epitomized the abilities of a revelation beyonder, but such enhancements came at a cost. To maintain a marionette's speech-level control, Dorothy had to inject 1 point of revelation into the ring, sustaining the state for a day. Increasing the marionette control limit demanded even more revelation. Over time, this repeated consumption would inevitably deplete her revelation reserves. However, her advancement brought a fundamental change to her spiritual capacity. Before her promotion to a cognizer, Dorothy possessed 10 points of stored revelation spirituality. Now, these had transformed into 5 points of inherent revelation. Stored spirituality was finite, diminishing with use, while inherent spirituality could slowly regenerate through rest. To Dorothy, revelation was now akin to a replenishable resource, like a magic point, MP, system. She had 5 points of regenerable revelation, though her maximum limit was capped at 5. The other types of spirituality in her possession remained stored energy, depleting with each use. Correspondingly, beyonders from other paths had similar transformations. For example, a craver would possess 5 inherent points of chalice. Looking at the corpse marionette ring in her hand, and then at Edric before her, Dorothy smiled faintly. To her, the time had come to actively confront the Crimson Eucharist. Now, it's time to make some preparations. Let them suffer a bit this time, she murmured softly, her hands clasped behind her back as she gazed at the dim glow of the gas lamp in the warehouse. 2 days later. It was dawn in Igwent. The light of morning gently illuminated the southern Sunflower Street apartments in the upper city. Gregor, waking from his sleep, rubbed his drowsy eyes and got out of bed in the chilly early morning light. As was his habit, he dressed and, yawning, opened his door to step into the living room, where he was met with an unexpected sight. "Dorothy? Haha. It's rare to see you up this early," Gregor remarked with a chuckle as he spotted the white-haired girl quietly eating breakfast on the sofa. Normally, he was the early riser, often nagging her about her fondness for sleeping in. Today, however, she had beaten him to it. Taking a bite of bread, Dorothy glanced at Gregor standing in the doorway. Casually, she replied, "There's a practical lesson at school today. We need to gather early." "Ah, a practical lesson? That's good. It's nice to move around outdoors instead of being cooped up in a classroom all day. Your school's teaching methods are quite innovative," Gregor commented as he headed to wash up. Soon after, the two sat down together for breakfast, though Dorothy finished hers first and departed soon after. Not long after Dorothy left, Gregor quickly followed suit, descending the apartment stairs. Instead of taking a carriage, Gregor briskly walked through the quiet morning streets. After 40 minutes of steady pacing, he transitioned from the residential district to the gradually bustling city center. 10 minutes later, he arrived in front of a 10-story building that housed several companies, as evidenced by the advertisements plastered on its exterior. Entering the building's lobby, Gregor crossed the polished marble tiles to the front desk, where an elderly woman with graying hair and glasses was scribbling something. "Good morning, Mrs. Ida," Gregor greeted her. Looking up from her work, the elderly receptionist adjusted her glasses and replied in a firm yet kindly voice. "Good morning, Gregor. Did you walk here again? Your home isn't exactly close by, wouldn't it be easier to take a carriage? Thanks for your concern, but I like to exercise. This distance isn't even enough to make me break a sweat," Gregor replied with a grin. The woman nodded, handing him a key. "All right, suit yourself. By the way, room 8 is under maintenance today, so you'll need to use room 6. Got it. Thanks, Mrs. Ida," Gregor said as he took the key and headed to a side corridor. Instead of using the main stairs to ascend, he turned into a hallway, eventually stopping in front of an ordinary-looking door. Unlocking it, he entered. Behind the door was not a typical room but a descending staircase. Closing the door behind him, Gregor descended into a large, unadorned hall bustling with clerks and other staff. Ignoring the others, Gregor made his way to a corner where shelves lined with weapons, masks, and other tools stood. At the counter in front of the shelves sat a bespectacled, bookish-looking young man with ash-brown hair, busily writing. "Hey, Brandon," Gregor called out, slamming the counter. The startled youth nearly jumped out of his chair. Recognizing Gregor, he sighed in relief. "Phew, Mr. Machos, you nearly scared me to death. Haha, you're way too jumpy, Brandon. You need to work on your composure, or you'll never make it as a hunter. Oh, and drop the formalities, just call me Gregor," he said, laughing. Brandon smiled wryly, shaking his head. "I think I'll pass. I'm content as a clerk. Joining the team was just a naive dream from my youth." "You used to dream of being like your father," Gregor remarked. "That was just a childish fantasy. The reality is, I'm not cut out for it. I'm fine with what I'm doing now. It still contributes to the bureau, just in a different way," Brandon replied. "Fair enough," Gregor said with an understanding nod. "As long as you're making a difference, that's what matters." At that moment, a gruff voice called out from across the hall. "Brandon, I need another 500 rounds of ammo." Hearing the voice, Gregor turned toward it and saw a tall, burly man approaching. He was clad in a hunter's coat, his disheveled brownish-yellow hair and stubbly face adding to his rugged appearance. His expression was stern. As the man came closer, Brandon jumped up in surprise, quickly standing and stammering. "MMR Turner, but we just restocked your team's ammo yesterday. We've used it up on target practice. I'm just here to ask for more. Is there a problem with that?" Turner said as he towered over Brandon, speaking with a commanding tone. Brandon, visibly nervous, took a step back but mustered the courage to reply. "And no, I can't, Mr. Turner. I can't give you more extra ammo today. It's against the rules." Rules are made by people. Can't you make an exception?" Turner retorted loudly, his tone growing harsher. Brandon, clearly intimidated, struggled to respond. Seeing the situation, Gregor stepped in to defuse the tension. All right, Turner, don't give Brandon a hard time. If you need ammo, I've got some extra in my squad. I can share some with you." Gregor's calm and conciliatory words seemed to soften Turner's stance. Turner exhaled and replied, Fine, if there's none here, then so be it. I just thought I'd ask." He paused, then continued with a wry smile. "By the way, kid, the gun I left here for maintenance, it's ready now, right? You can't keep the bullets without giving me back my gun." Hearing this, Brandon nodded hurriedly. He reached under the desk and pulled out a large single-shot pistol with an unusually thick barrel, placing it on the table. Turner's eyes lit up as he saw the distinctive weapon. "Oh, my baby, you're finally back." Turner picked up the pistol and kissed it before holstering it at his waist. Just as Turner seemed about to speak further, a woman's voice interrupted. "Captain Gregor, Captain Turner, urgent matters. Mr. James has requested both of you to report to the director's office immediately." Gregor turned toward the voice and saw Elena, a woman with light blonde curls dressed in a hunter's uniform. She stood with a serious expression. Gregor exchanged a glance with Turner before replying, "Understood. We're on our way." With that, Gregor and Turner followed Elena down a corridor. Brandon remained at his desk, silently watching their retreating figures. As they walked through the underground base of the Serenity Bureau, it wasn't long before they arrived at a door. Elena knocked twice, and a slightly raspy voice from within responded, "Come in." Elena opened the door, and the three of them stepped into a neatly decorated office. The room was furnished with carpets, sofas, and a large bookshelf filled with books. Behind the desk stood a middle-aged man. Of average height, his neatly combed light yellow hair and small mustache added a refined air. He wore a perfectly tailored suit, and his slightly protruding belly hinted at indulgence. The man was none other than James, the director of the Bureau's local division. Gregor and Turner saluted him upon entering. "Mr. James." "Good morning, Director." James glanced at Elena and gestured for her to close the door before pointing to his desk. "Take a look at this." Following their superior's words, all eyes turned to the desk, where a vibrant bouquet of fresh flowers lay. "A bouquet?" Gregor asked, puzzled. Turner raised a brow and asked, "What's the issue, Director? Is it some kind of dangerous mystical item?" James shook his head and began to explain. This was just delivered to the front desk by Ms. Ida. It was sent from the Blue Lavender Flower Shop 5 streets away, which offers flower delivery services. This bouquet was specifically ordered to be delivered at 9 a.m. today just a while ago. The accompanying note reads. James paused, then looked seriously at his subordinates. To the brave warriors who fight in the shadows and silently safeguard the peace of Igwent. Hearing this, both Gregor and Turner froze, exchanging startled glances. Someone was openly addressing the Serenity Bureau? But that's not the most important part, James continued, pulling out a postcard from the bouquet. He flipped it over to reveal typed text on the back and held it up for Gregor and Turner to see. A Crimson Eucharist base is located at 22 Western Elmwood Street in the Lower City. Morning, Igwent's Lower City, within 22 Western Elmwood Street. One of the core members of the Crimson Eucharist, a middle-aged man named Burton, sat in a chair in his study, his face stern and his brows deeply furrowed. Burton was troubled by the recent kidnapping operation he had orchestrated. Following a decision made during a previous gathering of the society, Burton had mobilized some of their most capable members to abduct the younger sister of Gregorius, the squad leader of the Serenity Bureau hunters, on her way home from school. The plan was simple, their target was an ordinary 13-year-old girl, and failure seemed almost impossible for his skilled subordinates. Yet, to this day, there had been no word from the kidnapping team, not a single member had returned. This prolonged silence caused growing anxiety for Burton and the other core members of the Crimson Eucharist. It's been days, not a single message. Could it be that the operation failed? Did the Serenity Bureau catch wind of our plans and set a trap in advance? No, that's unlikely. More likely, those fools acted carelessly, alerting Greyhill, and were all taken out by them. Damn it! I told them explicitly not to cause any commotion around that school, but they completely disregarded my orders when it came to execution. Rubbing his temples, Burton grimaced, his frustration and unease growing harder to contain. Though the losses were ordinary members with no mystical abilities, they were skilled operatives who had taken effort to cultivate. Losing them all at once was a significant blow to the organization. Burton and the other core members were now almost certain that Greyhill had interfered in their operation. They were considering how to contact him, while Burton himself pondered strategies for negotiations. The recent string of incidents left him deeply unsettled. Meanwhile, outside his residence, in the depths of the alleyway, two figures hid behind a corner, silently watching the door of house number 22. Both were men, their clothes tattered and stained with blood, and their bodies wrapped in bandages in multiple places, clearly indicating severe injuries. At their feet lay a small coffin. One of the men glanced up at the sun in the sky, then down at his wristwatch, which showed the time as 8:40 a.m. It's time. Muttering softly, the two men hoisted the small coffin with effort and began walking forward, step by step, toward the door of number 22. Upon reaching the door, they set the coffin down. One of the men stepped forward and knocked in a deliberate rhythm. After the knock, a voice from behind the door asked, "What do you seek?" The man coughed before answering, "Eternal fulfillment." A small window on the door opened, and a pair of eyes peered out, scrutinizing the visitors before expressing surprise. "Thomas? And Oliver? It's you? You're back? What about the others?" Cough, cough, "It's me. Quickly, let us in. Our mission was a success, but we were ambushed on the way. The others, they probably didn't make it. But we've managed to secure the target." Blood dripping from his lips, the man named Thomas spoke with difficulty. The voice behind the door responded immediately. "Wait here. I'll inform Mr. Burton." A series of hurried footsteps retreated from the door. It wasn't long before the door opened, and the doorman urgently ushered them in. "Come in quickly. Mr. Burton is upstairs waiting." He said to bring the item up at once. Cough, cough, "All right, but the two of us are injured. Carrying it up the stairs will be difficult. In that case, we'll take care of it. You follow behind." The doorman called down 3 more men from upstairs. Together, they carried the small coffin up the staircase, with Thomas and his companion Oliver closely following behind. Before long, the group, along with the small coffin, entered Burton's study. Burton rose immediately upon seeing Thomas and Oliver. "It's you two, where are the others?" Cough. "Mr. Burton, we completed the mission but were ambushed by an unknown force. The others, their status is unclear. We barely managed to protect the target and escape, but we were delayed along the way due to certain circumstances." As he spoke, Thomas opened the small coffin placed on the floor, revealing a white-haired girl within. She lay inside, her eyes closed, as if in a deep sleep. Burton's eyes lit up at the sight and he spoke quickly. "Explain the details later. For now." He walked over to a bookshelf in the study, activated a hidden mechanism in a candlestick, and opened a secret chamber behind the bookshelf, revealing a blood-stained altar. Burton needed to notify the other core members immediately, as the entire Crimson Eucharist was anxiously awaiting updates on this matter. Burton strode toward the altar, while Thomas and Oliver silently watched. As Burton's figure retreated, the expressions of pain and exhaustion on Thomas and Oliver's faces suddenly vanished, replaced by an icy, chilling indifference. In the late morning, at 22 Western Elmwood Street in the lower city of Igwent, gunfire suddenly erupted. The recently returned members of the Crimson Eucharist, Thomas and Oliver, seized the opportunity when their unsuspecting companions were off guard and launched a sudden ambush against their former comrades and superior. Inside the modest study, bullets flew in a chaotic barrage. 4 Eucharist henchmen, caught off guard by the sudden betrayal, were quickly shot down. Burton, who had been walking toward the altar, was struck by 3 bullets in the back, causing him to stagger and almost collapse. He spun around abruptly, his face contorted with rage, and his bloodshot eyes glared in fury. Traitors! How dare you! Gritting his teeth, Burton stared at the subordinates who had suddenly turned against him. Although puzzled by their betrayal, his burning anger soon overpowered his confusion. After neutralizing the other people in the room, Oliver coldly aimed his gun at Burton. Together with Thomas, they mercilessly emptied their bullets at their former superior. Burton, however, reacted quickly, dodging most of the shots. Of the 4 bullets fired, only 1 hit his abdomen. As a beyonder of the chalice pathway, Burton was not only still alive despite having been shot multiple times, but he also retained his strength and mobility. Dodging the remaining bullets, he turned his fury toward the traitors and launched a counterattack. With a powerful leap, Burton closed the distance between himself and Thomas in an instant. By the time he reached them, Thomas and Oliver's guns were empty, forcing them to engage him in hand-to-hand combat. Burton's punches, however, were faster and far more devastating. With a resounding impact, Burton's fist smashed into Oliver's head, deforming it and shattering his skull. The force of the blow sent Oliver's body flying out of the room and into the hallway, his body broken and mangled. Turning to Thomas, Burton grabbed the arm wielding a knife and wrenched it aside. He forcibly took the blade and severed Thomas's wrist with a single slash. With 2 more swift strikes, he decapitated Thomas, kicking his lifeless body away as blood sprayed across the room. At that moment, from within the open coffin, a white-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes. Dorothy sat up, pulling something out from her clothes. It was a small piece of parchment the size of a palm, bearing an abstract symbol resembling a chalice, a devouring sigil from the chalice path that she had previously taken from an Eucharist member. Without hesitation, Dorothy pressed the sigil against her forehead and began chanting softly. With my spirituality as offerings, I beseech the blood chalice. As the sigil burned into ash, a crimson chalice-shaped mark shimmered on Dorothy's forehead. The devouring sigil enhanced the user's physical abilities by consuming their chalice spirituality. For ordinary people, this would drain all their spirituality and leave them lifeless, but Dorothy was different. She had previously acquired an extra chalice through her study of mystical knowledges, allowing her to use the sigil without the usual fatal consequences. With the sigil's power coursing through her body, Dorothy felt a surge of strength. She pulled out 2 revolvers from the coffin, each in one hand, and aimed at Burton, who had just finished dealing with Oliver. She opened fire without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. The revolvers roared as bullets flew toward Burton. Though their recoil was considerable, Dorothy, bolstered by the sigil's enhancements, managed to steady her aim and fire continuously. 4 bullets struck Burton, one shattering his left arm, another ripping through the muscle of his right thigh, leaving him temporarily immobilized. Dorothy had aimed for Burton's head and heart, but her lack of formal shooting training caused the bullets to miss their mark. One grazed the top of his skull instead. Taken by surprise, Burton collapsed to the ground, glaring at Dorothy with hatred as he struggled to rise. Bleeding profusely, Burton stood with great difficulty, his body covered in gory wounds. Despite this, as a craver, he refused to die, his will and power driving him forward. Roaring, Burton charged at Dorothy. Calmly assessing the situation, Dorothy activated her corpse control ring, channeling 2 points of revelation spirituality into it, which expanded its limit to control 4 corpses simultaneously. The dead Eucharist members in the study those Oliver had shot earlier rose to their feet and lunged at Burton, holding him back. Meanwhile, the ring's stored chalice spirituality rapidly depleted due to the intense demand. Get off me! Burton roared as he smashed the reanimated corpses with his inhuman strength, shattering their bodies with each punch. But as he struggled, Dorothy dropped her revolvers, reached into the coffin, and pulled out a steel crowbar. Gripping the crowbar with both hands, Dorothy's gaze turned cold. Enhanced by the sigil's power, she charged forward and swung the crowbar with all her might at Burton's head. The first strike cracked his skull. Since the bullets weren't accurate, she decided to engage in close combat instead. Dazed by the impact, Burton's bloodshot eyes widened in confusion. Dorothy followed up with a second blow to the same spot, splitting his head open and spilling blood. Burton collapsed, and Dorothy delivered a 3rd and 4th strike to ensure he wouldn't rise again. Finally, Burton lay motionless on the ground, lifeless from Dorothy's relentless strikes. Inside the room at house number 22 Western Elmwood Street, Igwin's lower city, blood was splattered everywhere. Twisted corpses of various shapes and forms were scattered across the room. Blood soaked the carpet, and splashes of blood stained the walls and furniture. The air was thick with the mingled stench of blood and gunpowder. It was unmistakable this was the site of a gruesome massacre. Ha, ha, ha. Standing on the blood-stained carpet, Dorothy clutched a crowbar covered in sticky red and white viscera, breathing heavily. Her clothes were dotted with blood spatters, and her crimson eyes stared coldly at the mutilated corpse lying before her. It's finally over. After confirming the death of the mangled body, Dorothy let out a deep sigh of relief. Although she had prepared in advance, this was her first hunt targeting a beyonder. The tension and anxiety had accompanied her throughout the operation, but ultimately, the mission was a success. To infiltrate the sanctuary's hideout at number 22, Dorothy had spent 2 days using various animal corpse marionettes to surveil the location. She learned the secret knock and passcodes used by those entering the building. Dorothy then selected 2 corpses from the henchmen she had killed a few days earlier on her way home from school. She transformed them into corpse marionettes and used 1 point of revelation spirituality to grant them speech capabilities. These marionettes were indistinguishable from living humans and successfully tricked the sanctuary members, smuggling Dorothy inside hidden within a coffin. Once inside, she waited for the right moment. Taking her enemies by surprise when they were off guard, she launched a sudden attack, seizing control and gaining the upper hand. Her success was largely thanks to the lifelike corpse marionettes. The operation went smoothly, but the cost was steep. Dorothy reflected as she surveyed the aftermath. She had lost 2 corpse marionettes, and her energy reserves were heavily drained. During this mission, she had used 1 point of revelation to grant the marionette's speech, 2 points of revelation to increase the number of marionettes she could control simultaneously, and nearly exhausted the chalice spirituality stored in her corpse marionette ring due to the high load. Additionally, she used 1 point of her own chalice spirituality to enhance her physical capabilities. This mission had consumed 3 points of revelation and 2 points of chalice. While revelation would regenerate naturally after a couple of days, she needed to conserve her use of chalice spirituality moving forward. After assessing her situation, Dorothy scanned the room and used the last bit of spirituality in her corpse marionette ring to animate 2 relatively intact corpses. Together, they began looting the room for valuables. Before long, Dorothy had collected £50 in cash, 2 devouring sigils, and a book found near the altar in a hidden chamber. She also gathered some miscellaneous valuables and all the firearms in the room, packing everything neatly. Once her loot was secured, Dorothy deactivated the corpse marionettes and turned her attention to Burton's mangled, blood-soaked body, his head completely shattered. Extending her hand, she transformed Burton into a marionette. His lifeless body slowly began to move, and she directed it to stagger toward a chair in the study. Once seated, Dorothy had no intention of taking his heavily damaged corpse with her. She had other plans for it. Leaving Burton seated, Dorothy grabbed her loot and immediately made her escape. Knowing that the gunfire had likely alerted nearby residents and the authorities might already be on their way, she avoided the main entrance and instead headed upstairs to the rooftop of number 22. On the rooftop, Dorothy looked toward the slightly taller building next door. Activating her corpse marionette ring, she saw a figure rise on the adjacent rooftop. Edric, another corpse marionette she had positioned there in advance. With Edric's help, Dorothy climbed to the neighboring rooftop, then changed out of her blood-stained coat. Using Edric's assistance, she traversed several rooftops before descending to street level at a pre-selected location, quickly leaving Western Elmwood Street, which was now bustling with an increasing crowd of onlookers. However, Dorothy didn't go far. Handing her loot to Edric, she hid in a secluded alley nearby. She glanced at the sun overhead, then at her watch, which read 9:11 a.m. It should be soon. Murmuring to herself, Dorothy closed her eyes and focused her attention on the marionette Burton, who was still in the bloody crime scene at number 22. Inside the now silent study at number 22, the marionette Burton sat motionless in his chair, as though waiting for something or someone. Before long, an anomaly broke the silence. On the blood-soaked altar in the hidden chamber, a half-skull covered in flesh began to stir. From the layer of flesh, an ear protruded. The flesh began to writhe, and soon a mouth grew beneath the ear. The mouth spoke in a man's voice. Burton, Burton, are you in the room? Answer me if you're there. The marionette Burton slowly turned its head and stood, limping toward the altar. Using its intact mouth, it replied in a deep voice, I'm here. Phew, good. Listen to me, Burton. Your hideout has been discovered by the authorities. Leave immediately. Hunters should arrive within 10 minutes. Hearing this, Burton responded angrily, his tone filled with indignation. How did the Bureau find me? Could there be a mole leaking information? Was our operation's failure the other day also due to a mole? That's unlikely. If Gregorius knew we intended to corrupt his sister, he would have already sought protection for her from James. The fact that he hasn't proves our intel hasn't been leaked. Reports suggest a third party may have intervened. Either way, now isn't the time for this discussion. Leave immediately and head to Clifford on White Pearl Street. The mouth on the altar continued speaking, and Burton nodded in acknowledgement. I'll leave right away. Good. Hurry. We'll discuss this further later. The mouth ceased moving, slowly melding back into the flesh. The marionette Burton, having witnessed this, collapsed to the ground like a marionette whose strings had been cut. The study at number 22 fell silent once more. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, in a secluded alley, Dorothy slowly opened her eyes. Morning, in the lower city of Igwent, inside a street-side cafe, a white-haired girl dressed in a black and white dress sat in a private booth on the second floor near the window, continuously adding sugar cubes to her freshly served hot coffee. Having requested a day off from school, Dorothy was taking a moment to relax after her recent extracurricular activity, simultaneously reflecting on and summarizing the results of her successfully executed operation. As expected, there's indeed a mole from the Eucharist within the Serenity Bureau. My intel must have been leaked by that traitor. As she stirred her coffee, now sweetened with 8 sugar cubes, Dorothy pondered. After the Eucharist had tracked her down twice and attempted to harm her both times, she had been perplexed about the source of their intelligence. Upon confirming through Gregor that the Serenity Bureau required family information to be registered and even mandated reasons for leave to be documented, Dorothy began suspecting the existence of a mole. The evidence only solidified when she linked this with prior cases of foiled operations, including the prematurely dismantled base of Albert. To confirm her suspicions, she devised a plan. Using a crow corpse marionette, she tracked Gregor from a distance for several days, identifying the location of the Serenity Bureau. Then, through her corpse marionette, Edric, she ordered flowers from a florist and had a message containing the details of 22 Western Elmwood Street delivered to the Bureau at a predetermined time. Meanwhile, Dorothy preemptively cleared out house number 22, leaving a corpse marionette Burton there to wait for an emergency communication from the Eucharist. She theorized that once her tip-off reached the Bureau, the mole would notify the Eucharist to evacuate the site. They wouldn't have anticipated that Dorothy had already eliminated everyone at 22 Western Elmwood Street. Sure enough, the marionette she stationed there intercepted a warning from the Eucharist, confirming the mole's existence. Moreover, she extracted additional intelligence, the reason she was targeted, and the location of another Eucharist hideout. Trying to corrupt Gregor through me? It seems he poses quite a threat to them. Dorothy's extracurricular activity yielded considerable gains, not just intelligence, but also a tidy sum of money, a book that seemed to be a mystical manuscript, and the satisfaction of a job well done. She made a mental note to find a quiet place later to examine the book. Sipping her sweetened coffee, Dorothy gazed out the window at the bustling street below, a faint smile curling her lips. By now, you all should have arrived, Gregor. Morning, in the lower city of Igwent, 22 Western Elmwood Street. At the entrance to the house, police had set up a cordon, keeping a noisy crowd of onlookers at bay. When gunshots erupted earlier, panicked residents had rushed to the nearest police station to report the incident, prompting a swift response to secure the scene. Inspector Jack, can you tell us what happened here? Was it gang violence? How many casualties are there? What's the situation inside? This case is under active investigation. No details can be disclosed at the moment. Please await an official statement from the police. Move along, please. Wait, Inspector? Can you at least give us a general overview of the situation inside? Among the clamoring crowd, journalists barraged the police with questions, but Inspector Jack deflected them with standard responses. No matter how persistent the reporters were, he revealed nothing substantial, primarily because he himself knew very little. The case had already been taken over by another agency, leaving the police to handle crowd control and media inquiries. Inside house number 22, the stench of blood still lingered. Uniformed agents Gregor and Turner stood amidst the carnage in the study, their expressions grim as they surveyed the brutal scene. 7 corpses, 6 ordinary individuals and 1 craver, all deceased. The craver, Burton Vale, was a landlord with properties in Purple Hill Town. According to neighbors, these uniformly dressed individuals were his servants, working for him. It's clear they were all members of the Eucharist. Burton was likely a core member. Gregor spoke as he recounted their preliminary investigation of the house's owner. Witnesses reported that the gunfire lasted only about a minute before everything went silent. By the Holy Sun, what kind of entity could take out so many people, including a craver, in such a short time? Eliminating a craver is no easy feat, Gregor continued, his tone laced with astonishment. Turner frowned slightly and asked, Gregor, how long would it take you to clear this hideout with your team? After scanning the scene again, Gregor contemplated briefly before replying, a craver and 7 lackeys? If it wasn't an ambush, and we launched a frontal assault, it'd take at least 10 minutes of hard fighting. And casualties would be likely. Never mind the craver, even these lackeys, once they've activated their sigil charms, are nightmarishly tough to deal with. But this was their base, their stronghold. An ambush seems improbable. So the attacker either infiltrated or stormed in head-on. Either way, to eliminate everyone so swiftly is astonishing. Gregor's disbelief was evident. His extensive experience with the Eucharist had taught him just how formidable a craver could be. After his remarks, silence fell over the room. Everyone present grasped the extraordinary nature of the perpetrator. To decimate a Crimson Eucharist hideout, killing a core member in such a brief span, signaled a force not to be underestimated. Impressive indeed. But those people handed us the intel on this hideout, and by the time we arrived, this is what we found. It's like they're using us hunters to clean up after them, or worse, mocking us outright, Turner said, visibly displeased. Gregor attempted to placate him. Calm down, Turner. We know nothing about these individuals yet. Let's not jump to conclusions about their motives. Still, the emergence of such a force in Igwent warrants increased vigilance. Gregor's expression turned grave. His thoughts drifted back to a previous incident in Vulcan involving another entity that had similarly unsettled the Crimson Eucharist. Could these 2 incidents be connected traces of the same individual or organization? Looking out the window at the sky, Gregor felt an ominous presence looming over Igwent's shadowy underworld, a force possibly rivaling the Crimson Eucharist or even the Serenity Bureau. All right. Conduct a thorough search, process the corpses, and bring them back. We need to report this to Mr. James immediately. Time flowed by as daylight faded and night crept in. As darkness enveloped Igwent, the city fell under the shadow of the night. Within this gloom, an urgent meeting was underway. In a dimly lit, spacious room, the core members of the Crimson Eucharist sat silently on either side of a candlelit, elongated dining table. Unlike previous gatherings, no blood-soaked delicacies adorned the table, and their number was one fewer than before. The atmosphere was heavy, each face stern, a stark contrast to their usual mealtime camaraderie. Burton is dead. According to information from the Serenity Bureau, he was found lifeless in his home, along with every subordinate at his base. None survived, said Buck, a gaunt, middle-aged man with a sallow face and a thin mustache, sitting nearest the head of the table. His grim news left the hunchbacked, wide-eyed elder opposite him in shock. Dead? That guy's really gone. Buck, didn't you warn him to retreat? How could he still end up dead at the hands of hunters? Clifford blurted out loudly, to which Buck replied with a measured tone. It wasn't the Bureau. From what they've uncovered, the hunters sent after Burton were already killed before they could get to him horribly, at that. Even the Bureau is puzzled as to who got to him first, Buck explained gravely. Clifford was momentarily stunned by this revelation. What? Someone beat the Bureau to it? Who would dare, or even have the ability to pull this off in Igwent? Was it Greyhill? Clifford asked incredulously, to which Buck shook his head slowly and continued. No. Though Greyhill despises us, he is a man of strict principles and would not violate the neutrality of the White Craftsmen's Guild. This suggests the emergence of a new, hidden force in Igwent. A new force. Could it be related to the incident with Albert? Is this another secret society? Indeed. I suspect the Edric Burton mentioned earlier has been recruited by them. While their exact spiritual affiliation remains unclear, it's obvious they're working against us. As he spoke, Buck slammed the table in anger, causing it to tremble. To clear out Burton's base and kill everyone there in such a short time, their strength is extraordinary. I'd estimate they dispatched at least 2 or 3 Beyonders for the job. Anything less wouldn't have been this efficient. Buck's voice remained somber, and Clifford seemed visibly unnerved. A rival society? And at least 2 or 3 Beyonders. Hey, Buck, this is serious? Both Albert and Burton are gone now. We need to inform the mentor and have him take charge. Clifford urged, his tone tinged with anxiety. The Crimson Eucharist had reigned unchallenged in Igwent for so long, yet they were now reeling from heavy losses within weeks. Buck fell silent for a moment, his gaze slowly shifting to the young man with dark brown hair who had been sitting silently across from him. Bill, the situation is getting critical. Can we inform the mentor? No. The mentor explicitly instructed us not to disturb him during this crucial phase of his advancement preparation, Bill replied indifferently. His calm demeanor agitated Clifford further. A secret society, allied with the Bureau, is targeting us, and we've already lost 2 members? This concerns the survival of the entire Eucharist, Bill? How can we not involve the mentor? Clifford exclaimed. Bill shook his head and spoke dismissively. No, the mentor has made it clear that we must handle all matters ourselves. Are you really this incapable? Didn't he leave you his precious divination opportunities? As he spoke, Bill glanced at Buck, prompting Clifford to do the same. That's right. Divination? The mentor left us his divination opportunities. Buck, now is the time to use them? Let's find those sneaky bastards and strike back hard. Buck sat in contemplation for a few seconds, listening to their words, before slowly nodding in agreement. Rewind to earlier that evening. Having taken the day off, Dorothy made sure to make the most of her rare free time. After finishing her extracurricular activities in the morning and handling the aftermath, she spent the afternoon leisurely exploring the city. By the time her usual school hours ended, she finally returned home by carriage. Stepping off at the side of Sunflower Street, Dorothy paid her fare and ascended the steps to her front door. Upon unlocking it, she entered a spacious living room devoid of any signs of Gregor. Ah, Big Brother isn't home. Makes sense, after such a major case earlier today, working late is inevitable. Seeing the empty house, Dorothy thought to herself, her relaxed demeanor betraying not a shred of guilt over the additional workload she had indirectly caused him. Realizing Gregor wouldn't be home, Dorothy grew emboldened. She placed the cakes and sweets she had purchased earlier on the coffee table, kicked off her shoes, and sprawled out on the sofa. Skipping the trouble of asking Mrs. Harker downstairs to prepare dinner, she treated the desserts as her meal, occasionally stretching on the soft couch. Ah, being home alone is the best. Maybe I should stir up more trouble to keep Gregor working overtime. Stretching lazily, Dorothy mused aloud before pulling a dark blue-covered book from her bag. Assuming a less than dignified posture, she reclined on the sofa, nibbling on her sweets while flipping through the book. This book was none other than a mystic manuscript seized from Burton's home. With Gregor absent, Dorothy had the freedom to study mystical knowledges openly in the living room. Nonetheless, she remained cautious, positioning a crow marionette from her bag on the windowsill as a lookout. With her proficiency in speed reading as a cognizer, Dorothy quickly finished the relatively thin manuscript, absorbing its contents entirely. Titled The Secret Appraisal Notebook, the manuscript was authored by a Beyonder attuned to the spirituality of stone. A gemsmith and appraiser, the author had written this book as a guide for identifying mystical items. It taught readers how to recognize spiritually imbued items, discern artifacts with secretive significance, and locate treasures among seemingly ordinary antiques. Surprising. It's not one of those chalice-related knowledge. I thought everything seized from a Crimson Eucharist member would be something bizarre. How did he even get his hands on this? Dorothy wondered as she leafed through the book again. Eventually, she found a dedication on the title page. December 6, 1240. Gifted by Andre to Aldrich. May our friendship endure. After reading the inscription, Dorothy couldn't help but smirk, her mind conjuring an image of Aldrich with his signature scheming smile. I wonder how much that guy sold Andre's friendship for, she mused, her thoughts dripping with sarcasm. Lying on her couch, Dorothy munched on cake while scoffing at the inscription on the mystical book in her hands. Her opinion of Aldrich's lack of scruples had just reached a new low, as expected. This guy feels more like a con artist than some stonemason, she thought sarcastically, her mind wandering to the symbol of the stone spirituality, a gold coin engraved with a perfect triangle. Did this symbol imply a connection between stone and wealth, or even commerce? The White Craftsman's Guild was, after all, a commercial organization. Dorothy didn't dwell on the question. Overthinking wouldn't lead to any concrete answers, so she shifted her attention back to the present matters. Leaning lazily on the sofa, Dorothy began reviewing her day's gains and took stock of her current situation. First, the loot. Besides the mystical book, she had also retrieved £50 from Burton's place. Coupled with the £16 she already had, her total cash was now £66. It was more than enough for a comfortable mundane life, but still woefully inadequate in the clandestine world. Next were the 2 life-eating sigils she'd acquired. Including the 2 she already had, she now possessed 4 such sigils. After using one earlier, she realized each sigil lasted about 30 seconds. For prolonged combat, one might not suffice. Furthermore, their effects couldn't stack, and using even one consumed a point of chalice spirituality. In terms of firearms, Dorothy now owned 5 revolvers with over 200 rounds of ammunition, plenty for now. However, she'd found the revolvers lacking when facing the Craver earlier. She was considering acquiring a more powerful rifle or, better yet, some explosives. Her corpse marionette ring was recharged, though the battery finger she left behind could only handle one more charge. Once it ran out, she'd have to fuel the ring using her own chalice spirituality. Originally, the ring was quite energy efficient, with a single charge lasting half a year under normal use. However, Dorothy's unconventional method of force-enhancing the ring with revelation had drastically increased its energy consumption. Finally, her spirituality. Of her 5 innate revelation points, only 2 remained, which would take 2 days to fully recover. Under proper rest, she could regenerate 2 revelation points daily. She also had 5 chalice points, 5 shadow points, 1 stone point, 1 lantern point, and 1 silence point left. After carefully organizing her thoughts, Dorothy exhaled deeply, stretched, and shifted to a more comfortable position on the couch. She turned her focus to a new matter, the mystical knowledge. Dorothy had studied the book earlier. Normally, she would extract and accumulate the spirituality contained within, but now she had another option. After advancing to Cognizer, Dorothy had felt her soul strengthen, meaning her soul codex had expanded. She had already recorded the 3rd stage of unrelenting force, which had been in an unrecorded state. Now, there was room to acquire more otherworldly knowledge. Having just advanced, Dorothy wasn't in a hurry to ascend to the next rank of Black Earth. For now, she aimed to accumulate more skills until her soul codex was full again before considering further advancement. Now, Dorothy decided to test what kind of knowledge of another world could be exchanged using the mystical knowledge she'd studied. System. I want to use the secret appraisal notebook to exchange for knowledge of another world. Dorothy thought silently. The system quickly responded. The secret appraisal notebook identified as introductory level appraisal techniques. Exchanging. Book of Cain, appraisal, flawed. As the system's whispery voice echoed in her mind, a wave of new information surged into Dorothy's consciousness. She immediately grasped the new skill. Blinking in mild surprise, she began examining the knowledge she had just acquired. Appraisal. Book of Cain appraisal? This time, it's knowledge from the world of Diablo. Rubbing her temples, Dorothy murmured. Having played Diablo in her previous life, she naturally knew what Book of Cain and the appraisal skill were about. The book's author, Deckard Cain, was a scholar versed in all sorts of knowledge and arcane history in the Diablo world. In Diablo 2, he served primarily as an NPC for identifying items or selling identification scrolls, occasionally dispensing quests. He met his end in Diablo 3, but not before leaving behind Book of Cain for his adopted niece, Leah. To Dorothy, Cain had always been a tool for appraisals and quest distribution in Diablo 2, but there was no denying the usefulness of his appraisal skill. It could instantly reveal the name, attributes, and functions of any item. If she could replicate that perfectly here, it would undoubtedly be a highly practical skill. Excited, Dorothy eagerly examined her newly acquired appraisal skill. However, she was disappointed to find that it was a flawed version. The original Cain's appraisal required no cost or sacrifices, whereas Dorothy's flawed version consumed spirituality to appraise an item. The stronger the item, the greater the spiritual cost. Frustrated, she decided to confront the system. Hey, system, why is my appraisal skill flawed? The secret appraisal notebook are introductory knowledge and insufficient to exchange for the complete Cain's appraisal skill. Providing additional appraisal-related knowledge in the future may allow for skill completion. The system's response was straightforward, and Dorothy immediately understood. In short, Cain's god-tier appraisal skill was too advanced, and she couldn't fully replicate it with just one introductory level book. Still, even the flawed version had its merits. As long as she had sufficient spirituality, she could identify even powerful mystical items. With this in mind, Dorothy prepared to test her new appraisal skill. She extended her hand, examining the corpse marionette ring she wore. Under her gaze, the ring emitted faint red glimmers, signifying its mystical nature. The appraisal skill didn't just reveal detailed information but also included a basic function to distinguish between mundane and mystical items. Even non-mystical items with faint spirituality could be detected if she focused her attention. This preliminary detection didn't require any spiritual expenditure. Only extracting the complete information of an item would consume spirituality. For instance, the faint red glow on the corpse marionette ring confirmed it was a chalice spiritual item. Not bad. Muttering to herself, Dorothy decided to inspect other items in her home. As she glanced around, her eyes caught the faint silver glow emanating from the crescent-shaped ring on her other hand. In the dimly lit chamber of Igwent late at night, a heavy scent of blood filled the air. This was a small, blood-soaked secret chamber. At its center stood an altar constructed from blood-stained human bones. Atop the altar rested a skull, on which wriggled a patch of bloody flesh adorned with various strange organs. Below the altar lay a dark red carpet, while around it stood bookshelves, desks, and display racks. A large basin filled with blood-soaked human limbs rested ominously in the room. In front of the desk stood two figures. One was a thin, gloomy middle-aged man with a mustache buck of the Crimson Eucharist. The other was an elderly, slightly hunched man named Clifford, also a core member of the Communion. The two men gazed solemnly at each other. Clifford's demeanor betrayed a sense of urgency. "Buck, hurry up. It's about time," Clifford urged impatiently. Buck, however, said nothing in response. Instead, he moved silently toward a painting hanging on the wall. After staring at the painting for a few moments, Buck reached out and pushed it aside, revealing a safe. He input a code, turned a key, and retrieved the items stored within. Returning to the desk, Buck placed two objects upon it, a bracelet set with an orange gemstone and a small, smooth fragment of stone, inscribed with densely packed, unfamiliar symbols on one side. Seeing the objects, Clifford's eyes lit up with excitement. "So, these are the divination instruments left by the mentor," he murmured, his voice tinged with wonder. Buck nodded in confirmation. "Yes, the divination instruments. Precious tools. With these, we can transcend the confines of space and time to gather information from dimensions within the inner world," Buck replied calmly. Clifford's astonishment grew. "Transcend space and time to gather information? What exactly are these things that they can accomplish something so incredible?" In truth, they're merely spiritual reservoirs," Buck remarked with a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the two items on the desk as he explained. According to the mentor, what is essential for divination is not the objects themselves but the spirituality stored within them. Generally, regardless of the form of divination, two types of spirituality are always required. "And which types of spirituality are necessary for divination?" Clifford asked eagerly. Buck, unhesitating, provided the answer. "Lantern and revelation." "Lantern and revelation," Clifford repeated, deep in thought. "Yes," Buck continued. The mentor explained that lantern represents illumination, while revelation signifies information. Using the lantern to perceive revelation allows us to transcend space and time to acquire the desired information. As Buck spoke, Clifford nodded in understanding, murmuring to himself. Using lantern to perceive revelation, this is the essence of divination? One symbolizes illumination, the other information. It's completely different from the chalice we revere. Gazing at the objects on the desk, Clifford mused aloud. "I've been a beyonder for so long, yet this is the first time I've learned about the principles of divination. Does this mean that as long as I obtain the spirituality of lantern and revelation, I too could perform divination?" "Indeed. As long as you master the method and have the necessary spirituality, you can perform divination. The method itself is usually simple, the key lies in obtaining the spirituality, which is exceedingly difficult," Buck explained as his gaze shifted to the bracelet set with the orange gemstone. "Among these, the spirituality of lantern is relatively accessible. Many items from the Radiance Church contain it. The church is vast, and many artifacts flow out of it. Furthermore, secret societies with religious roots often produce lantern spirituality through their rituals. Additionally, numerous beyonders associated with the lantern have defected from the church and collaborated with craftsmen of the stone path to create mystical items containing lantern spirituality for trade. Thus, obtaining items imbued with lantern is not particularly challenging." Buck's eyes then shifted to the stone fragment inscribed with ancient symbols. "However, revelation is far more elusive. Due to the dangers associated with its path, beyonders linked to revelation are exceedingly rare in the realm of beyond. Those who begin directly on the revelation path are like needles in a haystack. Moreover, revelation spirituality is the most difficult to imbue into objects. Currently, only ancient relics such as inscribed stone tablets or murals can contain small amounts of revelation. For instance, this stone fragment was excavated from some ruins. It contains precious revelation spirituality and is a key legacy of the mentor," Buck explained, pointing at the fragment. Clifford sighed in admiration. "This fragment holds the precious spirituality of revelation. Indeed, the mentor went to great lengths to acquire it. I wasn't keen on using something so valuable, but at this juncture, we have no choice. We must locate those individuals," Buck said grimly before beginning preparations for the divination ritual. "Phosphorus lime powder, silver powder, blood of a red-winged bird, bronze ink." Buck worked quickly, mixing materials into a shimmering gray-yellow ink. Using the ink, He drew a circular ritual array on the desk. The upper half of the array featured the symbol of Lantern, while the lower half displayed the symbol of Revelation. He placed the bracelet and stone fragment on their respective symbols. Then he retrieved a large sheet of paper from a bookshelf and spread it in the center of the array between the symbols. Upon closer inspection, it was a city map. The word Igwent was inscribed at the top. It was a map of the city of Igwent. I'll use pendulum divination to ensure those people have nowhere to hide, Buck declared as he retrieved a single chain crystal pendant from a small box on the desk. Holding the pendant, he positioned its crystal over the center of the array, directly above the map of Igwent. By the all-seeing Lantern, illuminate the sea of revelation. He chanted softly, swinging the crystal over the map. The orange gemstone in the bracelet shattered, and cracks formed on the ancient inscribed stone fragment. Invisible spirituality poured out from the objects, swirling within the ritual chamber. Night fell over Igwent, and within an apartment on southern Sunflower Street in the upper city, Dorothy reclined on a sofa. She was curiously examining a ring on her finger that shimmered faintly with a dull silver glow. This ring had always been on Dorothy's hand, a keepsake left by her mother, whom she had never met. Now, the ring's peculiar silver glow intrigued her. Dorothy understood what it signified. The ring was reacting to her recently acquired Kane's appraisal skill, a skill that allowed her to perceive mystical items with the naked eye. This family heirloom from my mom is glowing? Does that mean this thing is a mystical item? The thought left Dorothy utterly astonished. She had never imagined that her absent mother, of whom she had no memory, might have left behind something so mysterious. Did this imply her mother had ties to the realm of beyond? Or was she herself a beyonder? But then, what kind of beyonder would abandon their study of the mystic, marry a hunter, and settle in a remote village? The idea was baffling. Dorothy suddenly recalled what Aldrich had once remarked. Dorothy and Machos, your first and last names are uncommon in this country, they have an eastern flair to them. Indeed, Dorothy mused. Greg and I have rare names here. Aunt Hannah once mentioned that our father wasn't well educated, so our names must have been chosen by our mother. If that's the case, and my mother was possibly a beyonder, could she have been from some eastern country? Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Dorothy pondered this mystery. However, after much thought, she couldn't make sense of it and decided to shelve the matter for now. Phew, thinking about this won't get me anywhere. I might as well identify the ring first. Maybe it holds some clues. Fixing her gaze on the crescent-shaped ring, Dorothy concentrated and activated her appraisal skill. Since her skill was incomplete, it required her to expend spirituality, specifically of the lantern type. So it's lantern that's needed for identification. Does that mean lantern has properties of insight, observation, and unraveling mysteries? With this thought in mind, Dorothy consumed her only point of lantern and began identifying the ring. The item's information immediately appeared before her eyes. Concealment ring. Effect: when infused with shadow spirituality, this ring can conceal the holder and their mystical items from spiritual detection. During active concealment, it consumes additional shadow to counter the spirituality of detection attempts. The stronger the detection or the more spirituality provided, the more shadow is required to block it. Reading the description, Dorothy found herself intrigued. She carefully analyzed its abilities. It can hide myself and any mystical items I carry from being perceived by others with passive detection skills. And if someone actively tries to detect me using spiritual techniques, I can block them by spending shadow. This is an excellent tool for maintaining secrecy. Even though the Crimson Eucharist lacks lantern detection methods for now, this ring might prove invaluable if I ever face other beyonders with such skills. Examining the crescent-decorated ring, Dorothy thought, this adds another layer of protection. It's a valuable gift from Mom, I suppose. But why would she leave something like this for the original Dorothy? It's practically useless unless one becomes beyonder. Leaning lazily back on the sofa, Dorothy was lost in thought when an unexpected alert echoed in her mind, a voice from the system. Warning. Information retrieval targeting the self detected. Warning. Information retrieval targeting the self detected. Estimated completion time, 124 seconds. Recommended to prepare countermeasures. Startled, Dorothy sprang up from the sofa and immediately questioned the system. Information retrieval? What does that mean, system? The system responded mechanically. Combining the use of lantern and revelation, information retrieval establishes a channel through revelation and applies lantern to locate specific data. Once completed, the retriever will acquire the targeted information. Countermeasures are advised. Estimated time to completion, 112 seconds. Listening to the explanation, Dorothy frowned. Using spirituality to extract specific information? Does this mean using spirituality to obtain certain information someone wanted to know? This feels like fortune-telling, or, in more mystical terms, divination? Am I being divined upon right now? Someone's trying to extract information about me using mystical means. With this suspicion, Dorothy quickly questioned the system. What can I do to counter this retrieval? The system promptly provided options. Option 1. Correspond to the retriever's lantern and revelation by providing equal amounts of shadow and revelation. This will block the retrieval. Option 2. Provide spirituality exceeding the retriever's lantern and revelation to initiate a counter-retrieval. Option 3. Provide silence equivalent to the information being retrieved to erase the targeted data. Option 4. Upon a successful counter-retrieval revealing the retriever's location, provide at least 3 times their revelation to send a retaliatory feedback. Detected retrieval expenditure, 1 point of lantern, 1 point of revelation. Estimated time to completion, 90 seconds. Faced with the options, Dorothy's mind raced. The time constraint left her with no room to ponder deeply. Her analysis was swift. Option 2 was out. She had already used her only lantern point earlier. Option 3 depended on having silence equal to the value of the targeted data, and with only 1 point of silence, it wasn't viable. Option 4 was impossible without first executing option 2, and even then, she lacked enough revelation. That left only option 1, providing 1 point of shadow and 1 point of revelation to block the retrieval. System, I choose to block the retrieval. In a dimly lit secret chamber, 2 core members of the Crimson Eucharist, Buck and Clifford, stood intently before a table. Illuminated by candlelight, Buck was engrossed in a divination ritual. A meticulously drawn ritual array for lantern and revelation was laid out on the table, with a map of Igwent placed neatly within it. Suspended above the map, a white crystal pendulum swung back and forth on its chain. I wish to know the current location of the one who killed Burtonvale today, Buck declared solemnly, holding the upper end of the pendulum's chain. He fixed his gaze on the crystal's oscillations as it traced its path above the map. Clifford, standing beside him, also stared intently, following every movement. So this is pendulum divination, the most practical method for divining a location. The swinging pendulum will eventually be pulled by an invisible and mysterious force, pointing to the target's whereabouts, Clifford murmured, observing the process. As a beyonder with some knowledge of mysticism, he was familiar with the concept of pendulum divination, though it was his first time witnessing it in practice. Due to the rarity of revelation spirituality, divination rituals were exceedingly uncommon. Many lower-ranked beyonders had only heard of such rituals and never seen them, let alone performed one themselves. For both Buck and Clifford, this was their first time conducting such a rare and mysterious ritual. Their eyes remained glued to the pendulum, eagerly awaiting the moment it would stop and reveal the target's location. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed slowly. However, the crystal pendulum showed no signs of stopping. As the pendulum's swings grew smaller and smaller, the tension in the room gradually increased. Finally, the crystal pendulum came to a complete stop, hanging vertically above the map due to gravity. It stopped. Is this the location of those people? Clifford asked, bewildered. The pendulum's behavior seemed indistinguishable from that of an ordinary weight on a string. It appeared to be behaving naturally, without any sign of mysterious forces pulling it to a specific point. Was this the result of their divination? By the logic of divination, the pendulum's current position should indicate their location, Buck said with a frown, his tone serious. Clifford, equally skeptical, ventured a hypothesis. So, their hideout is on the Ironclay River. Perhaps. They might be using a boat as their base of operations. A vessel allows for easy relocation, after all. Not a bad strategy, Buck muttered, his expression grim. Clifford blinked, scrutinized the pendulum's position on the map again, and raised another point. Wait a second, Buck. That part of the Ironclay River is a mudflat. There's no water there. Boats can't possibly dock in that area. Maybe they've built something on the mudflat, or perhaps there's something beneath it. Either way, since the pendulum points here, we need to investigate, Buck said, his expression complicated. He, too, found the pendulum's behavior suspiciously ordinary, resembling a simple gravitational pull. Yet, what if the target's location coincided with the pendulum's natural vertical alignment? Wasn't that a possibility? Both Buck and Clifford found it hard to believe that such a rare and spiritual divination ritual, consuming precious revelation, could fail. Thus, even though the result seemed dubious, they had to treat it as credible. After all, this result was achieved through the expenditure of valuable spiritual resources. Regardless of how implausible it appeared, they had no choice but to investigate. Clifford, gather enough men. We're heading to that location now, Buck commanded, placing the pendulum on the table and striding swiftly toward the chamber's exit. Clifford followed without hesitation. Got it. We'll check it out thoroughly, he replied, quickly trailing after Buck. Several hours later, the door of the secret chamber was suddenly flung open once more, and Buck, his expression dark and brooding, walked in silently. His pants were caked with mud. Following closely behind was Clifford, storming in with a furious glare. His entire lower half was covered in mud, as though he had taken a tumble into it. Clearly, Buck and Clifford had returned empty-handed. Their hurried footsteps brought them to the desk, with Clifford muttering bitterly under his breath as they approached. Pendulum. Pendulum. What a load of crap. It didn't divine anything? All it did was get us covered in mud. As he spoke, an enraged Clifford grabbed the crystal pendulum from the desk and hurled it aside in frustration. The pendulum bounced off the desk and struck a glass bottle of lime powder that had been placed nearby. The bottle toppled over, spilling its contents onto the table. The fine powder filled the air, scattering over both Clifford and Buck's faces. Clifford began coughing violently, while Buck silently wiped the dust off his face. We underestimated them. I never thought they would have the means to counter divination, Buck said coldly as he continued brushing the lime powder off his face. His expression was restrained, but a fire of anger burned in his eyes. Cough, cough. What did you just say, Buck? Counter divination? They countered our divination. Clifford asked, his voice tinged with disbelief as he coughed. Buck nodded grimly. Yes. Our mentor once said, in this world, where there is divination, there is also counter divination. As long as one gathers the appropriate spirituality and performs the necessary rituals, divination can indeed be countered. And such rituals would undoubtedly involve the rare and precious revelation. I underestimated them. They managed to obtain revelation, a rare spirituality. Their resources run far deeper than I had anticipated, Buck remarked solemnly, his hands clasped behind his back. Clifford, still puzzled, asked another question. So, what do we do now? If we can't find their location, we can't strike back. Buck inhaled deeply, calming himself, before responding slowly. I will speak with Bill again and find a way to request an audience with the mentor. If that still fails, I will have no choice but to visit him in my dreams. That night, in an apartment by Southern Sunflower Street. Information retrieval has been blocked. Lying on her sofa, Dorothy exhaled in relief as she felt her accumulated spirituality deplete, coupled with the improvement in her system. The near miss of having her location discovered through some inexplicable means left her feeling uneasy. Phew, it's finally resolved. I almost got tracked through some bizarre divination method. Living in this eerie world really calls for greater caution, Dorothy thought with a sigh. Alongside her relief, the incident sparked her curiosity. So this world actually has such methods to retrieve information from afar? Fascinating. Based on the system's hints, these divination methods also rely on spirituality, specifically lantern and revelation. Since I am already a revelation beyonder, I'm not lacking in that regard. If I can acquire more of lantern, does that mean I, too, could perform divination? With divination, I could gather intelligence far more efficiently. And then there's the nature of different spirituality, some of them are quite intriguing. Lantern carries the meaning of revelation, while shadow can counteract lantern's revelation. From the effects of that concealment ring earlier, shadow seems to embody concealment and obscuration, the opposite of lantern. And as for silence, it can apparently delete information. But what happens when information is deleted? What exactly is the essence of silence? As these questions swirled in her mind, Dorothy realized just how little she truly understood about this world and its mysticism. Seems like I'll need to consult Aldrich more often when I have the chance. Although, Dorothy muttered, frowning as she pulled out her recently replenished wallet. Although, I wonder if I can even afford the tuition fees anymore. Morning, St. Amanda's School, western outskirts of Igwent. In the morning, the classrooms were bustling with teachers giving lessons, as it was class time. Outside the classrooms, however, the rest of the campus was quiet and empty. Inside the school library, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating rows of bookshelves. A white-haired girl sat at a desk, flipping through a book in front of her with evident boredom, occasionally yawning. Ugh, taking all these days off really has its price, Dorothy muttered to herself between yawns. Due to her involvement in the operation against the Crimson Eucharist, she had been taking frequent absences and had barely attended school lately. As a result, she had fallen behind in her studies and was now in the library trying to catch up on her own. For most people, self-study could be challenging. But for Dorothy, a cognizer, it was incredibly easy to make up for lost lessons. However, the books she was reading, which contained almost no spiritual significance, felt unbearably dull to her. As expected, whether in my past life or this one, school is always boring. The main problem is that the material lacks spirituality, making it hard to stay motivated, she thought in disinterest. Deciding to take a break from her coursework, she reached for a few copies of the Igwent Daily News on the desk, intending to catch up on current events, a way for her to learn more about this unfamiliar world. Dorothy began reading the news while mentally critiquing the content. Jones Airship Company secures large government contracts, a sign of further development in the kingdom's air transport industry, or a prelude to the formation of the kingdom's air force. Airships, huh. Too bad I don't have enough mechanical knowledge yet. Otherwise, designing an airplane and playing the part of the Another World Wright brothers would be pretty cool, she mused. Tensions rise in the new continent, constant friction with the colonies of Fulano. Violent incidents caused by native savages hit a record high. The government considers tougher suppression measures. Combined with the ongoing pirate threats, the shipping of goods from the new continent is expected to face disruptions. Price increases for many commodities are inevitable. Native uprisings? Colonial disputes? Pirates? Feels like this world's technology is around the 19th century, but its political landscape still carries shades of the 17th or 18th centuries. She schemed past the domestic and global news, turning to local headlines. Bloodbath? Gentleman from Purple Hill Town brutally murdered in his Igwent residence. All servants in the household killed. Neighbors report hearing intense gunfire. Oh, it's already in the news, Dorothy thought, her eyes lighting up as she continued reading. Mr. Burton Vale was known as a gentle and friendly man. The perpetrator of such a heinous crime is utterly depraved. Sheriff Jack urges citizens to stay cautious when traveling at night, as the suspect remains at large. Authorities vow to bring the criminal to justice. Huh. A gentle and friendly Mr. Burton, huh? And the police? As if this case is even within their jurisdiction. Dorothy scoffed before flipping to another local article. Viscount Field criticizes Igwent police once again, accusing them of ignoring the plight of the city's impoverished lower classes. Viscount Field claims that many of Igwent's poor, particularly those living in solitude, are under threat from an unidentified criminal organization. Numerous individuals have gone missing, but since they have no family to report them, the authorities have allowed the crimes to fester unchecked. A known philanthropist, Viscount Field has devoted himself to improving the lives of the impoverished, often conducting charity work in the lower city. He has been well loved since arriving in Egwint 6 years ago. Disappearing people? Criminal organizations? Could this be the work of the Crimson Eucharist? If so, the police wouldn't be able to handle it anyway. And if those culprits really are part of the Eucharist, Viscount Field's public statements might put him in serious danger. Dorothy pondered this as she stared at the newspaper. Just then, a familiar voice broke her train of thought. Well, isn't it Miss Maychos? What a rare sight you actually came to school today. Dorothy turned her head to see Aldrich, dressed in a janitor's uniform, standing between the bookshelves. He was dusting the shelves with a feather duster. Now that things are settled, I had to come back. I still need to attend school. I don't want my report card at the end of the term to be filled with C's and D's, or my brother will be furious. Dorothy replied, closing the newspaper and addressing Aldrich. Thank you for helping me these past few days. If it weren't for you, the teachers wouldn't have approved so many days off. Helping you? Oh no. I was just doing as I was asked. Besides, I accepted your payment, so of course, I had to handle it properly. Isn't that right, Miss Maychos? Aldrich said with a grin. Dorothy couldn't help but inwardly roll her eyes. You've got some nerve to say that. My brother pays the school to let me study here, and you still charged me extra for taking leave. You even claimed, the tuition goes to the school board, not me, so I have to charge a small service fee for this favor. Luckily, Aldrich's leave approval fee wasn't too expensive, just a few coins. Still, Dorothy felt mildly annoyed by his habit of turning everything into a business deal. Does turning everything into a transaction increase his spirituality or something? After silently grumbling, Dorothy suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Mr. Aldrich, do you know how to perform divination? Her interest in divination had grown after encountering counter-divination techniques. Divination? I only know a little bit, Aldrich replied. If you're interested, I can teach you some basic methods. Of course, you understand there's a price. As he spoke, Aldrich's familiar sly smile appeared on his face. Basic divination techniques aren't too costly. I'll give you a discount, just £40. Hearing this, Dorothy's face turned expressionless. Silently, she pulled a few bills from her wallet and handed them over, spending more than half of her current savings in one go. Impressive, Miss Maychos. Your poise grows ever more exceptional, Aldrich chuckled warmly as he pocketed the money Dorothy had handed over. Meanwhile, Dorothy kept a stoic face, internally grumbling. How could I not be straightforward when there's no room for negotiation with you? Please wait a moment. I'll jot down the knowledge you've paid for. Aldrich set aside the feather duster he'd been holding and leisurely walked over to the desk. Taking a sheet of paper, he began writing quickly. Aldrich's pen moved swiftly across the page, and in less than 10 minutes, he was done. Once the ink had dried, he folded the paper neatly and slipped it into an envelope he pulled from his pocket. Dorothy sat quietly nearby, watching the entire process. Divination, what matters most isn't the technique but the materials. These basic divination methods don't involve profound mystical knowledge, so there's no risk of cognitive poison contamination here. You can rest assured, Aldrich said as he handed the envelope to Dorothy. Dorothy accepted it, feeling somewhat disappointed. No poison? So there's nothing mystic about it. Guess that means no harvesting spirituality either. After repeated experiments, Dorothy had come to understand she might be immune to the dangers of cognitive poison. For her, the stronger the poison within knowledge, the deeper its mysticism value, and thus, the greater the spirituality she could gain. The absence of mind poison in this material left her disheartened. Figures, anything under £100 is just going to be cheap junk, she thought as she tucked the envelope away. After some thought, Dorothy posed another question. By the way, sir, I've been curious, how exactly does one corrupt another in the field of mysticism? Her inquiry stemmed from the intelligence she had extracted from the Crimson Eucharist. From that, she had learned they sought to corrupt her, presumably to corrupt Gregor through her. She felt it was necessary to understand the meaning of such corruption. Corruption, Aldrich pondered briefly before replying, £10 for a consultation fee. Without hesitation, Dorothy handed over the money. Aldrich took it with a grin and began explaining. In mysticism, corruption is a broad concept. Generally, it refers to the process by which a subject undergoes mental and physical changes due to the influence of another entity or environment. The term may vary depending on who's applying the influence. Some don't like how corruption sounds and instead use terms like sanctification or purification. But no matter the name, the core idea remains the same. Personally, I prefer calling it pollution. In the realm of beyond, various societies enjoy employing different methods to corrupt individuals they wish to bring into their fold. After Aldrich finished, Dorothy pondered for a moment before continuing with her questions. Then, for a society aligned with the chalice, what methods of corruption might they use? As expected, Aldrich responded immediately, £10. Dorothy silently handed over more money. After collecting it, Aldrich elaborated. For large-scale chalice societies, such as the Afterbirth cult, they possess a wide range of methods involving highly sophisticated mysticism. I don't know the exact details, but smaller societies typically rely on two primary methods, drug control and cognitive poisons allure. Drug control and cognitive poisons allure, Dorothy murmured, prompting Aldrich to nod and continue. Indeed. First, drug control. All forms of spirituality possess multifaceted meanings: material, mental, and conceptual. The chalice represents flesh and vitality on a material level, and on a mental level, it symbolizes the boundless desires inherent in living beings. Among these, appetite is key. Using this characteristic of chalice spirituality, some societies can craft addictive substances using small amounts of spirituality. When ordinary people consume these substances, they experience a heightened hunger and develop a dependency on them. The more they consume, the stronger the dependency becomes. Prolonged use can incapacitate even extraordinary individuals. These societies often mix such substances into everyday food, distributing them to unsuspecting victims. The addicts, in turn, become entirely dependent on the provider for access to the substance, allowing the society to gradually control them. As Aldrich spoke, Dorothy was momentarily stunned. This is practically drug trafficking? So, these chalice societies not only eat people but also engage in drug trade? No wonder they're the top priority on the Serenity Bureau's blacklist. And what about cognitive poison's allure? Dorothy quickly followed up, and Aldrich explained further. Cognitive poison's allure isn't limited to chalice societies. You're already familiar with cognitive poison, the inherent toxicity in mystical knowledge that damages the reader's psyche to varying degrees. Sometimes, lighter damage manifests as an insatiable curiosity for more knowledge of that spirituality. You've likely experienced this. Even with sufficient protection, reading mystical knowledge can leave you with an unhealthy craving to delve deeper into that specific field of mysticism. Dorothy nodded silently, and Aldrich went on. This is a sign of being eroded by cognitive poison. A damaged psyche makes individuals increasingly obsessed with learning more about that particular spiritual realm. Gradually, they succumb to madness from the accumulating poison, yet they can't stop themselves. In the end, they're driven insane, to death, or to losing control entirely. Aldrich's voice carried a strange undertone as he gazed wistfully out the window at the sky. The allure of poison is far more dangerous than drugs. Countless brilliant beyonders have fallen to it, unable to resist its pull. Pausing briefly, he added, for example, a highly advanced mystical manuscript might require meticulous measures and 3 years of slow, page-by-page reading. The reader would need to carefully clear the poison while gradually absorbing the knowledge. But if they fail to resist the allure and read it too quickly, the rapid accumulation of poison will drive them to insanity. There's no telling how many talented beyonders have met their end this way. As Aldrich spoke, he stared at the sky with an inexplicable expression, as though lost in distant memories. Watching him, Dorothy felt a sudden sense of unease. This old man seems far more extraordinary than he lets on. So, the poison within mystical knowledge has a tempting allure, and some societies use it to corrupt others. Inside the library, Dorothy summarized Aldrich's earlier statements and posed her question. Aldrich nodded slowly and replied, exactly. The cognitive poison within mystical knowledge can trigger a craving for the associated mysticism. When controlled and administered in small doses, knowledges infused with such poison can function similarly to drugs, stirring people's desire and reverence for the corresponding mysticism. Many societies employ this tactic to corrupt others. For instance, if an ordinary person is lightly influenced by the toxicity of a chalice knowledge, they will develop a profound curiosity about the chalice and wish to learn more. As they consume more of the chalice's poison, this curiosity morphs into reverence. Their ability to think critically deteriorates, and their psyche and character become warped, making them easier to control. Some societies use this method to cultivate fanatics' followers so devout they would sacrifice themselves for the society. After speaking, Aldrich leisurely sipped tea from the cup on his desk. Meanwhile, Dorothy reflected on his explanation. Small doses of poison can ignite curiosity and reverence for mysticism in ordinary people, mentally breaking them down to the point where they become controllable zealots. Those coachmen who risked their lives that day were probably trained like this. Considering this, Dorothy recognized the dangers of corruption. She then continued to inquire, is there any way to guard against corruption? Aldrich finished his tea and, without a change in expression, uttered the familiar price, £10. Hearing this, Dorothy hurriedly opened her wallet to retrieve the payment. After rummaging for a while, however, her brow furrowed deeply. Damn, I'm broke. Looking at the pitiful £6 left in her wallet, Dorothy couldn't help but curse inwardly. In such a short span, she'd spent £60 on just a few pieces of information, reducing her finances to poverty. Haha, Miss Machos, it seems you're in a bit of financial difficulty. In that case, perhaps you should save further questions for another time, Aldrich chuckled, noting Dorothy's expression. She snapped her wallet shut with a disgruntled look and returned it to her pocket. Sigh, I'll have to figure out a side hustle soon. Mysticism is a money pit, Dorothy lamented internally. Seeing that Dorothy had run out of funds, Aldrich stood up and prepared to leave. But just then, Dorothy suddenly asked him another question. By the way, sir, do you know any specific information about the Crimson Eucharist? Dorothy figured if Aldrich sold knowledge, perhaps she could directly purchase intelligence about the Crimson Eucharist and save herself a lot of effort. Hearing her question, Aldrich hesitated momentarily. Then he slowly turned back to face her. The Crimson Eucharist? Of course, I know plenty about them, more than the Serenity Bureau could ever hope to. But if you're planning to buy information about the Eucharist from me, then I'm afraid I'll have to decline. According to the rules, once someone does business with us, they become a client. And no matter how much money is offered, we won't sell our clients' information. Aldrich continued smiling as he spoke, while Dorothy pressed on. You've mentioned before that you dislike the Crimson Eucharist. So, you'd still do business with them. Haha. Miss Machos, as I've told you before, by the rules of the Craftsman's Guild, we must always remain neutral, never taking sides. Refusing a transaction is, in itself, a form of stance-taking. So, even though I personally dislike the Crimson Eucharist, the Guild's rules take precedence over my personal feelings. Thus, I cannot refuse their transactions. Aldrich explained further. Dorothy smiled wryly at his response. Rules, huh? It seems the stone societies are quite fixated on their rules. No wonder some people say you're stubborn, she remarked, recalling that the Serenity Bureau's reports described Greyhill as inflexible. Indeed, we are. After all, stone, in its conceptual essence, embodies rules, contracts, and trade. As a society of stone, we naturally uphold the characteristics of stone. Well then, Miss Machos, farewell. I have other areas to tidy up. With that, Aldrich picked up his feather duster and left the library. For a moment, the quiet room was occupied only by Dorothy, who sat at the desk deep in thought. Stone's nature. While it can be frustrating, it also feels reassuring, Dorothy mused. Aldrich's refusal to sell information about the Crimson Eucharist didn't disappoint Dorothy. Instead, it put her mind at ease. If Aldrich truly adhered to his claimed rules, valuing them above all else, it was the best-case scenario for her. After all, if Aldrich could sell out the Crimson Eucharist for money, he could just as easily sell her out for the same reason. Loyalty bought with money would always crumble under the weight of greater offers. And besides, Dorothy herself was currently broke. What leverage did she have for a money offensive? Organizing her thoughts, Dorothy turned her attention to the envelope on the desk before her. She had spent £40 on divination techniques. Now, she was considering using them to discern the Crimson Eucharist's movements. Opening the envelope, she pulled out the paper and scanned its contents. Instantly, she was faced with a dilemma. Her money hadn't been wasted. Aldrich had written down various simple divination methods, including coin divination, tea leaf reading, pendulum divination, and staff divination. The methods themselves were straightforward, but they all required specific tools. No matter the form of divination, lantern, and revelation were essential spiritual elements. While Dorothy had plenty of revelation, she had none of the lantern needed. She had no idea where to obtain lantern knowledges or items. If she were to ask Aldrich, it would undoubtedly come with a hefty price tag, likely in the hundreds of pounds. Sigh. You only realize how little money you have when you need it, Dorothy sighed, clutching her thin wallet. Her only option now was to hope for a freebie in the dreamscape. She had been venturing into the dreamscape every few days, but, apart from her initial encounter with the fox and the mystical knowledge it had given her, she'd returned empty-handed every time. I need to figure out a way, either to obtain spiritual resources or to catch those people without relying on divination, Dorothy muttered as she organized her intelligence and strategized her next steps. Daytime in Igwent, Lower City, White Pearl Street. Despite its luxurious-sounding name, White Pearl Street, located in the Lower City, is far from a hub for selling jewelry and luxury goods. This street exudes an aged atmosphere, lined with shops dealing in second-hand goods, antiques, appraisal services, scrap, and pawn shops. Citizens of Igwent often bring slightly valuable but unneeded items here to pawn for some quick cash. Meanwhile, opportunists scour the street, hoping to strike gold with a hidden treasure that could make them rich overnight. White Pearl Street does not enjoy a stellar reputation in Igwent. This is not just because it's a gathering place for idlers dreaming of sudden wealth, but also because of its close ties with various gangs due to the nature of its businesses. Many people in dire straits have pawned away all their possessions here for quick cash. To prevent defaulters from shirking their obligations, most shops are backed by gang protection. The presence of gangs, the congregation of opportunists, the booming pawn business, and the proliferation of loan sharks have turned White Pearl Street into a breeding ground for financial ruin. Beneath its seemingly calm surface, an undercurrent of silent violence flows. At this moment, Dorothy stood by the street, dressed in a plain white dress, her long white hair tied back. She wore a large hat and carried a small bag as she silently observed the street before her. The dim street had only a few pedestrians. Dust coated the shop windows and signs. Many storefronts displayed various old crafts, vases, pottery, gold and silver jewelry, and an array of unidentifiable contraptions. Some shops lacked even signs, their doors shut tight, with entry allowed only through side doors. Others sold peculiar trinkets on roadside stalls. The passers-by either looked sullen or shifty, and the number of vagrants was double that of other lower city streets. After scanning the scene before her, Dorothy frowned slightly and thought to herself. The entire street has an eerie vibe. Everyone looks so secretive, like they're hiding something. How am I supposed to find traces of the Eucharist here? Dorothy sighed inwardly. Based on the intel she'd obtained from number 22 Elmwood Street, there was supposed to be a stronghold hidden on this street. Dorothy wanted to uncover it, but she was unsure where to begin. After cramming a week's worth of coursework in half a day, Dorothy had immediately asked Aldrich for another week off. Every morning, after bidding farewell to Gregor and pretending to go to school, she took a carriage here, fully dedicating herself to her anti-cult mission. Having spent a considerable amount of money with Aldrich, Dorothy felt a deep sense of poverty. After much deliberation, she decided that hunting down members of the Eucharist would be the fastest way to earn money. Thus, she focused on locating the stronghold on this street. However, this proved challenging not because she couldn't find suspicious people, but because everyone on this street seemed suspicious. For 3 days, Dorothy had searched the street using small animal corpse marionettes. During this time, she tailed several shady-looking individuals with the marionettes. But they all turned out to be either gamblers planning to borrow money after losing or loan sharks. 3 days passed, and Dorothy found no clues about the Crimson Eucharist. Ugh, not a single lead. Standing at the street corner, Dorothy sighed deeply. Frustrated, she decided to leave White Pearl Street and found a random cafe to enjoy a sugary coffee. Sitting at her table, she sipped her coffee while brainstorming ways to track the Crimson Eucharist. When no ideas came to mind, she picked up a newspaper from the table to ease her mood. As she unfolded the paper, a bold headline caught her eye. Burton Vale case remains unsolved, Igwent police under fire. Social critic Stanley warns delays could stoke public fear. Wow, this case is still trending? It's been days, and they're still reporting on it. Don't you have other news to cover? Dorothy inwardly scoffed as she read the paper. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Her eyes lit up. Maybe I could use this. As she thought, Dorothy opened her bag and rummaged through it until she pulled out a worn pocket watch. Opening the watch, she examined its inner cover, where a name was engraved, Burton Vale. Dorothy had taken this from the Burton's house. Besides cash and confidential documents, she had also grabbed some seemingly valuable knickknacks, like this pocket watch, which she had found in a desk drawer. Originally, she planned to pawn these items for cash when the opportunity arose, but she hesitated, fearing it might draw too much attention. Looks like now, I can afford to draw some attention. Gazing at the pocket watch in her hand, Dorothy resolved to act. Noon in Igwent, Lower City, White Pearl Street. Pawnshops dotted White Pearl Street, catering to the financial desperation of many. Most pawnshops here, backed by gangs, also moonlighted as loan shark operations, profiting from the desires of society's most vulnerable. Corey was one such individual. His pawnshop, Corey's Pawn, was one of the largest on White Pearl Street. With ample capital and quick transactions, many desperate individuals came to him for loans or to pawn items. Unlike his competitors, Corey treated pawning as secondary. His primary business was high-interest lending. Inside Corey's Pawn, Corey, a bald, middle-aged man in a shirt and trousers, sat behind the counter, smoking and reviewing his clients' debts, while a burly assistant stood nearby. That broke gambler Dunn owes me £12 now. If he doesn't pay soon, he'll have to work in the mines. I'd rather not have to take more fingers. Brooke, check on Dunn. If he doesn't pay, gather the boys in a couple of days and collect. Yes, boss, the assistant replied, leaving the shop as Corey returned to his ledgers. Not long after the assistant left, the shop door creaked open. Corey looked up to see a man in a trench coat, hat, and scarf covering the lower half of his face enter the shop. The man scanned the shop's displays before approaching the counter and placing an object on it. I'd like to pawn this. Name your price, the man said coldly. A customer. One moment, Corey replied with a sly smile. He donned his glasses and picked up the item, a pocket watch. As Corey examined it, he noted. Decent craftsmanship, functional, well-maintained despite its age. Probably worth about £3. However, his words were different. Your watch is pretty worn, and the face is scratched, hardly sellable. I'd say it's worth £1 at best. Wait, what's this engraving? Noticing the engraving, Corey inspected it closely. Burton Vale. Burton Vale. Suddenly, Corey realized the name matched the one all over the papers, the murdered noble, along with his household. His heart raced as he looked up at the customer. What he saw was the cold barrel of a gun pointed at him and a pair of icy, merciless eyes. At noon in Igwent, sunlight poured over the streets of White Pearl Street. Yet, the warmth it brought hardly penetrated indoors, especially within Corey's pawnshop. Faced with the gaping, black barrel of a gun pointed at him, Corey felt a chill radiate through his surroundings. His heart tightened, and his body froze in place. However, being someone who had weathered his fair share of storms, he didn't panic immediately. Instead, he forced a smile and spoke. Hehe, dear customer, what is the meaning of this? I think £1 is a bit too low. Decided to add your life to the deal. Name a price, shopkeeper. The trench-coated and masked man spoke slowly in an icy tone, his gun unwavering. Corey, on the other hand, kept his nervous smile intact and responded. Oh, I see. It seems I may have underestimated the value earlier. Please wait a moment. I'll re-evaluate it for you right away. Faced with the threat, Corey spoke with a forced grin as he slowly moved his hand toward the underside of the counter, where a hidden mechanism awaited. This mechanism was Corey's failsafe in crises. The floor in front of the counter was actually a concealed trapdoor. If triggered, the floor would open, sending anyone standing on it into a pit below while also ringing an alarm bell to summon his staff from the back room. As a well-known loan shark on White Pearl Street, Corey had long prepared for situations like this. Threats against him weren't new, he'd faced them multiple times before. But those who dared to threaten him were either now toiling in dark, sunless mines or had long been sunk to the muddy bottom of the iron clay river. While stalling for time, Corey discreetly maneuvered his hand toward the trapdoor lever under the counter. His actions were careful, subtle, and difficult to detect from the customer's position. However, on the wall behind the counter, a gecko perched with an unobstructed view of Corey's every move witnessed everything. Just as Corey was about to pull the lever, the trench-coated man's gaze turned sharp. With a sudden lunge, he pushed the barrel of his gun into Corey's mouth, forcing him to stumble back 2 steps, out of reach of the mechanism. MMHH. The sensation of cold steel in his mouth was far more terrifying than merely having a gun pointed at him. Corey, who had managed to stay composed earlier, now panicked completely. His eyes widened in shock, and he made muffled sounds of distress, his expression full of terror. Almost forgot to tell you, don't try any little tricks with me. I see everything. Now give me a proper valuation. You won't get another chance. Understand? The man spoke coldly, his gun still lodged in Corey's mouth. Trembling, Corey nodded repeatedly. Only then did the man withdraw the barrel, though he continued aiming it directly at Corey. Cough, cough, cough. Corey coughed violently for a few moments before shakily picking up the pocket watch again. After a glance, he looked at the trench-coated man with eyes full of fear. This pocket watch is finely crafted, precise. I think it's worth 10 pounds. Corey stammered, his voice trembling. The man remained silent, his cold gaze unwavering, and the gun steady in his grip. No, 10 pounds is still too low. Let me reassess, how about 30 pounds? Corey continued, but the man still showed no reaction, his hand steady on the weapon. What about 60 pounds? 60 pounds should be enough, right? The loan shark's voice shook as he offered a higher amount, but the man before him remained impassive. Desperation overtook Corey, and he finally blurted out. 112 pounds, 112 pounds? That's all the cash I have in the shop right now? Please, spare me. At last, the trench-coated man responded calmly. Then bring me the money. Corey nodded frantically, hurriedly opening a nearby safe. He grabbed the cash inside and handed it to the man. Taking the money, the man pocketed it, then slowly backed out of the shop while keeping his gun aimed on Corey until he exited. As soon as the man left, Corey furiously rang the bell mounted on the wall. Moments later, 2 burly staff members burst in from the back room. What happened, boss? I was robbed. A man in a black trench coat just walked out. Go after him, you fools. Tie him up and bring him back. And take more people, he's armed. Yes, boss. While Corey's shop descended into chaos, across the street, Dorothy stood atop a rooftop, watching the scene below with satisfaction. She nodded slightly. 112 pounds, not bad. Earning tuition through part-time work is really the way to go. As she spoke, Dorothy continued to control her corpse marionette, Edric, skillfully evading Corey's pursuing lackeys. With the aerial surveillance of her crow marionette, shaking them off was a simple task. Before long, Dorothy had left Corey's men far behind. After guiding Edric to the designated hideout, Dorothy disconnected from the marionette and began recalling her other animal marionettes. Watching Corey berate his staff angrily at the shop's entrance, she murmured softly to herself. Heh, with so many skeletons in your business, you wouldn't dare report this to the authorities, would you? Well then, time to move on to the next step. She activated the corpse marionette ring once more. Behind her, a figure slowly rose. It was a young man in a checkered shirt and cap. When Dorothy had been kidnapped by the Crimson Eucharist, there had been 5 attackers. 5 corpses remained afterward. 2 had mummified, and 2 were destroyed during the fight at the Burton mansion. That left 1 usable body, which was this figure. Controlling the young man, Dorothy sent him down to White Pearl Street. The young man wandered into a lively tavern. In the bustling bar filled with chatter and laughter, the young man ordered a beer at the counter. Holding his drink, he wandered through the tavern, listening closely to the conversations around him. Before long, he found his target, a group of men boasting at one table. Hey, did you hear? Something happened at Corey's shop earlier. He's been fuming mad. Corey? Who'd dare mess with him? Must have a death wish. Apparently, he sent his guys chasing after someone, but they couldn't catch them. Maybe Corey got hit by a thief. At that moment, the young man approached their table with a mysterious grin and spoke. Not a mere thief. Corey really got hit hard this time. Hearing this, the men turned to look at the young man standing beside their table, beer in hand, wearing a conspiratorial expression. Got hit hard? What do you mean? Are you saying Corey ran into someone serious? One of the men asked curiously. The young man glanced around, then leaned closer and lowered his voice. Let me tell you, my cousin works at Corey's shop. He said that earlier today, some weirdo pawned something at the shop. Corey accepted it at first but realized something was wrong and sent people to chase after them. Pawned something? Did Corey fall for fake goods? That'd be karma, one of the men joked. The young man chuckled and continued. Heh, it's much worse than fake goods. It was stolen property loot that originally belonged to Burton Vale. You mean that Burton Vale? The one all over the papers recently? Killed along with a bunch of his servants at his house? That bastard Purple Hill landlord. The drunk man's astonished reaction nearly made him jump out of his seat. The young man nodded solemnly, then slapped the table. Exactly. And let me tell you, the killer who took down Burton Vale might still be here, on White Pearl Street. Right here, among us. Afternoon in Igwent, Lower City, White Pearl Street. In a small alley, 4 or 5 street thugs were lounging on a set of steps. These idle vagabonds, as usual, were passing time bragging and bantering. Among them, a young man in suspenders was in the middle of a heated tale. Is it true? One of the thugs asked. Of course, it's true. My cousin saw it with his own eyes and heard it himself, the young man in suspenders replied confidently. He was right outside Corey's shop when it happened. The guy who pawned something to Corey handed over stolen goods stuff from the Burton Vale case. At first, Corey didn't notice, but when he realized, he panicked and even shouted out Burton Vale's name. The group erupted into murmurs of disbelief and awe. Really? So, the murderer of Burton Vale might be hiding right here on White Pearl Street. Another big shot on our turf? I heard that guy took out 7 or 8 people on his own. If he's really around, even the bosses wouldn't dare mess with him. Wait, does that mean Corey is working with the killer to fence the stolen goods? The gang started speculating wildly, the conversation picking up steam. Meanwhile, the man in suspenders, who had started the rumors, quietly slipped away. From a nearby rooftop, Dorothy overlooked White Pearl Street, guiding her corpse puppet through the alleys to spread similar whispers. With precise manipulation, rumors of Corey the pawnbroker fencing stolen goods from the Burton Vale case and possibly associating with the killer began to circulate. Dorothy estimated that it wouldn't take long for this news to reach the ears of those who needed to hear it. So, when will you make your move? Dorothy murmured to herself as she watched the setting sun. This morning, Gregor had mentioned he'd be working late. Coincidentally, Dorothy had her own overtime plans for the night. Day faded, and night descended. Darkness blanketed Igwent, shrouding White Pearl Street in shadow. After the day's events, Corey was in a foul mood. After reprimanding his inept employees, who had failed to find the thief, he decided to close up early and sent everyone home. Damn it, how could so many of them lose track of him? Useless fools. Corey grumbled, locking the shop's doors while seething with anger. Tomorrow, I'll talk to Harkson. I'll get his men to help. Let's see if that bastard can keep hiding. When I catch him, I'll cut off his hands and feet, shove him in a coffin, and sink it to the bottom of the Iron Clay River just like the others who've crossed me. As he muttered and schemed, Corey finished locking the door and turned to head inside. But before he could take another step, a gloved black hand appeared behind him, pressing a knife to his throat. Don't move, Corey Cross. The low voice from behind made Corey freeze. His eyes widened, and his rage transformed into terror. What? Again? How did someone get into my shop? For the second time that day, Corey found himself threatened. His mind raced, but he forced himself to calm down. With a nervous smile, he addressed the unseen assailant. Sir, let's talk this over. If it's money you want, I don't have any on me right now. Let me go, and I'll get it for you. I don't want money, the tall, black-clad, hooded man behind him replied coldly. I only want to know one thing. Did you, earlier today, accept stolen goods from the Burton Vale case? Hearing this, Corey nodded hurriedly. Why yes, I did receive something from Burton Vale. What was it? Where is it? The black-clad man continued his threatening interrogation. Corey dared not delay his answer. It's in the pocket of my jacket, on the right. It's a pocket watch. Let me get it for you. No need. I'll handle it myself. As he spoke, the man in black reached into Corey's pocket with his free hand and retrieved a pocket watch. He opened it with one hand and quickly saw a name engraved inside. Who pawned this watch to you? Do you know him? Staring at the watch, the man in black asked directly. Corey, flustered, replied hastily. It was a man. Tall, wearing a black trench coat and a hat. He had a gun and wore a mask. I couldn't see his face clearly. I don't know him at all. Tell the truth. I swear I'm telling the truth, sir. That guy even forced me at gunpoint to take the watch. I have nothing to do with him. Please, just spare me. Corey pleaded desperately. Hearing this, the man in black nodded slowly. After pocketing the watch, he lowered the knife from Corey's throat and shoved him forward. Stand there. Don't move, and don't turn around. Yes, I won't turn around. Corey promised hastily. The man in black nodded, then turned to leave. However, for the second time that day, Corey had been humiliated, and he wasn't about to let it slide. Standing still, his angry eyes darted to the drawer of a cabinet in front of him. Without hesitation, Corey stepped forward, opened the drawer, and pulled out a revolver. He quickly turned, aiming at the departing man in black, ready to pull the trigger. Die, you. Before Corey could finish his sentence, a throwing knife shot out from a dark corner of the room, striking him squarely in the neck. Corey's eyes widened, and before he could fire, he collapsed to the ground. The notorious loan shark of White Pearl Street, Corey Cross, died in his own shop. From the shadowy corner where the knife had emerged, another black-clad and masked man stepped out. Joining the first man by Corey's corpse, he sneered. Everyone on White Pearl knows that Corey Cross's promises aren't worth a damn. After saying this, one of the men pulled a palm-sized piece of coarse paper from his clothing. He crouched down and slapped it onto Corey's wide-mouthed, lifeless forehead. The paper ignited immediately, leaving a faint chalice symbol burned onto Corey's skin. Then, something grotesque began to happen. Every inch of blood and flesh on Corey's body started to evaporate, dissolving into blue smoke. From his skin to his muscles and internal organs, all of it disintegrated rapidly. In mere moments, all that remained of Corey's corpse were bones and clothing. Clean it up quickly. Mr. Clifford is still waiting for us, one of the black-clad men said. He pulled out a bag and stuffed Corey's remains, bones and clothing into it. With their grim task complete, the two men slipped out through a side window, vanishing into a deserted alley under the cover of night. What they didn't know was that their every move had been observed. A gecko, perched on the ceiling, had silently witnessed the entire scene. As they collected Corey's bones, a smaller gecko crept unnoticed into the leg of Corey's pants, packed away with the rest. Elsewhere, in a dark corner of the street, Dorothy slowly opened her eyes. Finally, I've got your tail.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.